Chapter 1822. The world of order, from all aspects, was quite complicated. When it was peaceful, meaning that the void of order was not invaded by the void of chaos. The world was filled with people fighting each other, which was the highest level of domestic violence in the void of order. When it was not peaceful, well, living on the edge of war was like living in an abyss of suffering, with chaos in front and order behind. Being attacked from the front and back, other than tangling with chaos until death every day, they also had to be on guard against being stabbed in the back by their own people, which was really not a peaceful life. Except for the front line of the void of order. The front line of the void of order gathered 50% of the living beings in the void of order, and any one of them would be a top-notch expert in the world of order. Furthermore, due to the fierce battles over several eras, they had been through countless life and death situations. Each of them was berserk, crazy, and had the power of order all over their faces. There was no need for any announcement to know that the 50% of the living beings in the void of order were all above average lunatics. No one in the world of order dared to mess with them, except for that one time, 5 years ago. I can't keep mentioning this. If I keep mentioning this and Maple hears it, then he won't be in trouble, but the world of order will definitely be in trouble. They were now heading towards I Ching's location. There were already people occupying the 12 energy resonance points, and I Ching was closer to them, so they chose the closest location. This time, they didn't directly teleport to the location. Maple intended to walk around the void and use a medium speed to sneak towards I Ching's location. It would take about 1 or 2 hours. Maple intended to look at the various situations in the void. Yep, various situations that were very confusing in their eyes. The broken world light, orbs, the collapsed void, and the exposed time sea were like internal organs that were exposed to the outside. Some of the order creations that could no longer be healed. Some of the buildings that were floating in the void had not been destroyed in time. Their energy had been completely exhausted, and other than that, there was nothing else. The broken objects that came and went had turned the void of order into a large garbage dump. They were all things that were thrown into the void when the world of order encountered an abnormal collapse. Occasionally, one could see the world light orbs that wrapped around a piece of remnant law that had yet to dissipate. That's too much. See, you couldn't help but grab Yin Nuoxing's hand tightly and whispered, "The world of order has already been corrupted by chaos, and the people of order are still adding insult to injury." We let out a long sigh of relief and did not say anything. What they saw along the way was indeed the scene of the world being destroyed by order, not the traces left behind by chaos. Frankly speaking, the traces left behind by chaos might have disappeared completely after a few eras. At this moment, the traces found in the void were all fresh and could be traced back from half a year ago to 1,000 years ago. They believed that there must be more traces that were even older. It was either that they had not discovered them or that they had been devoured by the void. What they could see was only a small part of it. I remember that the people of the underworld also belonged to the order, right? Feng Qing Wang turned to Yun Nuoxing and asked, "Why are they using the power of chaos to destroy the void of order?" Well, we have talked about this topic many times, but it's basically just guessing and there's no conclusion. We floated to the front and turned to face them. He held the back of his head with both hands and said, "I personally think that they are using the power of chaos because they have coincidentally encountered the concept body of chaos. However, it's impossible for them to control the concept body of chaos. They can only use the power of God's destruction that they have obtained from God knows where to imitate the concept body of chaos to attack the world of order. This is economical and practical. The void energy is unlimited, and the chaos soldiers can be equivalent to unlimited as well. It doesn't consume much manpower or resources at all. As for why they're using such a cautious method, my current opinion is that they're too cowardly. They don't dare to fight head-on, so they can only sneakily hide in the back and throw things out to waste the power of the world of order. Your Feng's opinion is that they're still playing tricks behind the scenes. They intend to use an even more effortless method, and a method that's almost certain to succeed, to flatten the void of order in a single wave. The Death Abyss mist that they're throwing out is only used as a small trick to push their plan forward. They don't need to start fighting in the lower planes, saving time. Hui spread his hands to the two girls and said, "What do you think?" Siyu and Fengqing Wang looked at each other. Both of them lowered their heads and said in unison, "We agree with Little Star's opinion." Hui grimaced. The answer was as he had expected. However, he still felt like he was hit by a critical blow. Why? Last time, the Underworld threw out 20 high-level primeval and almost broke through the Void Realm's front line. So, it's obvious that they're not afraid to fight. Well, if they're not completely afraid to fight, then they must have been delayed by something more important, Siyu said. Oh, that's a good idea. It's very possible. Hui looked slightly enlightened. Then, what do you think is going on in this void? The power of chaos is more straightforward than the abyssal death mist. It didn't leave anything in the lower and middle planes. It directly drew a prison in the upper planes to fight a life and death battle. Instead, it's a group of unknown upper planes that are causing trouble in the lower and middle planes. The two girls still said in unison, "We don't know." At this moment, Siyu suddenly had a feeling. "Lord Hui, do you think that group of people from the upper plane is the group of people that Little Star sensed, the group that brought 4 or 5 worlds and fled quickly?" Hui was stunned. Yin Nuoxing turned to look at her and said, "Continue." Little Star, when you sensed that the barrier resonated with some places in the lower and middle planes, there was a point where the energy dimmed rapidly. Not long after, it was completely annihilated. When we rushed over, we could only see the traces left by them as they tore through the void and left in a hurry. Siyu's main Mao kept flashing. Could it be that they felt that their location had been exposed? They felt a little guilty about what they did in the world of order. So, when they were exposed, they ran away without saying anything. Even from the beginning, they were prepared to run away at every moment. That's why they could run away so quickly and decisively. That's quite possible. But Hui nodded. He had a serious expression on his face. Those bastards dared to kill Order. They definitely did not have a guilty conscience. Oh, I didn't say that they were guilty because they, as Order, were found out to have attacked Order. Siyu smiled slightly. She held Yin Nuoxing's arm and swung it back and forth. Mei Mao's eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. It's just that they felt something very representative and mistakenly thought that they might have come looking for them. So, they ran away in a hurry. They didn't even dare to confirm whether their feelings were wrong. Hui was stunned. This, Yin Nuoxing narrowed her eyes. It's representative. They ran away in a hurry because they were no match for it. It's as if they had met their natural enemy. Small animals in the forest will run away when they hear a huge commotion. This is because they know that a huge monster is about to pass by, or that a huge monster is nearby. Their small bodies are blocked by the forest, so it's obviously not easy for those big guys to notice them. It's very easy for them to be trampled flat. They ran away just to avoid being hurt by the innocent. Thinking about the characteristics of this area, the possible characteristics of this area, and the fact that they might be related to the chaos. With all these conditions, we can more or less confirm that they ran away in a hurry because they mistakenly thought that they had been discovered by a huge monster. And the huge monster obviously represents Order. That's why they were afraid. Hui suddenly understood. Those bastards mistook us for the origin heavenly god who caused the commotion. F***CK? If that's the case, this group of Order beings who are causing trouble in the Void Realm don't even know that the origin heavenly god has passed away. From the very beginning, they were trapped in this area together with the chaos conceptual entity and the origin heavenly god. Now that there's a commotion about the origin heavenly god, they may have mistakenly thought that the battle outside has ended and the origin heavenly god has come knocking on their door. Those guys who are causing trouble in the Order may also be from the previous era. Hui was shocked by his own conjecture. As long as one of the conditions was missing, none of his conjectures would be valid. Then, he combined the conditions of his new conjecture. Damn it, this must be the Underworld. Yin Nuoxing also frowned. I'll keep it for now. When the war between Order and chaos broke out in the previous era, the world of Order was also quite chaotic. Since it has been traced back to the previous era, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be a second person who stands on the side of chaos and declares war on order. Huey's jaw dropped. He was stunned for a long time. No, is order so unlucky? Is it so unpopular? One underworld is enough. How can there be another? That's not the case. It's only because they have too many desires. Standing on the side of order, they can't fulfill them, so they can only take the risk and walk towards chaos. Since ancient times, there have been many people with this nature. It's just that this nature is magnified until they stand on the scene between order and chaos. Only then will you feel surprised and puzzled. Yin Nuashing sighed and shook her head. She also felt a headache. The battlefield in the mythological era was definitely much more dangerous than the one they were facing now. The Origin heavenly god also had it tough. Not only did they have to deal with the entire chaotic void, but their families also didn't feel at ease. But at that time, 80% of the Order Void seemed to be under the command of the Origin heavenly god. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that their Void front line was more miserable. Well, the Order Void had never felt at ease since ancient times. This was their nature, a good tradition that was engraved in their souls. The state of inspecting the void along the way lasted for 2 hours before it ended. Yin Nuo Xing left many arrangements along the way, just like setting up the second line of defense and the third line of defense. Hui and the two girls witnessed with their own eyes the scene of him and the little angel leaving a number of crazy defenses in the void. That was really, well, they really did not know what to say. In short, it was very crazy. Since it was a temporary defense built according to the specifications of the second line of defense, it seemed that Maple was also preparing for a battle with the concept body of chaos. Whether it was here or in the upper plane, it was better to be prepared first in case something unexpected happened, and they were all killed by the impact of chaos before they could set up a stance and return to the spiritual temple. If that was really the case, they would be too ashamed to face the hundreds of millions of soldiers on the front line. The two highest managers of the front line went out for a stroll and were all killed back to the spiritual temple. After leaving behind a defense that looked passable but was in fact insane in Huey's eyes, they performed a final void warp and rushed into a world of light. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw a broken asteroid belt, surrounded by planets that were missing limbs. Some had missing northern hemispheres, some had craters in their southern hemispheres, and there were even 2 exposed cores that had completely cooled. Billions of fragments floated around them, and the scene before them was like a graveyard of stars. More importantly, there were footprints and traces left by intelligent life on their surface. Those buildings were covered in dust, while others floated in space with the broken stars. If all of this were drawn on a painting, it would probably raise endless sorrow in one's heart. This was a stellar system closer to the edge of the stars. The sun had been extinguished, leaving behind a pitifully thin dust cloud that could hardly block one's vision. The collapsed core that was still burning was also dim and lightless. Its predecessor should have been a star that was on the smaller side in terms of volume and mass. Logically speaking, it should have been able to last for billions of years without extinguishing. After that, the core could continue burning for almost 10 billion years. And then the core was almost extinguished. The life in this place should have gone through 3 periods. The first was when the sun was in a healthy state. The second was when the sun was in a subhealthy state. The third was when the sun was collapsing. And the last was when there was only a core left. Oh, there were 4. We glanced around and came to this conclusion. This was what the traces of human beings left on the surrounding planets told him. The conditions seemed harsh and difficult, but in fact, it made no difference to the higher life forms. The mortals could still survive in the sun if they put on a shield, provided that they did not mind that there would be no night in the future. The life that lived here should have been extinguished during the period when only the core of the star remained. As for what happened, no one knew. Perhaps the blame could be placed on the upper plane. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this didn't look like a natural dissipation. What kind of star system could blow up a planet into pieces when it dissipated naturally? If it weren't for the fact that the gravity of this place had lost its effect, There would have been 7 or 8 asteroid belts by now. Feng Xinguang looked around and picked up an oval rectangular stone that was at most 200 or 300 meters long from the asteroid belt beside her. "Little star, look at this." Yin Nuoxing wiped away the dust on the surface of the stone and blinked. It was destroyed about 3,000 years ago. "Hui, you should be right. The life here should have gone through 4 periods. There's a broken planet with ancient ruins from billions of years ago, although it is also broken." Hui crossed his arms. 3,000 years ago, they should have been killed by those damn people from the upper plane. The probability is not small. As they looked around the stellar graveyard, I Ching's figure emerged from the stars and bowed to them respectfully. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, we have investigated the place that may be related to the energy resonance point. Well, actually, there's only one place in the entire shattered stars that still has the energy of order. We found it without much investigation, but..." I Ching hesitated for a moment. When he saw Lord Feng signaling to him, he continued, I think, Lord Feng, you may need to be mentally prepared." Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Hui immediately understood and blurted out, slightly agitated, "Origin?" I Ching saw that Lord Feng's face was dark as he scratched his head and looked around helplessly. He nodded stiffly. Maybe, Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath. "Give me a quick death. I think it should be." I Ching led them around the broken asteroid belt for a while and came to the back of a huge broken planet. Hidden behind it was its own satellite. The distance was obviously too close. It was as close as a ball touching a ball, but it stopped just right at the point where their faces were touching. The two of them are less than 30,000 miles away from each other. Half of the laws of this star system have been broken, and it has yet to be repaired. One of them is gravity. Their mass is still normal, but they have lost their gravity. I Ching turned back to look at the other parts of the star system, and the image that was frozen in front of his eyes was their last words of what had happened thousands of years ago. A portrait. The thing about the origin is on this moon. It is the only thing in this stellar system that is still intact. Yin Nuoxing followed his gaze and looked at the moon that was approaching in front of him. It was a brownish-yellow earth ball, the size of a normal planet. It could be inhabited, and there were faint traces of life on it. However, these traces were now covered with a layer of dust. The life of the entire star system had disappeared without a trace. Compared to the beautiful words of "they have already left," he chose to believe the more realistic words of "they have already died." Thin air was still floating in the space of the brownish-yellow dirt ball. The gravity had disappeared. Well, no, it was destroyed. Originally, gas would not stay in this state, but the laws of the entire stellar system had been broken, causing them to freeze and become a portrait. They were all preserved at the moment of the destruction. Nothing had changed. Unless there was an external influence, they would stay in this position until the end of the world. The moon should have come out just now. Yin Nuoxing pointed to the inside of the moon. Look carefully in its stomach. There is still the dimensional power left after the dimensional jump. It has not completely faded. It came out in a hurry when the energy resonance appeared. We saw the dimensional power that had not dissipated in time. He nodded and asked, "Maybe it's not just here. Maybe it's the same in other places, including the few worlds that slipped away. They might have been hiding in some space until the energy resonance point was found. Seeing that they were exposed, they didn't care about anything else and ran away in a hurry." "Oh, that makes sense." Hui nodded and turned to look at I Ching. "Little Ching, where is it?" "On the back. Please come with me." I Ching took them around the stars and came to the back of the brownish-yellow dirt ball. He pointed down and said, "It's under what the F asterisk CK? Why is it this thing?" He hadn't even said a few words when Sir Hui cursed first. Hearing this, he was stunned. You've already met? Not only have we seen it." Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. "I even walked around inside. Tell me, is there 1 or 2 divine palaces below?" Inside the divine palaces, there is a stone statue with its back against the throne and its hand holding the air. I Ching now believed that the two of them had really seen it. Yes. Yin Nuoxing and the other 3 were speechless. They looked at each other and then turned to look down. They were even more speechless. On the surface of the planet below, there were circles upon circles. One circle was a mountain, the outer circle was a forest, and the outer circle was a river that was so thirsty that only a river channel remained. The river channel bloomed on the entire land, and the tributaries poked into the other circles on the ground. Beyond the river channel was a circle of plains. They had already seen these circles before. No, that was not the main point. The main point was, at the center was a forest that had already withered. They could see millions of withered trees standing tall, and they could also see the only building left on the entire land at the center, the temple that made them feel a little regretful. It was probably a temple. The angle was not very good, so they could not see it fully. But the appearance of this planet was too similar. It was as if it was carved from the same mold. There was no difference between the two planets. We turned his neck a quarter to phone and said, "Why do I feel like we're going to get involved in more messy things?" To be honest, I already feel like it's going to be more messy things. Yin Nuoxing's face continued to twitch. With a stomach full of doubts, she muttered, "The resonance point of the chaos barrier points to something related to the heavenly god of origin. What do you think?" Siyu covered her face with her hands and looked to the side. "I can't see." Yin Nuoxing. "Anyway, let's go down and take a look." The planet was completely cold and lifeless. Everything that used to live on its surface had died along with the death of the star system. What was left here was just like its brothers and sisters. They were all specimens. In the center of the little earth ball, there were densely packed withered trees. They were pale and ashen white, so brittle that they would shatter with a single touch. There were also many extremely large withered trees, perhaps tens of thousands of feet tall. It was not hard to imagine that this place used to be filled with lush foliage, just like that primeval forest. However, with the passage of time, all that was left for them was a grave of death. The temple was located in the center of this withered forest. There was only one temple, and the open door allowed them to see the statue in the center without walking in. The only difference from the first time they saw was that this statue directly emitted origin energy. When they walked into the temple, they could see that the statue was emitting a grayish-white energy at a glance. The great power seemed to be telling the people who came here that they once existed. Even though it was just a dead object now, it still wanted to leave an impression that it was related to them. "Hui, go and smash it." Yin Nuoxing shook her head and slapped Hui on the shoulder. "Why me? Didn't you have a lot of fun tearing it down last time?" But this time, the energy of origin is directly exposed. "That's right, your defense is high." Hui was speechless. Well, he was a mid-level premier, right? A shield should have the awareness of a shield. He was the one who said this. He took out the guardian shield and threw it at the statue in front of him. Then he quickly stepped back and took out the next shield. Pestle bang! A vast and mighty grayish white with purple origin energy suddenly exploded from the statue. Yin Nuoxing trembled all over and immediately pushed the two girls behind him, propped up an energy barrier, and reached out to throw it at Hui. Wow! I Ching saw Lord Hui turn into a wisp of green smoke and rush into the starry sky. Her cheeks were trembling. Yin Nuoxing looked at her hands, which had nowhere to put, and coughed softly and quickly put them down. "Okay, I didn't have time to put a shield on him, but it shouldn't be a big problem." After Hui was done, the statue also shattered. A crystal in the shape of a water droplet jumped out. It was grayish-white with a little purple light in the center. It was that water droplet again. This was definitely the symbol of the heavenly god of origin. Just like the first time they saw the water droplet crystal, the latter appeared in the same place for a while after it appeared. Then, it rose into the air and rushed in the direction of the upper plane. Yin Nuoxing timed it right this time. When it rushed out, she left a wisp of energy of the same origin and let that wisp of energy disappear from sight with the crystal. "Hey, wait a minute. Aren't we here to get the key?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Why did she just watch it run away? Everyone was speechless. Chapter 1823. People with good brains would occasionally be a little confused. In fact, it was because they overused their brains and had their own ideas at the last minute. They wanted to protest against the work stoppage, so they occasionally did not cooperate. This was normal, and there was no problem. He definitely did not put all his attention on the messy matter of the origin and forget the purpose of coming here. Absolutely not. Just admit that you were frightened by the messy matter of the origin. Hui, who had swam back from the starry sky, heard the result and immediately showed an unusually wicked smile. He took advantage of the fact that someone was as silly as a fool to poke his face. He poked and joked. When little Ching was talking just now, I saw that your whole body was stiff and almost turned into a stone statue. It has been a few eras, and you still haven't recovered from the shadow of the messy matter of the origin. You still haven't gotten used to it. At this moment, Hui really wanted to stand on top of the tower in 0 Point City and raise his arm. Billions of rays of light turned into true light and engraved a line of words in the void. Feng Ling. You also have times when you are muddle-headed, seeing a certain guardian's inexplicable smug look. Yin Nuoxing really wanted to slap him in the face with her shoe. However, this time she was really nervous and forgot the purpose of coming here. There was no way to refute. Don't worry, there are still 11 places, aren't there? Yin Nuoxing coughed dryly and changed the topic directly. It's not like there's only one key left. Besides, if we really can't find the key, none of us can enter. We have to spend more effort here. What are you showing off here for? Hui was also stunned. Oh, this was the truth. This was indeed not the time to show off. I'm not showing off. It's just that it's rare to see you being confused. If I don't seize this good opportunity to laugh at you, there won't be another chance in the future. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes, turned her head and swung her long hair, slapping him into the starry sky. However, just as they were used to the void always playing tricks on them, it might be their own mistake to not be able to catch the key this time. However, when the remaining 11 keys were also not caught, the atmosphere became a little strange. Guido kept his mouth shut and did not dare to make sound. Looking at Feng Ling's dark face, without thinking, he knew that this matter was still going on. It flew away again. Siyu watched as the water droplet ignored their trap and flew into the sky, disappearing into the void. She couldn't help but sigh. Did we do something wrong? It doesn't feel like the situation is what we thought it would be. Everyone scratched their heads awkwardly. Like Lord Hui, they stared silently at the sky. They had seen Lord Feng's face darken bit by bit. At this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. Yes, they didn't dare to say anything. If they said the wrong thing, it would be a big problem. Yin Nuoxing tugged at her long hair and turned to look at Siyu. After a while, her eyes flickered and she nodded. Maybe that's the case. When Hui heard him speak, he immediately found a way to break the frozen atmosphere. He jumped over like a tiger. What do you mean? Are you going to smash the door if you don't have a key? If I could smash the wall, I would have done it 2 hours ago. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and sighed. The energy tower detected some movement in the chaos barrier. After these 12 keys jumped into the barrier itself emitted a wave of energy. It's a little like, we looked at her and guessed. The movement of opening the door? Yes and no. Specifically, it should be a similar reaction to the barrier being weakened. If you insist that these 12 crystals are the keys, it means that all the keys to the door have been returned to their positions. It's just that. Hui waved his hand and snapped his fingers. All the keys have been returned to their positions. It's just that one is missing. So now the door is in an unstable state. We can try to smash the door. Why are you always thinking about smashing the door? Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. But that's what it means. Anyway, let's go and see the situation first. The energy tower built around the chaos barrier formed a self-contained order node. However, at this time, it was not connected to each other. It was just standing in the void as a lighthouse to observe the situation. They did not dare to try to encircle the chaos barrier casually. Then something bad would happen. As I gazed at the distant void, I could sense that the magic circles and energy towers that they left behind were constantly emitting torrents of energy. The torrents of energy would only last for a short period of time. Basically, after 2 or 3 attacks of order, it would take a long time before the next explosion of order would occur. I could also observe how much chaos power would appear from the frequency. I didn't need to worry about the situation in the lower and middle planes. There should be no problem. Hui adjusted his position by the collar and tilted his head to ask I Ching and the others. Although I feel that there is no need to worry, I still have to ask, how many energy towers did you leave there? This not many, not many. After all, it's related to the concept of chaos. For safety reasons, we left a portion of the energy towers. Just a portion. A portion. The group of order warriors scratched their heads and laughed dryly. They turned their heads and looked into the depths of the void. Huey's face was calm. How many portions? Give me an accurate number. Just one. All right, more than 100,000 energy towers. Seeing Huey's expression, I Ching hurriedly coughed and reported the number honestly. All right, more than 100,000. Are you sure you won't accidentally do that to someone else? Huey's face twitched violently. These fellows, he had not kept an eye on them for a while, and they had acted recklessly. With a flick of their little hands, they had thrown down hundreds of thousands of origin energy towers. If these towers were spread out evenly and used as nodes in the void to construct a domain of order, it would be enough for a lower plane to sweep through 40 to 50 world groups in the upper plane. If these things were to accidentally go berserk, wouldn't they destroy the order along with them? For the time being, it has been adjusted to only target the power of chaos. But if someone's hands were to go, I Ching pinched his neck and laughed dryly. Poke or something. All right, he understood. As long as the group of unlucky people in the world of order did not have nothing better to do and touch those dangerous things, the world of order would still be peaceful. Maple, how's the situation? We turned his head to look at the chaos barrier. Maple had been lying on the barrier since the beginning, and there was no movement even after a long time. It seemed that there was some movement. When he turned his head, he saw that Maple was lying on the barrier, and there was a hexagonal rune in front of him. Energy rune? Magic circle? In short, it was a strange thing that looked like a combination of the three. When he saw it on the barrier, he subconsciously thought that Maple was preparing to smash the door. Now, he was looking at where the thickness of the door was thinner so that it would be easier to smash it later. Well, there are two. I don't know what kind of news to tell you. Yin Nuashing straightened up and said to Hui and the others with an expression that even she did not know what kind of expression she had. Let's talk about the bad news first. Theoretically, both of these may be bad news. Hui was silent for a while. He took out his sword and shield and pointed to the front. Can we smash the door directly? Yin Nuashing was instantly very excited. Smash, bang. Wah! When everyone turned their heads, they saw Lord Hui rushing into the depths of the void at a speed that was tens of thousands of times faster than light. A long sound slowly dissipated. Smash your head. When Yin Nuashing finished the second half of the sentence, Hui had already disappeared. He could not help but be silent for a while. He pressed his cheeks with both hands. Why is this shield so excited? It's not his turn to smash the wall, right? Everyone laughed dryly and turned their heads away. No one dared to speak. The 13 energy resonance points have now disappeared in the upper plane. I observed that after they passed through the chaos barrier, the structure of the ladder was slightly weakened. Yin Nuashing used 2 fingers to indicate the size of a little bit. Looking at Hui, who ran back with a pig liver-colored face, he sighed. By the way, from the weakened structure of a little bit, I found that there's also an energy resonance point. There are more? Everyone's faces turned green when they heard this. Which long-lived guy had so much free time to put so many locks on his door? Where is it? Yin Nuashing stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Inside, on both sides of the barrier, there are energy resonance points that together maintain this barrier. This? Hui was a little stunned. What's going on? Well, from the analysis of the energy waves, this should be a door lock that needs to be unlocked from both inside and outside at the same time. Isn't it already dead? We have already broken the key in the lock. Hui was very agitated and went forward to slap the barrier. Is there no other way? Yin Nuashing looked around the void and did not know what to say for a moment. The key was already broken in the lock, and the internal key had not been put in place. How to open the door and how to smash the door had become a problem. Although the structure of the barrier had been shaken a little, It was not to the extent that they could casually smash the door. We looked at his old friend's silent face and roughly knew what was going on. He felt a headache, and when he had a headache, he could not help but want to use his shield to chisel at the wall. Circles of energy ripples also cut across the barrier. Inadvertently, a bit of different energy seemed to appear, and his face changed. Phone, do you still remember the topic just now? There are dozens of topics here. Can you tell me which topic it is? Just now, we were talking about the barrier of chaos. Why is it related to the key left behind by the origin energy? Yin Nuashing opened his mouth. He threw this matter aside. After all, there were too many topics on hold, and it was a little difficult to deal with them all. In fact, the answer to this question was very easy to get, but the answer sounded a little shocking. Things like seals, in the end, can't exhaust things of the same level as them. When the length of time has been measured in epochs, no matter how powerful the seal is, it will weaken because of the continuous impact of the prisoners. They can also find a chance to recover their strength and wait for an opportunity to strike. Yin Nuashing just subconsciously muttered this sentence. The meaning behind it was self-evident, and Hui felt a chill all over his body when he heard it. The barrier in front of them might have been built by the heavenly god of origin in the past. It was a huge seal, a tomb, and was used to imprison everything. This could also explain why the keys on both sides of the barrier were the origin energy. However, after dozens of epochs had passed, in the end, the origin energy could not escape the erosion of enemies of the same level. At this moment, the barrier had become a barrier of chaos, and in turn, it prevented them from going to the middle plane. This is not the first time something like this has happened. Even the heavenly gods themselves have met with misfortune, let alone the things they left behind. Yin Nuashing put her hands behind her back and sighed deeply. Even the heavenly god of Origin's obsession clone could be turned into something that was neither human nor ghost by the chaotic energy. It was just a mere barrier, right? There were millions of ways to twist it into their own thing. After all, both sides were things that were hanging in the void for almost eternity. Given a little time, many things could be changed drastically. We recalled the same situation that they had just discussed. If the group of people who ran away with the key had sensed something about the origin energy and ran away, and they had used the key left behind by the heavenly god of origin. TSK, this sounded ridiculous. These people were really not good people. Speaking of which, it was quite ridiculous to leave a key behind in a seal. Could it be that they had already anticipated that it would come in handy? For example, they knew that the seal could not be solved, so they just left a back door for someone to solve it. Or like what CU said, it was a seal left behind by one of the heavenly gods of origin. They delayed it here and waited for the battle outside to end so that their companions could come in through the back door left behind by the heavenly god of origin to help solve the problem. After thinking about it, the possibility of this result seemed to be quite high. If the predecessor is made of origin energy, I have a way to tear a hole in it and let us pass through safely, but Yin Nuashing's eyes flashed as he looked at everyone and said softly, maybe it's a one-way passage. Maybe we can't get out once we go in. We understood what he meant. But there are also energy resonating points inside. Even if we find all of them, we can't get out. Oh, the door can only be opened when the inside and outside are open together. Now, the key is broken. Yin Nuashing nodded helplessly. Tearing a crack can only be a one-way passage. Even if this layer of barrier has become a part of chaos, its essence is obviously not distorted by the power of chaos. If we don't open it from the inside and outside together, there is no way to open this layer of barrier. We have already triggered the key left outside and unilaterally cut off the possibility of it being open again. Now that we go in, well, I don't know what will happen. Although this kind of barrier can be destroyed by force. We don't have that kind of power. Also, look inside. The concept of chaos has already occupied the barrier and did not tear it apart. Do you think it can't tear it apart? Or is it doing something inside? Feng Qing Wang suddenly looked up. The cage used to imprison our enemies has now become our own cage, trapping us in it. Until one side falls, no one can escape. Yin Nuashing looked at her, hesitated, and then nodded. Order wanted to kill chaos, and chaos would stop at nothing to destroy order in the void. The battle between the two had gone on for over 300 eras without stopping. In a time that was longer than eternity, they did not manage to kill each other, and instead developed a tacit understanding that would not stop until death. Even if the control of the barrier had changed hands, the Chaos concept body had no intention of sneaking out and going on a killing spree in the world of order. That would be meaningless, for they wanted to deal with order itself, and not a bunch of ants and weeds born of order. From the beginning to the end, the concept of chaos had only wanted to kill the origin god and then crush the void of order. Both sides had very clear goals. Hui was no longer nervous and anxious after hearing that. Feng, if we go in and die, can we still return to the spiritual temple? The remnant consciousness is under the control of the spiritual temple. No matter where we are trapped or where we die, unless the spiritual temple is destroyed, we will not be affected. Our memories here will not be damaged. Then it's settled. We snapped his fingers and patted Feng Qinghuang's shoulder. Open the door. Let's go in and see what's going on. At most, we'll die. It's not like we haven't died before. We have to go in and see what's going on. Yin Nuoxing was startled. She shook her head helplessly. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Fisk, I'm influenced by you. I'll get used to dying and dying. It's nothing. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at him, walked forward, and began to mobilize the origin energy. The mysterious hexagonal pattern that had appeared just now once again appeared on the chaos barrier in front of them. It only took a moment to condense, and a surge of chaos energy that was so dense that Hui felt it was difficult to withstand gushed out of the hexagonal pattern in an instant. The group of people's faces suddenly changed, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. The door is open, but just going will be very uncomfortable. Be careful, don't leave my side, Yin Nuoxing said, and the azure wings on her shoulders fluttered out. Origin and chaotic energy emerged together, and the radiance of the light of origin instantly filled everyone's field of vision. Unlike the feeling of being immersed in this pure radiance in the past, this time it felt as if they had suddenly sunk into the depths of the sea and were rapidly being dragged to the bottom of the sea by the undercurrent. The instant their consciousness became fuzzy, a crazy and chaotic clamor resounded in everyone's mind. The incomparably chaotic language sounded like an indescribable monster roaring in the void. We knew this voice. It was the roar of the concept body of primal chaos. Back in the cloud continent, he had heard the roar of the chaos specter. If not for Feng Qinghuang's light of origin and a lot of energy's protection, they might have already died on the spot. The boundless chaos and the clamor of the crazy language suddenly receded. Everyone suddenly entered a state of battle, wanting to resist the language of primal chaos that had just resounded in their minds. But it was already over. Their eyes captured that they were still in the void at this moment. The surroundings were empty and lonely. Judging from their location, according to the environmental rules of the void, they were not unexpected. They were in the upper plane. This place, Hui slowly put down the holy shield in his hand. The scene of endless primal chaos charging at them as soon as they entered was not what they expected. The void around them was just quiet, dead silent. Nothing could be seen. It's so empty. It's like, see, you pursed her lips and did not finish her sentence. Just like the middle and lower planes that had been destroyed, order had been disintegrated by primal chaos. The void itself had died, and nothing else would exist. However, the void here seemed to be more thoroughly destroyed. On the other side of the void where they were fighting, the void of order was only in a state of fainting due to the destruction of the abyssal death mist. Perhaps the void of order, which was directly attacked by the concept body of primal chaos, had already entered a state of suspended animation. Except for the void of order that could not be turned into a void of primal chaos, the other void of order had already, it can't be. Huey's face was a little ugly. He looked around, but could not see anything. Are we too late? Has the upper plane already collapsed? Yin Nuoxing used the power of origin to reach further into the void. After searching for a few minutes, she looked up. Not yet. Order still exists. I can still catch their breath, and at the same time, I can also catch the breath of primal chaos. They're about to rush to the core of the upper plane. The power of order is frantically fighting back. The situation is similar to us, but the battle here is more chaotic. We can't go in from the front. We have to find a way to bypass primal chaos and go into order. He left an energy beacon where he was and built a long-distance void teleportation circle. The group was ready to fight and stepped into the teleportation circle. The light of the power of origin flashed and swept them into the center of the void. They all closed their eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the power of the void and space surging. They were flying through area after area. At the same time, they were silently counting the time until the end of the teleportation. See, you pulled Yun Nuashing's hand. Little star, are we going to fight everywhere when we get out? Don't. Rushing into the battlefield rashly will cause chaos on both sides. Their battle is more chaotic than ours. There is no large-scale defensive line. The realm of order is also a mess. We can see that the area where primal chaos and order are fighting is sandwiched between one another. Well, the power of primal chaos is a glass of water, and order is a bubble on the surface and in the shallow layer of water. Everyone who was about to rush out and start fighting was stunned. Hui picked his ear to express his surprise. Huh, it can't be, right? Isn't this the power left by the heavenly god of origin? Why is the battle so chaotic? You ask me, Yin Nuashing's face twitched a few times. Different from the abyss of death mist blockade and the front line of the void, each of them is targeting a node as the main battlefield. Of course, the power of order and primal chaos here is similar. It's just that primal chaos fights wherever there is a large number of people, while order fights everywhere as if there is no one at all. Yes, both sides are not unified. Order fights on their own, and primal chaos is forced to fight on their own. Well, it should be said that primal chaos is very cooperative in fighting on their own. Everyone, it was not unreasonable that this battlefield could fight for more than 10 years. Hui, why is it so weird? We are here. Anyway, let's get ready. 3, 2, 1, order territory. What the F asterisk CK? This. Yin Nuashing's face twitched quickly. I may have underestimated the power of this place. Fengqing Wang was stunned for a while. She subconsciously pulled his arm. Little star, which side should we attack? Chapter 1824. This was a war that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. A war that had continued since the mythological era. Its very existence was history. The origin god and the chaos concept body were the two deadliest factions in the void. For their own beliefs and goals, they had waged an eternal war that lasted for hundreds of eras in the Deyuan realm, turning the entire Deyuan realm upside down. They had changed their faces several times, and the innocent mortals caught in the middle. Forget it. There was no such thing as innocent in this world. The original sin of order to chaos was order, and conversely, the existence of chaos to order was the original sin. Both sides were mortal enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. They were natural enemies, and there was no need for words when they met. They only needed to pick up a brick and throw it at each other. There was no need for why in this world, although that was what was said every time, and the reality of the void was like that. They were already used to it. They were used to the fancy wars of order in the void. They were used to the messy affairs of origin and chaos that never stopped stirring up trouble in the void. Apart from stirring up trouble, they were also on the way to stirring up trouble. They were so used to it that they could face the origin god and the chaos concept body without batting an eyelid. They had thought that it was so, but the void was indeed the void. The war between order and chaos was also the biggest mess in the void. Witnessing the scene in front of them with their own eyes, Yin Nuashing and Hui both felt that their short lives of a dozen or so eras were still too young. None of them were playing by the rules. A vast expanse of dark clouds accompanied by endless chaos soldiers shrouded their entire vision with an overwhelming momentum. The power of order was like fireflies that were startled in the forest at night, densely covering the night sky. The light they emitted could only barely illuminate the space around them, and could not bring light to the entire night. They were just weak sparks that were drowned in this extremely dark sea. They drifted along with the sea and stretched for millions of miles. Even if they could not tear apart the darkness here, they were still doing their best to ignite their own flames. So far, everything was normal. This was just the norm in the war between order and chaos. Whether it was the scene in front of them, the front line of the void, or the war of the previous era, they believed that it was all the same, until they clearly saw something that wasn't normal. The dark gray clouds were the energy of chaos. You could also call it the energy of annihilation. Its color and the pressure it brought to all life forms of order was one of a kind. Those who had seen it once would never mistake it. It would be impossible for them to mistake it. Even the power of God's destruction, which was also a power of non-order, was completely different from the purest chaos energy. Moreover, there were slight differences between the annihilation energies. If one observed them directly, they would only see that they were wearing the same coat. However, if one saw them a few times, one's senses would be able to tell the difference between the two. Also, the soldiers of chaos created by different annihilation energies were different too. This was probably the concept of chaos that came with a personal preference. Although it was hard to imagine that the concept of chaos had such a thing as personal preference. There were a total of 3 types of chaos soldiers that they had seen, one in the cloud continent, one in the 3 elemental realms, and one in front of them. No, perhaps 2. In the void, the vast clouds of chaos rolled endlessly. Soldiers of chaos, who were wearing some kind of light armor and holding large shields and sabers, were marching out of the clouds of chaos in a neat formation. They had seen this scene before. The soldiers of chaos had some kind of indescribable coordination and discipline living up to their name of soldiers. Beside this neat troop, there was a cloud of chaos that was churning in a slightly different manner from the first cloud of chaos. A group of humanoid figures that looked about the size of an ordinary human and were wrapped in black cloaks kept surging out of it. The chaos energy that overflowed from their bodies made Yin Nuashing and the others realize that they were a type of chaos soldiers. Besides, he had seen them before. Now that he thought about it, they should be the first type of chaos soldiers he had seen. But when he first saw them, he didn't recognize any concept bodies of chaos and could only recognize that they were non-order life forms that belonged to chaos. Yes, he saw them when he first met Jing Yun and the others. Along with them, he also met a group of non-order life forms in black cloaks. Back then, he thought that they were non-order life forms in the chaos void. But now, it seemed like they were a type of chaos soldiers, an army created by the concept bodies of chaos and used to flatten the order void. The number of black cloak soldiers was smaller. Their energy level was on the same level as the other group of chaos soldiers, but they seemed to be stronger. If the latter were intermediate cannon fodder, the black cloak soldiers should be considered advanced cannon fodder. Besides, they could speak human language. Whoa! At asterisk and yen. When everyone heard this, their faces subconsciously darkened. They had heard it when they passed through the door. This strange language carried some kind of unforgettable power that was forced to run around in their minds, and they couldn't understand what it was saying at all. They could only hear a low and cold voice. The language of chaos. Yin Nuashing squinted his eyes slightly. Just like what he saw 5 years ago, the black-cloaked chaos soldiers could speak human language. However, this was not a language meant for them, nor was it a language meant for beings of order. That was only the language of the chaos soldiers, or even the concept bodies of chaos themselves, just like the first divine language of order. Back then, Jingyan didn't seem to understand what the other side was saying. It seemed that the order life forms couldn't understand this language, and the concept bodies of chaos should know it too. So when they communicated, they spoke the common language of all races. Damn it, the concept bodies of chaos used the language of the heavenly god of origins to popularize the Daiyuan realm. Returning to the topic at hand, they had been left stunned so far. 2 types of chaos soldiers were equivalent to 2 chaos concept bodies, attacking the power of order at the same time. The shock was no less than when they were fighting the abyssal death shroud at the front line of the void when 20 high-level primevals suddenly appeared, making them realize the seriousness of the problem. And boom! A huge amount of chaos energy suddenly exploded, and the violent impact of the explosion blew a group of Order soldiers into nothingness, and also annihilated tens of thousands of the light-armored Chaos soldiers. The latter knocked the shields in their hands with their swords, and as an individual who seemed to be a commander pointed forward, millions of Chaos soldiers raised their swords and shields and charged towards the black-cloaked soldiers. The black-cloaked Chaos soldiers shouted in the void. Who knew what they were shouting about? All of them got into their stances, and then tens of thousands of Chaos soldiers charged towards the Order. Hundreds of thousands of black-cloaked soldiers turned around and charged into a group with the light-armored Chaos soldiers. Some of them were beating and killing at the front, while some were gathering chaos energy at the back, ready to push the light-armored Chaos soldiers into nothingness. As for the Order, they were passive. When the black-cloaked soldiers charged forward, they attacked them. When the Chaos soldiers with swords and shields moved closer to the melee range, the Order soldiers also grabbed their weapons and charged without any regard for their own safety. The three parties started a chaotic battle in the void that had never been heard of before. The Chaos soldiers fought each other, and, at the same time, they were beating up the Order together. Boom! Yin Nuashing and the others turned their gazes stiffly. Ah, this familiar presence. This is the battle of four parties. In the void, a vast destructive force suddenly swept out. It was an energy that was dyed with a touch of maddening scarlet in the darkness. It was the movement of their old friends, old foes, and old rivals. Yes, the abyssal death shroud. Yes, the servants had joined the battle. Yes, they had appeared here. Then they could almost confirm that those damned people from the upper plane were the underworld because their usual cannon fodder had appeared in this place. Coupled with the long list of conditions that they had analyzed before they entered the void, and including what they saw now, they could not think of any other place in the Order that could perfectly fit all the conditions except for the underworld. Looking at the abyssal death shroud manifestation, a large mass of abyssal death shroud occupied a corner of the void. The massive abyssal death shroud manifestation attacked the three parties with the force of a planet. The energy impact of the abyssal death shroud manifestation pierced through the defense of the void like a scarlet and dark sword, catching the three parties off guard. Then the Order and Chaos soldiers on both sides turned their heads. Millions of Order and Chaos soldiers blasted the abyssal death shroud manifestation at the same time. A round of concentrated fire turned the abyssal death shroud manifestation into ashes along with billions of abyssal death shroud manifestation. The black-cloaked Chaos soldiers wielded the swords and shields of the light-armored Chaos soldiers and slashed an Order soldier in half. When the two halves of the Order soldier hurriedly recovered his body, he unleashed a Mahamudra and smashed a bunch of light-armored Chaos soldiers into pieces. When the Abyss Death Mist derivative saw that the light-armored Chaos soldiers had a gap in their defense, it immediately rushed in like a sharp arrow piercing into the battlefield and slashed the camp of the light-armored Chaos soldiers into two halves. Then it swept the black-cloaked Chaos soldiers who were blocking its way into the whirlpool and tore millions of them into pieces. When the light-armored Chaos soldiers saw that there was an opportunity, they turned around and pressed the commander of the black-cloaked Chaos soldiers to death in the void. When the Order soldiers saw that the situation was not right, they quickly retreated and regrouped. When one of the soldiers retreated, he took out a small bottle and threw it at the front of the battlefield with all his might. With a loud bang, a large amount of ignited Abyss Death Mist burst out from the bottle and enveloped the three groups of people. The Chaos soldiers and the Abyss Death Mist derivative were both seriously injured. They were going crazy. I have been wandering in the void for more than 10 years. What kind of scene have I not seen? Hui trembled as he pressed his face with his hands. Then he glanced at the chaotic battlefield in front of him. His cheeks were twitching, and his face was full of doubt. No, I have never seen such a scene. I have never seen it either. Yin Nuashing's face trembled violently. He had seen a very chaotic battlefield before. Dozens of people were entangled in a chaotic battle. That was a chaotic battle between order and chaos. It was hard to tell who was fighting who and who was fighting who. But this was the battlefield between order and chaos. The forces of chaos came together to beat order to death. He could accept it. After all, this was normal. But these two parties of chaos soldiers were beating each other up. The abyssal death, shroud, manifestation acted according to the situation. When the three parties were fighting, they attacked order at the same time. Order fought back in a sorry state. In the end, it was still order who suffered the most in the chaotic battle. He had never seen such a scene before. How should he deal with it? Should Kai Wuxuang destroy all three parties of chaos? It was a good idea, but it probably wouldn't be easy to realize. If he went overboard and woke up one or two chaotic concept bodies, then he wouldn't need this void of order anymore. The energy streams in the void did not have a single direction. It was as if there was no target. They were just shooting out energy torrents. It was the same for both order and chaos. It was as if four groups of hooligans had gathered together and were waving wooden sticks, iron rods, and machetes. They might not even know that they were hitting their own people. If one had to count it that way, it would be the four groups of hooligans with the highest standards in the void. That scene was really unbearable, as the dazzling light rain of the sky god slayers mixed with the vast energy scene. Yin Nuashing noticed that apart from the fall of the Order soldiers, some of the black cloak chaos soldiers would also release such a scene when they died. It was as if they were a different type of higher life form, and were not thrown out as disposable cannon fodder. He had seen it once in the battlefield where Jing Yun and the others were trapped. At that time, he was not aware that Jing Yun and the others were still being hit by the tide of chaos and did not pay much attention to such things. Now that he was facing such a scene, Yun Nuashing felt that he was not particularly clear about what was going on. Why would the chaos soldiers burst out a light rain like the sky god slayers? They should be energy constructs or energy manifestations formed directly from chaos energy. Now that the sky god slayers had appeared, it was as if they were a real life form that belonged to the order of chaos. Hey, you guys, why are you guys standing there in a daze? Go to the front and help. A middle-aged man with lush black hair and wearing light green armor rushed over from the rear. His body had a surging energy reaction, and the places that were not covered by armor were slightly messy. Coupled with his hurried appearance, everyone guessed that he might have been beaten back to the rear. Now that he had hurriedly finished his rest and was about to rush back to the battlefield, he happened to encounter a group of people who were completely confused about the situation and were stunned in place. The middle-aged man was also stunned when he saw Yun Nuashing and the others' confused and bewildered look. They did not know what was going on and looked like they were scared silly. In fact, they were completely confused and stunned. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he understood. You guys are the newcomers from the rear? Why didn't you say anything when so many of you came? Come with me. Quick. At this time, Yin Nuashing and the others did not know what was going on. They quickly communicated with each other through their soul communication. They decided to stay here and take a look. Other than that, there was nothing else they could do. I don't know which world or family you guys are from, but since you guys have obeyed orders to come here, it proves that you are all here because of some kind of belief. Now that the war is urgent, your elders should have told you all about the relevant nonsense. I won't say anything more. The middle-aged man spoke in a hurry. As he spoke, he used the domain of order to bring them to the front line. His eyes quickly swept across the battlefield. Is there any special situation between you guys? Tell me quickly so that I can arrange for you to guard each area. No. We just got here. We don't know anything. Let's start from the basics. Hui said in a serious tone. They were here to fight against the forces of chaos. This time, they just changed their location. However, they could not really stay here and fight until the end. They still had to guard the front line. It was not good for the two leaders to go missing for a long time, especially when their communication with the front line was disrupted after they crossed the barrier. They had to quickly settle things here before the others thought that they had gone missing. In short, they had to quickly figure out what was going on in this godforsaken place. There are many areas that Order is guarding. The front line is very long. There's no way for us to withdraw at any time. You guys should quickly get used to the situation in a few places. When you get to those places, someone will tell you what's going on here. Other than that, you only need to fight. Crush them. The middle-aged man in light green armor quickly arranged the dozen of them to their positions. After that, he looked at Yun Nuoxing and Siyu and said, "The three of you have the weakest power of order. You guys will stay by my side for the time being." Yun Nuoxing, everyone slid in the void and almost rushed into the lair of the Chaos Soldiers. When they got up, they had a funny look on their faces. They pinched themselves hard to control their expressions so that they would not lose control. Although they were afraid of the chaos concept body that might be sleeping here, they kept their power of order quietly in their stomachs and did not cause any trouble. Although the state did not seem as strong as the many Order soldiers who were fighting, this did not mean that they were a group of primeval heavenly gods, and a certain most violent maniac in the Order Void. Today, someone actually pointed at them and said, "Your power of order is the weakest. Stand firm first." These words sounded like a big joke to them. After all, they were indeed hiding. Forget it. Let's skip this part. If we continue talking, they would not be able to control their expressions. By then, someone who was angry out of humiliation would press them together with chaos into the void and give them a good beating. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at Hui, who was holding his breath and sneaking away. After all, he was indeed the one with the lowest level among them. When the upper echelons of the void front line were all in the primeval heavenly realm, he was the only one who had reached the peak of the origin. Therefore, when he hid his power of order and did not use it, it would indeed make others feel that his power of order was the weakest, the battlefield between order and chaos. They had been fighting for 5 eras and could not be more familiar with it. They did not know how long this battlefield had been fighting. Perhaps it had been fighting since the void was sealed, or perhaps it was around the same time as them. After all, the upper realm was sealed 5 eras ago. However, the battle here was very chaotic. 3 Chaos Soldiers were beating up order, and 3 Chaos Soldiers were fighting amongst themselves while beating up order. It seemed that it was not unreasonable for order to be able to hold on for so many years. If they combined their forces, they would have long flattened the Order Void. No one knew what the soldiers of chaos and the underworld people who were controlling the abyssal death mist were thinking. Yes, they did not understand at all. They could not figure out what this group of idiots was up to. Anyway, they were glad that they had fought for so many eras and allowed the power of order to hold on until now. The power of the abyssal death mist is different from the power of the abyssal death mist in the outside world. The voice of the little angel quietly sounded in the soul of the Yunnual planet, which attracted the attention of the Yunnual planet. The abyssal death fog's manifestation, the abyssal death fog's manifestation, and the abyssal death fog's manifestation that carried the power of chaos were all different from what they had seen outside. Combined with their previous deduction of the abyssal death fog, they could basically confirm that the underworld people and the abyssal death fog here had been trapped here for a long time. The abyssal death fog that attacked the Order Void outside was a new type that had been improved step by step to fight against the power of primeval and origin. What level of abyssal death mist can you sense? Or should I say, what era do they correspond to? It's probably the first time we encountered them, 5 years ago, or perhaps a little earlier. Even the abyssal death mist spawn we encountered for the first time should be a little stronger than what we're seeing now. The words of the little angel stunned him. The abyssal death mist model that originated from 5 years ago? What was going on here? Well, let's not bother about that for now. They were not thrown to the front line the moment they entered the battlefield. Instead, they stayed in the middle to launch long-range attacks, occasionally throwing out a few order blasts. The combat power of the Order Warriors here was about the same as the Void 5 eras ago, with Pinnacle Origin Pinnacle and Pinnacle Origin Pinnacle at the pinnacle. The mainstays were Intermediate and Advanced Origin Pinnacle, while the base was between Pinnacle Heavenly God and Beginner Origin Pinnacle. The Order Warriors here would not be able to do anything for them. Well, they were now treated as beginners. They were afraid that if they unleashed their power of primeval heavenly realm or the power of origin, it would attract the attention of the chaos concept entity that might exist here. If they were alone, they would have thrown out millions of energy towers, unleashed the full power of order, and fought a fierce battle with the void. Life and death will be decided by the void. However, they were not the only ones here. They could not protect the countless order beings while fighting against something of that level. If they died, then so be it. After some time, another primeval heavenly god would pop out of the spiritual temple, and they would treat it as nothing happened. But the people here, if they died, then they would be gone. In short, before they figured out the strangeness of this place, it was better to play it safe, hold back, and observe the situation. It would not be a problem for them to unleash Peerless at any time. I'm not used to it. Yin Nuashing could not help but say faintly as she listened to everyone's conversation through the soul communication. Without hundreds of millions of arrays around me, it feels like my limbs are broken. Everyone, this most violent maniac in the world of order, is currently accumulating pressure. Right now, he's suppressing the pressure because he's feeling uncomfortable all over. Just think about how he fought in the past. With billions of spell formations activated, with the primal chaos, light of origin complementing each other, the primal chaos energy exploding all over the void as if it's free. That can be called a magnificent sight. That can be called brilliant. His nickname of One-Man Army wasn't just for show. Now, this comrade of One-Man Army had his hands and feet pinned down. What's going on here? Yin Nuashing could not help but ask the middle-aged man who was in charge of occupying this area. I heard about the battle here and saw the images, but I didn't expect it to be like this. He looked at the void in front of him, and his face twitched. A four-sided battle? What's going on? God knows what's going on. The middle-aged man in light green armor sneered and shook his head. I know you have a lot of questions. Every newcomer who steps into the battlefield of primeval heavenly chaos has a lot of questions. But in the end, everyone will choose to ignore the why. As long as they're standing here, they are fighting. As long as they continue to fight, it's fine. The middle-aged man paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. The main thing is that we don't know what's going on. We only know that the three groups of damn things on the other side want to deal with the world of order, so we are fighting here. That's all. As for more, well, if you're lucky enough to meet the chief commander one day, maybe you can ask him. The higher-ups should know more. All right, then what are they? The power of primeval heavenly chaos. I only know that they're called the Abyssal Death Mist. That's a useless name. I don't know their weakness or anything else. Yin Nuashing was startled. All three of them are called the Abyssal Death Mist? Yes, what's wrong? It's just a name. If you like, just give them a name to make it easier for you to understand. Yin Nuashing's expression changed slightly. Although she had already noticed something, she still had to ask. Well, do you have the power of origin? What's that? Is it a general name for some kind of power in your family? Maybe no one knows about it here. Yin Nuashing and Siyu looked at each other with strange expressions. This place was getting weirder and weirder. There are no traces of origin, no matter if it was the upper, middle, or lower planes. They were mentally prepared for this, but they could not even recognize the chaos soldiers of the chaos concept body. The only thing they knew was that they were all the power of chaos, and they were all called the Abyssal Death Mist. That should be caused by someone from the underworld shouting here, but they could not recognize the difference between the three, or they did not have time to recognize it. Yin Nuashing was speechless. What the hell is going on in this void? Everyone shook their heads in soul communication. They also wanted to know what the hell was going on in this void. Chapter 1825. The void was the most nonsensical thing. There was no logic to it when it joked with you. If you're trapped in a world, the world would still talk to you logically. As for the void, forget about the void. There was basically no logic in the void. It could do whatever it wanted. It was as unreasonable as the origin heavenly god and the chaos concept entity. That's the logic. How? That's the logic. If you have nothing better to do, then throw a few buffs down to ease the tension of the Order warriors who are caught up in the battle between the three sides of chaos. Isn't that better than reasoning with the void here? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and said to a certain idle guardian, reasoning with the void was a common method used by the creatures of order. However, the void would not reason with anyone, and the chaos would not reason with the port of order. Besides, the creatures of order would not reason with each other. So how could they reason with each other? Hui was the same as him. A group of people who were supposed to be charging at the front lines were being protected in the middle of the group. They only needed to throw some long-range attacks at the forces of chaos. Right now, they were feeling a little awkward because of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They did not even dare to throw too much energy, afraid that they would use their full strength if they were careless. That's right, they were suppressing their own state and using their full strength, pretending that they were ordinary people who had just reached the origin realm. It was as uncomfortable as it could be. Hui bared his teeth at him for a while before turning his attention to the battle in front of him. The order forces here also had methods similar to joint attacks, but they were all more normal. Yes, the front line of the void was actually abnormal. There was not a single normal person there. They had all been influenced by Maple. None of them had learned anything, and they had all followed Maple all the time. Their proficiency and their skills had increased, and when they fought, each one of them was more fearless than the last. He estimated that if a node city or the origin shrine came over, even if they were all suppressed to the high level of reciprocity, they would still be able to sweep the battlefield clean without leaving anyone behind. Ah, that's right. The order defense here doesn't have any energy towers, large-scale order domains, void seals, and other useful things that can allow everyone to gather their strength. It's just, yep, it's very uncomfortable. It's no wonder that Maple would say that it's as if his limbs are broken. He also feels uncomfortable. His mind is filled with thoughts of charging forward with his guardian's shield and guardian's sword. But he's also afraid that something uncontrollable might happen. In any case, whenever he encountered something related to the heavenly god of origin or the concept body of primal chaos, he would be timid. He was already used to it. But fortunately, they weren't really here to fight. Their main goal was to figure out what the hell the void was up to. As the saying went, one had to start from the source to solve problems. Even if they wiped out the Chaos Soldiers and the Abyssal Death Mist on both sides, it didn't mean that the matter was over. After all, it wasn't up to them to decide whether the matter was over or not. So, do you have any idea what's going on now? Yin Nuashing's face was stiff as she hurled out a pure white energy torrent with her army. She watched as her own attack leaped into the void along with the flow, quietly vanishing before abruptly reappearing within the Chaos Soldiers formation. Violent energy shockwaves broke apart the formation of the two groups of Chaos Soldiers, causing their infighting to become even more lively. As for the battlefield information, he took the time to mention it to me. Radiant tilted his head and looked around, allowing his domain to quietly spread out. Although he could not brazenly hold up a huge order domain, he could still allow all order soldiers within range to unwittingly recover. It seems to be similar to our situation. The Abyssal Death Mist. I'm not sure if they were referring to the Abyssal Death Mist alone, or if they were including the other two Chaos Soldiers. Their battle didn't stop with the passing of the mythological era. There was at most a halftime break before they continued to fight from the lower planes all the way to the upper planes. How about it? Is it the same as our situation? A battle that has never stopped since the last era. That battle should be the longest we know. Yin Nuashing's eyes narrowed slightly. If that was the case, the battle in the void had been going on since at least the 36th era. They weren't sure how long there was a halftime break in between, so let's just treat it as if there was none. The battle that had been going on until now was the 56th era. A battle that spanned almost 20 years was enough to make one's liver tremble. Well, that's what they say. Actually, a lot of it is what they've heard. Yin Nuashing was surprised. What do you mean? It's difficult to record the things that happened in the past, especially in a time like this where the battle between order and chaos never stops. It's rather difficult to leave anything behind or record anything down. Their current knowledge of the past is all recorded through vague methods like hearsay and rumors. I don't know much about this, since even they don't know much about it themselves. However, I can roughly say that the legacy has been broken at least 5 times before the people of reciprocity erased all their knowledge of the past. The history passed down by people might not be fake, but it had been processed in various ways after all, so it would definitely become more and more exaggerated. It would definitely be different from the real history. Let's not talk about that first. Just the concept of the origin god and the concept of chaos was something that the people of the void had completely forgotten about. They foolishly treated the chaos spawns as toys created by the underworld. Although they were all things that did not belong to order, they were fundamentally different. They could not just put on a mask and pretend to be something else and treat them as the same species. Oh, and they were forced into the higher realm around the 51st era. Oh, about the time. Hui stammered. Yin Nuashing seemed to understand something when she saw him wipe away his sweat. Same as us? When the abyssal death mist erupted, that's when the abyssal death mist receded. They were forced into the higher realm at the same time, while we forcefully endured the attacks of the abyssal death mist. Yeah, that's it. Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, how could there be so many coincidences in the world? How could there be? He had said that from the start, but he did not really want to believe it. The void was also ravaged by the power of chaos, and the abyssal death mist had also stepped into the void. However, there was one thing that he did not understand. The void here should have been in a sealed state from the start. So how did the underworld people who were also trapped here tormented themselves into the abyssal death mist? Did the power of divine destruction not appear after the origin gods had passed away? Yun Nuashing listened to his nagging and thought for a moment before replying, perhaps as early as the 36th and 37th era. When the origin heavenly god passed away, the power of divine destruction already existed. It's just that at that time, no one knew. There's another scenario, and one that I'm more inclined to believe. The void here was not completely sealed from the start, and the underworld people who were isolated inside and outside may have communicated. Well, a kind of communication that could only be called out, and there was no way for them to communicate. Both parties were in a state where they could only speak and not listen. We made an O sound. You speak, and he speaks. Both parties had no idea what the other party was talking about, and only the people inside could let the people outside know what they were talking about, and vice versa. That's right, the above conditions all existed independently and were completely valid. They could only tell each other what they wanted to tell each other, and they could not hear anything. To put it simply, he could only tell Maple what he knew through the soul transmission. Maple could hear what he said, but not what he said. He could only transmit the information one-sidedly. To simplify it, he could only ensure the safety of the other party and let the people outside know that he was still alive. If there was no other way to confirm it, he would not even know if there was someone outside listening to him, or what it was that he was listening to outside. So, you think that the abyssal death mist only appeared in, this era, and then it was thrown in from the outside? But communication is a problem. How did the abyssal death mist, and how did it get thrown in here when it was sealed? Things like splits, cores, and whatnot, and a percent and asterisk. Yin Nuashing's face twitched. That fellow was about to go mad. Although the confused guardian was spouting nonsense, he still understood what Hui was trying to say. That's why I'm not particularly sure what's going on in this domain of chaos. After all, both sides might not be able to hear each other, and could only throw things to the other side. Well, let's not dwell on that. As for the abyssal death shroud, it's probably a split core, and after splitting it, it's just throwing it here and using the power of the void here. The converted worlds that we've seen in the lower planes that created the abyssal death shroud do not need to be connected to the core all the time. Just having a slightly formed derivative or construct would do. The issue of timing was a very troublesome matter. If they did not figure out the timeline, it would be a headache. A pile of things placed in front of them without any order was enough to make their heads explode. And now, the issue of timing was still. Speaking of which, what were they trying to do by figuring out the timeline? They did not know, but they just had to figure out. Phew! Hui, I'm about to release my power. Maple's resentful voice rang in Huey's soul for the umpteenth time. and Hui could only smile bitterly in response. Maple had already said it several times, and the pressure on him was considerable. Lord Hui, we're also requesting to release our power. Yes, it's too frustrating. It's even more frustrating than not ascending to primeval a few years ago. Lord Maple, let's go. Let's go. Lord Maple, please give the order. Our millions of energy towers are all charging. Look, the pressure on him was instantly greater. Those fellows knew that they could not persuade him, so they went to incite Maple. But why do you still have millions of energy towers? Hui glared fiercely at them. Didn't you just place energy towers outside to guard the lower and middle realms? Why do you still have so many in stock? Well, actually, I Ching smiled bitterly and glanced at a certain fellow who spoke without thinking. We actually have 2 parts in stock. One is for regular use, and the other is trump cards. Hui narrowed his eyes and could not help but take a deep breath when he saw I Ching scratching his head in embarrassment. How many energy towers did you bring out? About 10 million in total, right? Ah, Lord Hui, don't be nervous. This part is for the warriors who are going out to use, in case they encounter unexpected misfortune in the void, such as being seen by the wandering abyssal death mist, or accidentally encountering some trouble in the void. Yes, Lord Hui, don't be nervous. Only the warriors who are sent out will have sufficient energy towers. It won't affect the front lines in the void. Hui was speechless. To hell with encountering trouble. With the primeval heavenly gods roaming the void with millions of energy towers, even the abyssal death mist would have to take a detour if they encountered them. If he and Maple did not fight, I Ching and a dozen others would be able to go out with 10 million energy towers to capture a single high-level primeval from the underworld, and their success rate would be maintained above 60%. That was equivalent to 1/10 of a node's reserve. No wonder the logistics people complained to him every day. It was all because of you bastards. Stop. Hold it in. All of you hold it in. Hui waved his hand with all his might to hold down this group of flammable and explosive objects. I told you to follow Maple and learn unparalleled, and learn from Green Lord to travel the void. Now, do you have no other thoughts in your mind except to travel the chaos? Everyone shouted in unison, yes. What is our slogan? Stir up trouble. Stir up trouble. Stir up trouble. What is our goal? Travel the void. Travel the order. Travel the chaos. Charge. Hui was speechless. This group of people was already proud of it. The heavy sound of the war drums made everyone who was about to explode suppress their surging emotions and turn their gazes in unison. Yin Nuashing and Hui also turned their heads, only to see that the people around them had all become solemn. The commanders of the various regions quickly gave orders, and the warriors of order gathered their battle lines and retreated to the rear amidst angry shouts. Newcomers, hurry up and gather. Yin Nuashing and the others temporarily suppressed their momentum of traveling the void and retreated to the rear together. The warriors of order in the front covered and retreated at the same time, just when they thought that the situation was similar to the front line of the void, where they had accumulated pressure close to the threshold and had no choice but to withdraw their battle lines and retreat. They unexpectedly found that the Chaos Soldiers and the Abyss Death Mist on both sides also retreated to their respective energy clouds in unison. Meanwhile, the warriors of order who retreated only stood in their respective regions and had no intention of retreating. The situation seemed to be quite different from what they had expected. The mighty sound of the war drums was still reverberating in the void. The power of order became restless with each beat like thunder. Its momentum was also rising rapidly in the midst of the sound of the war drums that penetrated the void. However, the sound of the war drums that penetrated the void, Yin Nuashing had a feeling that it was being played for the other side, as if it was conveying some kind of... No, it was responding to some kind of signal. They had only been here for a few hours, so they didn't know what was going on. Naturally, they didn't know if the commander of the Order side had encountered something or if he saw something that made him beat the war drums. All they could feel was that the power of both Order and Chaos was rising rapidly. You guys are really unlucky. The middle-aged man in light green armor had a solemn expression on his face. He was moving his hands, adjusting the surging power of order in his body. He took a deep breath and exhaled along with the rhythm of the war drums. The power of order in his body seemed to resonate with the war drums. The power of order resonated with billions of lives of order, spreading across the void. Their will to fight was like thunder. When all the power of order in this place had gathered, Yin Nuoxing and the others realized that the battlefield of order here did not form a circle like the front line in the void. There is only one front battlefield here, a battlefield that stretched out for an unknown distance in the void. Looking at this scene, it was as if 100 or 200 nodes were all gathered in one place. The power of order and chaos were all gathered in one place. The flames that erupted from the battle between the two sides would form a high wall that extended along the void. What do you mean? Yin Nuoxing frowned in confusion. When he asked that question, he could feel his face trembling. If someone were to shout for chaos later, he would definitely slap that person into the void. The chaotic battle between the four sides has ended. Now is the time for the real battle to begin. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others and said, "We don't know why they're showing 3 different forms." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes fiercely, because they are not the same thing at all. But at a special time, they will unite. It's like when they're fighting among themselves, it's just a mental problem. When they are awake, they will return to normal. And when they're about to wake up, some state that is not obvious will appear. The higher-ups will be able to notice it. When the situation changes, they will beat the war drums to remind everyone to restrain their power. Yin Nuoxing was dumbfounded. Well, what's going on with all these circles? Can someone tell me what the F*** is wrong with the power of chaos in this void? The middle-aged man was slightly startled when he saw Yin Nuoxing's dumbfounded and distorted expression. He thought that Yin Nuoxing had misunderstood. When they unite, the power that we have to face is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. At this moment, they can unleash the full power of chaos. The pressure on order will increase exponentially with the passage of time. Brace yourselves. We will not compromise with them, and we will not compromise. Behind us is the world that we have to guard. If we cower and retreat, the middle and lower planes will be the result. It will be the consequence of us not being able to guard it. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the middle-aged man. His frown deepened. They still know about the middle and lower planes. That means that their knowledge about the two inhuman beings had long been. Few forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. After the war drums of order had been beating in the void for a while, the 3 powers of chaos that had gathered began to move strangely. The rolling clouds and mist spread across the void. They continued to expand in front of billions of beings of order. They spread out without limit, almost forming a hemispherical shape to envelop the power of order. They faced the expanding clouds and mist of chaos. The 3 powers of order had almost merged into one. Even the death mist in the abyss was wriggling and turning into a darker gray color. As time passed, the rolling clouds and mist began to move even more violently. It was as if there were billions of thunderbolts moving within the clouds and mist. The aura of chaos that overflowed from the clouds and mist had suppressed the sound of the war drums that was making the void restless. "It's coming." As he and the other regional commanders shouted in a low voice, all the warriors of order held their breaths and focused their attention. They gripped the weapons in their hands tightly and pressed down on their power of order. They were ready to attack at any moment. It was also when the warriors of order were ready to attack. In the middle of the 3-in-1 chaos clouds and mist, some unknown objects that were dark and crimson in color suddenly appeared. They were still merged into one with the chaos clouds and mist in the background. It was difficult for the naked eye and other senses to capture their shape. It was only until they walked a distance away that they could be clearly identified. It was still a group of chaos soldiers. However, their form had undergone a huge change. Walking at the front was a soldier who was wearing heavy armor and a cape. He was holding a huge spear in his hand. He looked like a general of an army that had appeared out of nowhere. His body was filled with 3 types of chaos power. Just by standing there, he was able to bring an oppressive pressure to all the beings of order. Chaos Soldier, the form of the primeval realm. This is at least a mid-tier soldier in the primeval realm. Huey's face twitched slightly. I don't think that's a soldier. It should be called a Chaos General, right? No, it's hard to say if it's not one of the more powerful cannon fodders of the Chaos Soldiers. After all, it's something created by the concept body of chaos. However, a 3-in-1 chaos power? What the hell is that? I think I know why this part of the void is so miserable. I also think I know why Order can hold on for so long. Everyone smiled bitterly. They were so miserable because they suddenly woke up and threw out a mid-tier primeval realm general. The reason they could hold on for so long was because they did not wake up for too long. Therefore, after fighting for more than 10 eras, they had only retreated to the upper plane. However, retreating to the center of the upper plane would only require a dozen normal void jumps. It was not known whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. The Chaos General suddenly stomped the spear in his hand into the void. A weak chaos impact caused the expressions of the billions of Order life forms to turn sluggish. The Order power that everyone had gathered was not afraid of such an impact. However, it was still a powerful deterrent. In the instant that the Chaos General stomped his spear, the clouds behind him erupted with even more violent chaos energy, causing the void to become violent as well. In the rolling clouds, apart from the Chaos Soldiers, there was also a large group of hundreds of thousands of gigantic, distorted things emerging. They were the size of planets or stars, and the chaos presence they exuded was far more concentrated than the abyssal death mist constructs that Yin Nuashing and the others knew. It was only at that moment that Yin Nuashing suddenly felt that the place that belonged to the domain of chaos had truly emerged with laws related to chaos. Perhaps what they said is true. They have really awakened. Even the void environment has the laws of chaos, and it is coming into contact with the laws of order. However, it is not very strong. It will take a long time for them to completely destroy the laws of order. The words of the observer fell into their hearts, causing a thump in their hearts. They looked at each other in the soul communication and kept taking deep breaths. All right, there's no need to make a decision now. Good heavens, the 3-in-1 chaos energy can make their power soar to such an unreasonably high level. I'm F*** King, good heavens. Hui pinched his face and felt a toothache. There are actually more than 20 mid-level primeval and general-level chaos soldiers. Moreover, there's a large group of real chaos soldiers following behind the generals. All of them are at the peak of the origin, and a few of them are at the primeval realm. Those chaos constructs are also things that suppress those at the primeval realm. How did the Order beings here manage to hold on? If there is really another way, shouldn't it be taken out by now? He could not help but look around. The Chaos Soldiers were all ready, but there was no more movement. Huey's face turned green. It can't be that. There's really no other way. Yin Nuashing was silent for a moment, then looked at the middle-aged man. How did you all manage to hold on in the past? We just held on like this. Hold on, and we got used to it. The middle-aged man said in a matter-of-fact tone. Why, newcomers, are you afraid? Yes, Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief and muttered in her heart. I'm afraid that when the fight starts later, all of you will be afraid. Everyone, let's make a ruckus. Come, release your power. Let's have a good time. With just these words, an equally vast power suddenly gushed out from the Order. Chapter 1826. This was an unbalanced war, a farce akin to a joke. The Void loved to joke, and they were already used to it. However, when the joke was made on the other side, and the other side couldn't withstand the pressure of the joke became a joke that sent everyone to hell. Even if the side of Order was an unkillable cockroach, this wasn't the way to play the game. As for what this Void had experienced, these outsiders did not know for sure. However, just looking at the scene in front of them was enough for them to know something. The mid-tier Yuanshu realm Chaos Soldiers. If it were not for the fact that they could switch between being dazed and awake, this void might have been broken through long ago. This was simply a hell difficulty version of the crazy version. Well, the crazy ones were from the chaos side. According to their understanding of them and their experience in dealing with them, even if they had inexplicably recovered into the 3-in-1 state, it might not be a completely normal situation. They would definitely go crazy in the middle of the battle. This was called weakening the difficulty reasonably. It was not unreasonable for this void to be able to last for more than a dozen eras. If there was nothing wrong with the chaos side, this battle would not have lasted so long. When they arrived, they could only see a broken void and had no idea what had happened here. In short, although they did not know what was wrong with this damn void, they could not just leave it at that. As for the concept of chaos that had a high probability of existing, they would think about it when the time came. If they really fought, they would just die and return. The order beings in this void might not be able to escape death. However, if they were to be played like toys by the chaos forces in front of them, they would probably end up in the same situation. So, sometimes there was no need to think so much, just fight and be done with it. Well, Green's idea was actually much more convenient than his contradictory and complicated ideas. Instead of thinking so much and worrying so much, it was better to get down to business first, point recklessly through the void. Well, this idea should be taken with a pinch of salt. If he kept being reckless, he might get into trouble. The aura of order and chaos on standby caused the void to tremble slightly. Everyone could feel the movement of the void. The void that had been torn and restored countless times was showing signs of solidifying. It was so dull that it made all the order beings tense up. Everyone was waiting. Either the death mist of the abyss would charge first, or the person in control of the situation on the battlefield would give the order first. Something unexpected happened all of a sudden. In the battle line of order that stretched for who knows how many millions of miles, a dozen figures suddenly walked out from different areas that they were guarding. Perhaps it was the result of being in such a tense state. Even the slightest movement would attract everyone's attention. The warriors of order all instantly turned their attention to the people who walked out from their areas that they were guarding. "Wait, what are you guys doing? It's that group of newcomers. What are they doing?" The middle-aged man in light green armor frowned and suddenly turned his head to look at the 3 people from Yun-Nuo planet. He saw that the 3 of them had also slowly walked out of the formation and walked to the front. This made the middle-aged man very confused, and he quickly said, "Come back quickly." In front, she turned around and met his gaze. Her eyes were filled with a gorgeous luster. It seemed to be energy, a mysterious energy that could crush the void and chaos at the same time. Don't worry. When the commanders of the various regions saw this scene, they frowned in confusion. They wanted to give orders, but they felt a strange feeling from this group of people. It was an extremely strange feeling, so they couldn't say anything. Compared to stopping them, they were more interested in knowing what this group of newbies wanted to do. This way of entering is really embarrassing. Feeling hundreds of millions of gazes on her back, Yin Nuoxing's face could not help but tremble. "I don't want to experience this a second time. There are more people guarding the void at the front line than here. When you used your ultimate, the entire void threw their eyes on you. Why didn't you feel embarrassed at that time?" Hui asked, puzzled. "That's different. That was in the middle of the battle. Now, it's a situation where 2 armies are confronting each other. The situation is different, so the feeling is different." Siyu suddenly said, "Little star, you won't feel embarrassed if you go crazy. Everyone, as long as you don't feel embarrassed, you won't feel embarrassed." The 20 over chaos general class manifestations saw that the group had suddenly closed the distance between them. Not sure if it was out of instinct or because they sensed something wrong from the group, they raised the spears in their hands in unison and pointed at Yin Nuoxing and the others who were walking out of the formation. The language of chaos that sounded rather chaotic came out from the heavy armor. The chaos cloud behind them suddenly surged wildly. Countless chaos soldiers let out the same roar at this moment. They turned into a gray torrent and charged forward. The chaos energy that was wantonly spilled out, causing the power of order in the distance to tremble. when the chaos transformed into a torrent and charged towards them. The hundreds of millions of lives in the world of order regained their senses. They no longer paid attention to the dozen or so people who suddenly stepped out of the ranks. Instead, they focused their attention and prepared to deal with the enemies who were about to pounce on them. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the void. The golden flash was like the flash of light at the beginning of the world. It illuminated the entire void. The incomparably beautiful light stunned the hundreds of millions of lives in the world of order. Immediately after that, a colorful sea of energy spread out from the center of the dazzling golden light pillar and flooded the void in front of them. In the colorful sea of light, energy circles of different sizes were condensed and stood in the middle of the void. The center of the circle was gathering the seemingly endless power of order. There were trillions of circles in the void. It was as if there were an equal number of order warriors in the void. Hurrah! Yin Nuashing had just finished setting up the circle when an impatient person suddenly roared and stunned him. After that, an almost equally magnificent array of energy towers appeared together with a vast array of magic circles. They were crazily plundering the energy of the void. A figure who was bursting with the power of the Yuansha realm took the lead and charged forward like a ray of light. The energy circle that he was in together with the energy towers spewed out a dazzling light that penetrated the void at the same time. It was as if millions of meteors had streaked across the void and illuminated the area in front of them. They violently crashed into the chaos soldiers who were charging towards them. In an instant, the void in front of the chaos clouds exploded with layers of light of order. We looked at a chaos general who was blown away by the bombardment of order energy and crashed into the chaos clouds. His face twitched. This guy must be Lady Green's soldier. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and pointed to the front. He did not have any lofty aspiration, nor did he have any aura that could conquer the mountains and rivers. He just gave out a plain command, attack. Hui, I Ching, and the other Yuansha realm cultivators all shouted. Their Yuansha realm aura rose to the peak in an instant and blew away all the order life forms behind them. This group of lunatics who had fought with all their might for 5 years no longer knew what mercy was. Now, all they had to do was to charge through the void. The colorful sea of energy rolled violently. After a slight tremor, the countless array of magic circles began to pour out energy nonstop. Streams of energy of different scales, but were all powerful enough to defeat the chaos soldiers, suddenly tore through the void in front of them. The energy streams swept across the void and crushed the chaos soldiers into ashes whether they were hit from the front or the side. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang saw that Hao Run had already unleashed part of his power, so they walked out with ease. They took out a magic circle and a group of energy towers and set up their positions in the void, one on the left and one on the right of Hao Run. They entered the magic circle and unleashed an endless wave of order attacks on the chaos soldiers in front of them. At this moment, everyone, including Hao Run, was only in the state of full power. Well, it meant that they were fully unleashing their power in their current state. They had not activated their divinity, divine right, or Yuansha realm. Oh, and there were also energy towers. Hao Run had only activated about 1/10 of the magic circle. If he used all of them, his combat power would be increased by a few levels. But the only problem was they were afraid that they would drag the order life forms behind them into the mess. At this moment, the large-scale realm of order had not been fully constructed. Without the Temple of Origin and order nodes, it would take some time for them to use the energy towers as order nodes to support the realm of order. The Chaos Soldiers were indeed Chaos Soldiers. Moreover, they were the 3-in-1 version of Chaos Soldiers. They were much more durable than the Abyss Death Mist. Under the assault of more than a dozen Yuansha realm warriors with a bunch of buffs, they could still maintain their formation relatively intact. Well, that was only because they could replenish their forces fast enough, and they were indeed a little bit more durable. But no matter how durable they could not get rid of their status as cannon fodder. In front of a group of lunatics who were trained in the front line of the void, Their little bit of durability did not allow them to last more than a second in front of those unreasonable energy blasts. The only thing worth mentioning was the 20 mid-tier Yuansha realm generals and the group of chaos constructs that were the size of stars. They were more troublesome to dismantle. The latter was still alright, as they were not that much tougher than the Abyss Death Mist constructs. As for the Chaos Generals, none of them had died yet. A Chaos General with hundreds of millions of troops could fight against the Yuansha Realm Warrior with countless magic circles. Both sides were in a stalemate, and their soldiers died. The sudden outbreak of war was beyond everyone's expectations. It was an unprecedentedly intense battle. It was so intense that the billions of Order life forms were stunned. They looked at each other and carefully looked at the battle in front of them. The chaotic energy torrents and the sea of energy that drowned a part of the void. The commotion caused by the dozen of them fighting was many times greater than the commotion caused by all of them rushing forward. They even felt that if they rushed in, they would not know what would happen. They might even die in the hands of their own people. Long, the golden pillar of light that stood in front of them and illuminated the void like a star, let out a soft energy hum. A moment later, some of the tower-like structures in front of them also gathered their energy and lit up a pillar of light in the void. They connected with each other across a part of the void and resonated with each other. They combined their energy into a golden domain that rapidly expanded. When a golden domain spread over their bodies, everyone felt as if their power had been unreasonably increased by a few levels. Now, looking at the intense battle in front of them, it seems that it would not be so easy to die in there. The large-scale domain of Order has been formed. All Order life forms can be affected by the domain to strengthen the power of Order. If you want to fight, please do not leave the range of the domain. You might be killed by the rampaging energy of your own people. Accompanied by hundreds of energy torrents and the void, a voice that sounded like the trembling of the void quietly echoed in their souls. The billions of Order life forms' expressions froze. They hesitated for a moment before looking at their commander, waiting for an order. A man who seemed to be the highest commander did not hesitate to step forward and said to everyone, "Everyone, enter the formation. Let's offer our strength. Kill." The vast realm of Order was filled up in less than 2 minutes. Everyone found their positions and understood the purpose of this realm in a short while. They began to use the power they were good at to fight. Those who attacked from a distance continued to attack from a distance. Those who wanted to charge forward with the power of the realm of Order would also charge forward with the power of the realm of Order, wrestling with groups of chaos soldiers. When the initial light burst out with vast energy, Yin Nuashing had become the most eye-catching, or the most hated, beam of light that hung in the void. The number of chaos soldiers charging towards him, Si Yufeng and Blue Phoenix, was almost half of the total number of chaos soldiers. The initial light seemed to have a strange attraction to the forces of chaos. Be it the Abyssal Death Mist or the chaos soldiers, none of them could escape this situation. Once the beam of light illuminated the void, the chaos soldiers who were not particularly bright in the first place were all put on a stone state. The orderly and orderly formation of soldiers was disbanded at once. All that could be seen was an overwhelming wave coming towards them. Yin Nuashing raised his hands and made the action of knocking an arrow. The dense magic circle around him would rapidly gather energy with every action he made, and then turned into waves of Order impact that burst out violently, causing violent energy explosions among the chaos soldiers in the distance. The unprecedentedly powerful energy flashes cleared out an empty space in the void. Colorful energy balls with a radius of more than 10,000 miles exploded, and the remaining fireworks continued to spurt energy impacts in the void. It stayed for more than 10 seconds before it ended with an even more violent energy explosion and dissipated. "Foam, do you have time? Help me kill those dozens of chaos generals. The chaos soldiers are a little troublesome under their control. I see that you guys are quite skillful, so I don't have time for the time being." A violent chaos impact crashed heavily on the realm of Order, causing the huge realm that spread out countless miles to tremble. Before Yin Nuashing could finish his words, he turned his gaze. A Chaos General with a huge spear had just launched a full-strength Chaos impact on the Realm of Order. The damage was not particularly high for the entire Realm of Order, but it had killed dozens of Order beings along the way. They had to quickly retreat, and one of them was directly injured by the Chaos impact. Its existence was indeed quite a big threat to these Order beings who had not reached the primeval tier. Even with the support of the Realm of Order, they still needed tens of thousands of people to gang up on one Chaos General. It was easy for them to break the Realm of Order and force them to retreat. All right, I think that this guy is indeed a little annoying. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and changed his posture. The origin energy gathered on his hands as he waved them in front of him a few times. Pieces of colorful divine runes formed in his realm. He clasped his hands together as the origin energy rapidly gathered and fused in between his hands. A mighty energy storm suddenly spread across the void. He was very familiar with this movement. He turned his head and saw foam gathering the origin energy with his eyes closed. The rapidly surging origin energy would release a weak origin impact every few seconds. It rapidly spread into the void. Then, all the energy in the void seemed to be gathering towards him. Every time the origin energy spread out, the speed of the gathering energy would increase exponentially. It was like a constantly gathering storm was gradually forming. He was trembling and sweating profusely as he looked at it. I just wanted to kill them one by one. I didn't want you to. Forget it. Everyone, get ready for defense. Foam is going to unleash his ultimate. Keep an eye on those guys who are rushing out of the Realm of Order. Boom! The low sound of the energy impact, as if the void was trembling, spread across the entire void. The gathering energy was so huge that it formed a distortion of the void around Yin Nuashing. He exhaled a breath that was mixed with rich origin energy. He opened his eyes and pulled the bow with both hands. The magic circle that was releasing energy without regard to stability responded to his will. Every time he pulled the bow, an arrow, a torrent of energy that could cover an area, burst out. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath again. The surging origin energy madly gathered on the bowstring. Where the arrow was pointed, the void had already been cut open. Hui dodged to the left in 3 seconds. Cloud Piercer. Hui was stunned when he heard that. He immediately broke out in cold sweat and quickly retreated without thinking. The Chaos General who was entangled with him did not know why he retreated. He just subconsciously rushed forward and raised the huge spear in his hand. Then he was stunned. The spear in his hand suddenly turned and stabbed with all the annihilation energy. The light of the spear was enough to tear the void apart. This guy noticed it in advance. Hui was stunned when he saw the Chaos General's action. A sharp origin energy exploded in the void, creating dozens of rings of destructive impact. Even the Chaos soldiers who were thousands of miles away were broken by the energy rings and turned into dust. The energy arrow, which carried the destructive power of order disintegration and origin energy, pierced through the void and slammed into the Chaos General's spear. The sudden release of energy instantly pierced through the spear, and the explosive energy pierced the Chaos General's chest with unstoppable force. The origin energy also gushed out in an instant and engulfed the Chaos General. The Chaos General was not killed so quickly under the erosion of the origin energy. Moreover, the Cloud Piercer that was supposed to have a second burst of energy only pierced through the Chaos General's body. It did not release the destructive power. It seemed that the former had interfered with it. *TU. Hui shouted and rushed forward. He smashed the Chaos General's face with his shield. The burst of holy light blew the already fragile body of the Chaos General into dust and dissipated in the void. Foam! I don't know what this thing did. It canceled out nearly half of your power. You might have to reassess it. I saw it, but it's not a big problem. Yin Nuashing, who had put down the bowstring again, let out a long sigh. His body swayed slightly in the void along with the surging origin energy. His robe and long hair danced wildly. He slowly reached out his hand and grabbed the nether void sword that was floating beside him. The origin energy that was surging like waves was now quietly gathering beside him. The gathering storm quietly stopped. We saw this scene and quickly shouted, "Everyone, quickly return to the realm of order. Defend! Defend! Everyone back off! Back off!" The beings of order who were charging together with them obviously did not know what was going on. However, their commander reacted quickly and quickly ordered everyone to quickly retreat into the realm of order. Then, they put up an energy barrier to strengthen the defense of the realm of order. As soon as they did that, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Nothingness, origin, order. As Yin Nuoxing stabbed the nether void sword heavily into the void, a soft shout suddenly spread across the void. The origin energy and the energy of the first light mixed and condensed into a colorful ball of energy. Then it suddenly exploded. The vast and colorful energy condensed into a substantial wave of energy that was enough to shatter the void and the void. A violent energy that could reverse order and chaos flooded the entire void in an instant. Everyone who had just stood still in the realm of order looked back and saw the entire void shining with a colorful light. The violent wave of energy that was as heavy as thousands of worlds slammed into their energy barrier. Even across the void, everyone could feel their hearts trembling. If they were caught in the wave, they would be gone. This guy is planning to hit his own people as well. Everyone stared with all their might and quickly turned their heads away. They could not keep staring at the light as they were about to be blinded. The destructive wave of Annihility Primordial Order instantly pulverized all the Chaos soldiers within the range of destruction, sending them back to the furnace to be remade. The 20 Chaos Generals and the hundreds of Chaos constructs reacted a split second too late. The violent waves slammed into them several times in a single breath, causing more than half of the dark clouds and their constructs to explode. But it was also at the moment when more than half of them were destroyed that they struggled to hold up a chaos barrier, forcefully resisting the destructive waves that continued to wash over them. The moment the order of nothingness, which lasted for 10 seconds, ended, the chaos barrier that was floating alone in the void exploded. Hui, I Ching, and the others seized the opportunity and swarmed forward. Each of them found a target, and with a swing of their swords, they reaped the lives of the Chaos Generals who were all alone. As for the Chaos Constructs, their form had already collapsed, and they were finished with the energy torrent from the energy tower. 1/3 of the Chaos clouds in the distance had been washed away by the wave of destruction this time. Even the turbulence within the clouds had become much smaller. However, the clouds were still standing. The Chaos energy, which had been weakened a little, began to surge violently again. In just a few seconds, another Chaos General led a large group of Chaos soldiers forward. This time, there was no need for slogans or any confrontation. The Chaos General pointed his spear forward, and billions of soldiers charged without hesitation. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, the rule of order in the concept level is fading rapidly. It is the impact of the Chaos energy. They intend to seize the rule of order in this place. When a new batch of Chaos soldiers formed, I Ching brought them a piece of bad news. It reminded them immediately, this place is actually the domain of chaos. They had been fighting for so long that they had forgotten about it. Yin Nuoxing said without thinking, "You decide on your own. Bring some people to the concept level to suppress the chaos energy. Leave the battle in the void to us." Hui was about to say something when his eyes were suddenly attracted by a spot in the void. He quickly turned his head and was startled. "Feng, I feel a wave of order energy behind the chaos energy. Could it be that part of the underworld? A guy with order energy behind the chaos energy." It was hard to guarantee that they would not think the wrong way. Yin Nuoxing's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he pulled the Netherworld Ruins sword out of the void. "Well, let's leave it for now. I have an idea, but it will have to wait." Hui was relieved to see him like this. He did not need to worry. If it was really related to the underworld, those bastards would not be able to survive more than a few energy blasts. If necessary, a primordial chaos would vaporize them. Chapter 1827. In the void, in the battlefield between order and chaos, the exchange of blows between the two sides was actually rather dull and tedious. Most of the scenes that cover the void were scenes of violent energy eruptions. Some were chaos soldiers charging in formations, while some were order forces gathering to wipe out an entire army in one wave. There were only a few dozen ways of fighting. Although the ever-changing battlefield could allow these dozens of situations to evolve into millions of processes, it still could not escape the cycle of repetition. Even if the chaos soldiers that entered the battlefield were stronger than most of the order life forms. Other than being boring, this battle did not have any merits to speak of. Just as they had said countless times, in the battle between order and chaos, only endless destruction and destruction was allowed to exist. The so-called justice and honor were just words to deceive themselves, to give themselves a hypothetical reason to persevere. In this battlefield that was filled with endless madness, if they did not find some meaning, reason, and spiritual support for themselves, they would not be able to survive. Not everyone was like Maple. The meaning of the battle was to crush the chaos and the underworld in the void. It was the strongest reason that allowed them to persevere without wavering, until they destroyed themselves. Lord Hui, the realm of order has been hit by the chaos constructs head-on. Its defense has been reduced by more than half. The report gave Hui a slight headache. No matter how much the order had the upper hand at the beginning of the battle, as long as the battle went on for a long and endless cycle, the order would gradually fall into a disadvantage, just like now. As soon as the voice trailed off, Hui felt another violent tremor in the realm of order. An unprecedentedly powerful chaos blast hit the realm of order head-on, exploding into a gray energy sphere with a radius of at least 1,000,000 miles. The energy impact that was constantly exploding was quickly draining the energy of the realm of order. He directly saw the ripples of chaos energy spreading out from the realm of order. He even saw the gray energy runes that were released when the chaos energy eroded the order, rapidly depleting the energy of the realm of order. The latter flickered from time to time in the violent collision, like a star that was about to be extinguished. After all, it's a combined chaos blast from a mid-tier premier. If it takes another dozen of them, there would be a hole in the realm of order. Hui smiled bitterly as he looked into the distance. It was a powerful chaos attack launched by 7 or 8 chaos generals with hundreds of chaos constructs. As for why there was such a part of the power left here undealt with, it was because there was chaos power causing trouble in the concept level of the rules. I Ching brought a few people to deal with it, and naturally, there was a part of the combat power in the void. However, he wasn't too worried for now. After all, Wang, the multicolored energy shockwave that suddenly blossomed, brought along an extremely ear-piercing energy shriek. The violently trembling explosion of origin energy caused the void to tremble together. Everyone retreated back into the order domain ahead of time. They watched as the void in their line of sight shook and trembled like noodles under the impact of the energy shockwave that had overlapped hundreds of times. It looked like the void would shatter under the force of the energy shockwave. The 10-second nihility, origin order came and went as quickly as it came. It was like a rolling wave that swept away all the chaos power. In an instant, the void was much cleaner. Because Maple deliberately controlled his body, the destructive power of the origin energy would skyrocket every time he used it. This time, even the chaos generals were not left behind. It was unlike the previous few times when they still needed to deal the finishing blow. Without the origin sanctum, our power has more than halved. Hurry up and tidy up the order domain. Take the time to move the energy towers up here. However, you guys don't have any supplies from the logistics department now. Take it easy and don't destroy the energy towers. Hui shouted to his family members. Then he turned around and looked at the group of order beings who were using the time when chaos stopped to recover their power. He shouted, "Are you guys okay? Can you still hold on? It's no big deal. We've held on for so many years. Of course, we can hold on now. The man who was the highest commander of order took a deep breath and nodded at Hui. Then he quickly took the opportunity to say a few words before the chaos powers swarmed them. Thank you for your help. Phew, but who are you people? I've never heard of the existence of such power at the back. It's a long story. When the battle is over and we're all still alive, we'll make a pot of tea and talk about it slowly. Now, you just need to know that we belong to order. We're only here to kill those things that are neither human nor ghost. Everything else is not important for the time being. The man smiled bitterly. The battle is over. I really don't know when we'll be able to wait for it to end. But it's true. It's useless to ask about that now. As long as everyone knows that they belong to order and that they're all here to fight, it's enough to know that. For now, it's enough. Don't you have any way to attack the chaos? Taking advantage of the free time, we could not help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. They only had the normal combat power of going out for patrol. Although the two main leaders of the Void frontline were here, it was still a little difficult. There were countless order beings here. If they could stimulate their power, it would make the battle later on much easier. The man sighed and shook his head. Maybe in the past. But now, hearing that there was a hidden story, Hui perked up. What did you encounter? Especially in the past. That means now it's already. To everyone in the Order Void, perhaps the only thing everyone knows is the legacy gap. From the looks of it, it's clear that you all only think so. Then, it doesn't mean that those with a higher level of cultivation would be spared from the calamity. Hui quickly pulled Maple's soul seed in front of him. Here it comes. It's time to reveal some information. Finally, the moment came. Is there any other reason? One of the main reasons is the lack of inheritance. As for the other reason, this void has been damaged. Part of the source of the rules of order has been destroyed. Even if they were to completely repair themselves, there would be scars that would be difficult to remove. The man sighed. Huey's cheeks trembled when he heard that. The root of the rules of order has been destroyed, as expected of the chaos concept body. Although it might be that the void itself was strange, they never thought that it could destroy the root of the rules of order. The void of order, created by the origin heavenly God, would never be turned into the order of chaos, even if it was attacked. This was the unshakable origin of the void of order. Yep, it was likely that they could destroy it. After all, they were existences on the same level as the origin heavenly God. Since they were able to create, they were naturally able to destroy it as well. It was just that many conditions would need to be met before they could do so. Perhaps they had just barely managed to destroy a portion of the origin. As for the danger of the root being damaged, the danger was that all life in such an environment would probably have to change and start all over again. After all, the rules of the environment that life followed had changed, and it would be difficult to fully recover even if it was repaired. For example, humans who lived on land had to collectively move to the sea due to the change in the root of the rules. Everyone could breathe underwater, and it was no different from living on land. However, the land had become a forbidden ground for them. Even if the root of the rules was repaired and everyone could return to land, they would have been completely used to living in the sea and would probably have all sorts of discomfort even if they returned to land. That was probably what it meant. After all, the root of the rules of the environment of the void. Just by looking at the name, one would know that the rules of the environment related to the survival of all life. It was something that all life in a world or a region of the void would have to readjust or even find it difficult to get used to. For countless ordinary life, it was really a complete restart. On the other hand, higher life forms could slowly get used to it since most of them had already left the void and were not so severely restricted by the void. So, part of the origin has been destroyed, so everything we know is, Hui said tentatively. Well, he saw the man nodding. He felt even more helpless. It was no wonder then. Perhaps the forgotten origin and chaos had something to do with this. Then there's nothing we can do. It was also no wonder that the combat power of the Void of Order looked normal but could not be unleashed. They could clearly wield swords, spears, halberds, and bayonets, but they just had to throw their bare fists at their faces. It was more or less the same feeling, and it was also very helpless. Aside from the effects of the destruction of the root not being so easy to recover from, the after effects of recovery Well, it was equivalent to erasing one's innate talent, so that a bunch of sword and spear wielders would never know what swords and spears were. As a new weapon that conformed to the changes of the rules, it might still be in a state where it was not discovered, and in time, it could only be used with punches and kicks. It was also equivalent to destroying Maple's magic circle, so that the Emperor of the Circle could only use the Netherworld Void Sword. It seemed that even using the Netherworld Void Sword did not make him that weak. Well, it would have a big impact anyway. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, the soldiers of chaos have been wiped out, but the clouds are still condensing. The forces of the void are gathering here, and their structure have not been damaged enough to disintegrate them. The Order Warrior who came with I Ching brought them some bad news. Hui was stunned. It's not damaged at all? Yes. Hui felt a toothache when he heard that, and turned to look at Maple. That guy was still quite calm, as if the overall structure of the clouds of chaos was not damaged at all, which was completely within his expectations. Should we change the way we attack? Oh yes, it's almost time for the next step. All right. Hui sighed and nodded, waving his hand. I Ching continued to suppress the concept of the rules. The others let the energy towers overload this time. Hey, wait, I didn't say to attack directly. Attack it. Huh? Hui was stunned for a moment and quickly withdrew the order and then stared at Maple. Then what does that mean? According to the previous process, shouldn't we be attacking the base directly now? Well, but now is not the normal situation. The previous process is not working well. Yin Nuashing nodded. His eyes, which were glowing with a gorgeous luster, pierced through the chaotic clouds and looked behind it. If we continue fighting like this, even if we clean up the chaotic clouds and mist, it's useless. We still have to rush straight to the nest. Isn't the base? Chi, Hui said subconsciously, and then was startled when he saw Maple's eyes looking into the distance, and his face twitched. You don't mean there's a group of sneaky fellows hiding behind the entire battlefield? Yin Nuashing looked at him and said, it's the position you sensed. There's the same chaos energy as the two groups of chaos soldiers. Hui heard that, and his handsome face twisted. Could the abyssal death mist derivative be constructed with these two groups of chaos soldiers as the blueprint? That's hard to say, but looking at the three of them as one, there should be some connection between them, probably related to both sides. Hui said, oh, the two-timing scum of the underworld. Yin Nuashing, sooner or later, I'll open your brain and see what's inside. Hui let out a dry laugh and coughed. Subconsciously, completely subconsciously, he had to quickly bring the topic back to normal. So, should we attack now? Before Yin Nuashing could say anything, the 3-in-1 cloud of chaos in front of them made another movement that shook the void. It was as if it was telling them that they had been holding back in the previous rounds, and now they were really going all out. The soldiers of chaos and the structures of chaos that rushed out like a swarm of bees were like a boundless sea. It was as if the clouds of chaos were spreading, but in fact, it was just the soldiers of chaos marching forward. The number of soldiers of chaos was estimated to be dozens of times more than the sum of the previous waves. The mighty army of chaos. Originally, in terms of scale, the number of chaos soldiers was actually not as many as the Order life forms participating in the battle here. When we first saw it, he wanted to shout shame of chaos. However, considering that there were many unique chaos constructs and their strength was ridiculously strong, it was normal to reduce the number of chaos soldiers for the sake of balance. That was not a problem. Even with the previous number, it was already very difficult for the Order life forms who were originally guarding this place to fight. He believed that if they did not appear out of nowhere and forcefully intervene, the trillions of Order life forms here might have lost 1/10 of their numbers as they fought and retreated. He thought that with them forcefully intervening, this round of the battle would be stable. Then, the other side directly laid all their cards on the table and did not use any high combat power to suppress them. While maintaining high combat power, they also planned to use the most normal human wave tactic to drown them to death. Yep, that was quite normal, a normal number. He was used to watching this scene calmly. and he believed that Maple would be very calm as well. It was just that he wasn't used to not having the Order army by his side from the Void front lines. Oh my God! Hui looked at the Chaos army that was enough to drown billions of Order life forms and was instantly stunned. Oh, is it really necessary? Countless Order life forms looked at the Chaos army that emerged from the death mist of the abyss. They glared fiercely, gritted their teeth, and clenched their fists. Some of them swallowed their saliva and made a gesture of praying. They raised the weapons in their hands and then trembled as they put them down. After a moment, they raised their weapons firmly and took 2 steps forward. The atmosphere was so tense that everyone showed an expression that they were not afraid of death. However, no one retreated in the face of the Chaos army. Unbelievable. I have never seen such a number. The man who was the commander of the battlefield took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "It seems that this will be the final battle of Order. If we cannot protect the world behind us, dying in battle here seems not too bad." Yin Washing was still quite calm as he looked at the advancing army. His gaze was still calm. The structure of the Chaos cloud has loosened. The strength of the Chaos law has decreased, and the energy has decreased. There are cracks in the connection with the Void. It is probably the limit of all the energy to pull the last wave. Hui, who had just recovered from his shock, suddenly calmed down. In other words, it will be over after this wave. It is temporary. At least this wave of attack will end. However, Yin Washing raised his head and looked at the Void. Judging from the atmosphere of the Void that is getting worse and worse, it is probably just a temporary peace like a dream. The atmosphere of chaos is oppressive everywhere in the Void. The only safe place is the upper realm behind us. Even if the environment cannot be converted into the Chaos law, but he paused for a few seconds as if he was thinking about something or waiting for something to appear. Well, there's no way to stop the power of chaos from squeezing out of the Void. In the depths of the Void far away, there's a faint cloud of chaos forming. Although they're marching slowly, they will not be able to reach here so quickly. Hui was speechless. They're so shameless. They really belong to the chaos. Forget it. We will talk about the rest later. Now, let's deal with the army in front of us first. Yin Nuashing listened and nodded. He tilted his head and looked in Huey's direction. He waved his hand and brought Siyu and Feng Qing Wang to his side. The sudden appearance of the first light startled everyone around. Yin Nuashing looked at the commander-in-chief and said, "I'll give you a spatial coordinate. Think of a way to get people to seal off the area around the target. If you can, of course, seal it completely. If you can't, then at least make it difficult for the people inside to escape." Who are you referring to? A group of slippery loaches. They're very slippery, very slippery. I can guarantee that they already know of our existence. If we get even a little closer, they will probably run away. Yin Nuashing sighed. When he said this, Hui pressed his face and shook his head helplessly. "So we can only ask you to seal the Void inconspicuously. We will stay here to deal with the main battlefield. We will think of a way to make the biggest commotion so that you will not be noticed." After he said this, the people around them recovered from the shock brought by the formation of billions of chaos soldiers. Then, they turned around and found that the group of newcomers gathered in front of them were all calm. Although it was a little difficult, they did not find it difficult at all. It was as if they were used to it. All right, that guy who was as dazzling as the sun was still making the light on his body become brighter and brighter. They could vaguely see something appearing on the top of the light beam. But this group of loaches is really too cautious. We could not help but cross his arms. Currently, they did not know what the relationship between this group of, probably from the underworld, and the 3-in-1 chaos cloud in front of them was. But from what Maple said, they probably had, well, a little bit of control. For example, the abyssal death mist that was mixed in was used to control the chaos soldiers? Very likely. If that was the case, those bastards became anxious after seeing that the Chaos soldiers were defeated several times and their offensive was blocked. They did not hesitate to mobilize all their forces. Mobilizing such a level of Chaos soldiers. Holy crap! He seemed to see a galaxy's worth of chaos constructs pouring out of the cloud. There were hundreds of billions of them. The total number of abyssal death mist constructs facing the entire front line of the void at the same time seemed to be 3 or 4 times that number. And the battlefield over there was much bigger. This kind of rash action of mobilizing all the forces, it seemed like the people hiding behind the scenes were extremely afraid of them. They didn't know how much effort it took to gather the primal chaos clouds here, but after this disturbance, the primal chaos clouds would not move for at least 8 to 10 days. In order to deal with them, they had really put in a lot of effort. Oh, a deep horn sounded from the depths of the void. A force of order mixed with chaos quietly swept across the void, startling Yun Nuashing, Hui, and the others. The horn of order. That's self-introduction. Huey's expression was as colorful as it could be. Even when he saw the chaos soldiers in front of him becoming irritable as if on steroids, it could not stop his expression from becoming even more colorful. After all, the horn of order was mixed with the breath of chaos. Although it could buff the abyssal death mist constructs and the chaos soldiers, but he looked at Maple with an inexplicable expression on his face. This extra-large violent comrade in the void had already gone mad and could no longer hold back the primordial power in his body. God knows how many statuses this horn had added to this extra-large bomb. The sound of the ancient bugle horn resounded in the void, accompanied by an aura that seemed to have been sealed for a long time. It seemed to have projected a certain image in everyone's mind. It was a grand battlefield that originated from more than a dozen epochs ago. The sound of the bugle horn led them back to that period, watching billions of worlds burn into sparks in the void. They could only look on helplessly as the morale and strength of the enemies in front of them skyrocketed. The language of chaos turned into roars that pierced through the void, causing their minds to tremble. They almost couldn't maintain the power of order in their bodies. Their vision became slightly blurry because of the roars. It was as if they saw themselves retreating in the void, fighting again and again. The people beside them fell down, blood and broken limbs dissipating in the void. The intense battlefield only echoed with endless slaughter and angry roars that were mixed with sorrowful cries. They retreated step by step as if declaring their failure and powerlessness to everyone. They held on bitterly, unable to see the end of the war or the signs of victory. They were only delaying the arrival of destruction. The middle and lower planes that had long been reduced to dust were proof of their powerlessness. They could not protect themselves or their own worlds. Even if they gave it their all, there was no way to stop the collapse of order. They could only watch as millions of worlds fell apart under the engulfment of chaos. Roaring incessantly, the chaotic torrent that kept approaching was like a scene of life and death replaying countless times in their memories. Faintly discernible roars once again rang in their ears. They were also about to launch their final charge. If they could not return, this attack would be the fireworks that announced their end to the void. Well, there's not much time left. Let's handle it, as we've just said. The ethereal, trembling voice that rang out made all the Order warriors who were absent-minded come back to their senses. Their gazes gathered on him, and their gazes trembled slightly. Arrange for people to surround that position first. The rest of you retreat to the rear of the Order realm. Don't get caught up in the commotion later. This guy will throw his own people into the void when he gets irritable, Hui said to everyone with a grin. Everyone smiled bitterly. They had already tried it earlier. Half of them had been pressed into the void by Yun Nuashing's energy torrent. It took them a while to swim back pathetically. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. She turned around and walked forward. 196 types of origin energy surged wildly in the clamor of the Order horn. Colorful azure wings condensed from her shoulder blade and spread far behind her. The ray of light that symbolized the earliest days of the Daiyuan realm was flashing violently. Its volume was also expanding under the influence of the surging origin energy. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be a star system emerging in the place where the light shone. The same ancient and long majesty, like the reappearance of those lost lives, stunned both sides once again. The soldiers of chaos were slightly stunned by the existence of the original light that was fused with the origin energy. They even slowed down their marching pace. They seemed to remember something. Come. The dancing sea of origin energy stirred up the biggest waves in the void. He looked at the army of chaos in front of him quietly. Let the power of origin devour you. Chapter 1828. In the distant void, flashes of energy were bursting again and again. Those were lights that were comparable to the void when the grand primordial realm was created. It was incomparably dazzling and so blinding that it hurt everyone's eyes. Following the bursting flashes of energy, there was no time difference in the void as well. With infinite speed, it instantly swept to the limit of the wave's reach. Under that wave of destruction, everything in the void seemed to have become a small boat in the ocean, constantly being pushed underwater by the waves, rising up and being swept back to the bottom of the sea again. It was a cycle that kept repeating, and even if one did not die, they would be dumbfounded. That was the scene of endless order energy bursting out, far more violent and violent than the battle just now. It was as if they had no qualms until now and decided to go all out in battle. It was a scene more frightening and insane than the advance of the Chaos Army. He didn't know why, but when those multicolored flames shone on his face, he kept feeling a bit of grief in the bottom of his heart. It was a hollow feeling, as if he had forgotten something extremely important. It should be something extremely, extremely, extremely important. But since it was so important, why had it been forgotten? Do they really not need help? The man sighed inwardly and turned to I Ching, who was leading the way in front, and asked worriedly, No problem. If it's just this level, it won't be too much of a problem. Lord Feng and Lord Hui haven't completely unleashed their full power. We would only be a little nervous if such a large amount of chaos power appeared continuously. But since we know that it's just the last of their forces, we don't have to worry too much. I Ching looked at Lord Hui and gave him a thumbs up, calmly putting on a cool, faint smile. Indeed, they had panicked when they saw so many chaos soldiers surging out in an instant in the conceptual layer of rules. But the information that Lord Maple passed to them next made them breathe a sigh of relief. The entire nation's army, one wave, and only a small number at that. That was fine. Lord Maple did not even change his form, and the voice of the origin of chaos did not descend upon the void. There was nothing to worry about. He couldn't help but pity the chaos soldiers. According to Lord Maple, the chaos soldiers were most likely suppressed by the underworld. It was simply, he didn't know how to put it. The chaos soldiers were suppressed by the underworld, and a wave of chaos soldiers rushed up to give him EXP or something. If the chaos soldiers knew about this, they would probably skin the underworld alive. Why don't we fast forward things to the point where the underworld and the two chaos concept bodies are fighting? Forget it. The two chaos concept bodies aren't easy to get along with, so there's no need for them to meet. If they meet, they will break through the void with them before they can strangle the underworld to death. Our destination is just ahead. I Ching waved his hand and brought his men to a halt. The people behind him, more than 1 million other warriors, were all rubbing their fists and glaring at the dark void in front of them, even though they could not see anything at all. According to Lord Maple's method, I Ching took out a palm-sized orb of colorful energy from his bosom and waved his hand in front of him. After confirming that he could sense a faint energy movement coming from the void ahead, he nodded and waved his hand to give the order. Everyone, prepare the energy towers. The invisible order domain will immediately expand. In short, surround the void ahead. Don't seal it yet. There is a movement in the void ahead that made the origin energy slightly excited. It was not hard to imagine that it was the annihilation energy, but he was not confident that he could touch Lord Maple's annihilation energy unscathed. Lord Maple probably thought the same, which was why he had him carry a cluster of origin energy over. Should we send someone in to take a look while their attention is still up ahead? The commander could not help but ask after looking at the empty void ahead for a while. No, don't do that. I Ching shook his head vigorously. These bastards are very slippery, cunning, and slippery. Without an absolute 1,000,000% success rate, we must not act rashly. If we let them go, it will be another big problem. For the Order Void, it is a life-threatening problem. The man scratched his head in confusion. He knew the last sentence. The chaos energy was a problem everywhere, a deadly threat. But what about the first sentence? Although I heard you all keep emphasizing it, but can the chaos energy be slippery? Don't they only know how to push the Order and crush everything? I Ching and the others who were busy setting up the invisible Order domain were stunned when they heard that. They looked at each other. I Ching scratched his face. Lord Maple and the others didn't tell you. The group shook their heads vigorously. They only knew the gist of it. They knew that they were going to surround a part of the void, and seeing such a large scale of forces, they subconsciously thought that they were going to deal with a group of troublesome chaos spawns. Before the abyssal death shroud fused into one, there was a group of chaos spawns wearing black cloaks that did seem to have some intelligence, higher level and more powerful. They thought that they were going to deal with this group of chaos spawns carefully. I Ching was a little helpless when he saw that the group did not know anything. The chaos energy was being controlled by a group of life forms belonging to the Order. He did not know what they would think if the news got out. Lord Maple and Lord Hui did not mention it. Well, he thought that the two lords did not mention it because they thought it troublesome. If they really wanted to avoid letting them know, they would not have let the commander bring a large group of people here. With that thought, I Ching did not feel any pressure. He coughed softly and picked up some important information to tell the commander. After a while, when he saw the commander's stunned expression in the void, I Ching calmly spread his hands. This was the result he wanted to see. After following Lord Maple for so long, he was a little evil and liked to destroy the worldview of others. The mastermind, or at least the mastermind at this stage, was actually a member of the Order. If this news got out, it would be very exciting. At first, it sounded like an internal conflict, but after thinking about it carefully, it felt like domestic violence. To put it more accurately, it was called closing the door and destroying the whole family. Although I understand, I don't understand. The man looked at him, dumbfounded. When the constantly changing expression on his face froze at 1/3 believing, 1/3 doubting, and 1/3 conflicted, it was very difficult to look at. It's good that you don't understand, because we don't understand either. I Ching exaggeratedly grinned and put on an even more ferocious and distorted expression. To be honest, we have been fighting with them for God knows how many years. Even now, we still don't know what they are planning to do. At this time, we can just use Lord Maple's words. As members of the Order, if they stand on the side of chaos, they should be dealt with according to the chaos. Don't give them a chance to surrender and clear their names. That's the general idea. Everyone was speechless. What a domineering way of putting it. If they, well, think about it carefully. Think about it. 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 Think about how they fought from the lower realm all the way to the upper realm. Along the way, they experienced countless deaths and scenes of destruction. It was as if they were immersed in time and could only walk forward numbly, turning themselves into evil spirits. They watched as the people around them, their loved ones, and their friends fell one by one under the iron hooves of chaos. Now, they were almost unable to protect their own families. All right, they could accept it immediately. Their stomachs full of resentment and anger were transferred from an illusory target floating in the void to something with a physical body. Just thinking about it would directly increase their combat power by 100 times. The hidden domain of Order has expanded to cover the surrounding void. The deeper void has also been sealed. This void region can be considered our territory. Set up the energy towers. The concept level of the laws here is more seriously corrupted by chaos than the places we dealt with. Make preparations to counterattack the concept level of the laws here. For now, just stabilize it first. Don't leave the hidden domain. I Ching waved his hand and continued giving orders. He then turned towards the place where the energy of Order was exploding. Now, we just have to wait for Lord Maple and Lord Radiant to make their move. Once they give the order, everyone's expression was solemn and somber, as if they were about to set foot on some mysterious epic battlefield. Putting aside the fact that they were rubbing their palms together, There was even a big brother who knelt on the spot and took out a whetstone to sharpen his sword, which was considered a divine item among divine items among mortals. If not for the fact that I Ching thought that he might be trying to relieve his inner tension and hold back the rage that had yet to erupt, I Ching really did not know how to explain that divine items did not need a whetstone. Pinching his arm, I Ching muttered to himself as he studied the void in front of him, clenching his fist at times and gritting his teeth at other times. In the end, he could not hold back and slapped himself on the forehead. No, I have to make some more preparations. All of you, come and help. Take out all the energy towers. The man watched the commotion before him and suddenly believed what they said about the enemy being slippery. He would even believe that they were preparing for the final battle against the death shroud of the abyss. At the very least, they would not use such a level of combat power to block the door. He had just seen how a single energy tower could destroy a whole patch of chaos spawns. And here, he counted, this was already more than the number of people they had brought with them. Currently, the number of energy towers was about 5 times the number of people, and it was still increasing rapidly. He estimated that the enemy's cunning was measured by the number of energy towers I Ching and the others had thrown down. Even when they were fighting the chaos spawns, they had not been so prepared. Well, the number of energy towers was already more than 10 times the number of people they had. Well, Your Excellency I Ching, isn't this too wasteful? One of the Order warriors could not help but scratch his head and frown. Yuan's energy surged in the energy tower before him. It's not wasteful. Our opponents are those fence-sitters from the underworld who only know how to hide at the back. Now that we have the chance, we can blast them to death. The Order warrior scratched his head. What I mean is, look, we have a huge yield here. I Ching stopped tidying up the energy towers and turned to look at him seriously. He pressed his palm on the warrior's shoulder. Comrade, how much yield? Counting the energy crystals, there should be a few 100 million of them, and all of them are scraps. Drag them out. Make way. Make way, all of you. Let's bring out the biggest yield in history. Make some space in the void. Everyone hurriedly retreated. Just as they settled into their positions, they saw an extremely huge spatial vortex appear in the void behind them. Just the commotion caused this hidden domain of order to quickly gather energy to prevent them from being exposed. Then, the barrier of the sea of time cracked open. A huge mass of things emerged from the huge spatial vortex. He wanted to see what it was. A thick layer of energy crystals wrapped around it. Inside, there were all kinds of energy towers. They had already seen some of them before, and they were now right in front of them. They had also seen some when they were dealing with the chaos spawn. However, this huge mass of mixed things clearly contained many different types of energy towers, ranging from 100 feet to 1,000 feet in size. The mixed rules and energy aura were also very strange. There were also energy crystals piled up at the side. Some of them had already been scrapped, but there was still a considerable amount of chaotic energy remaining. Some are only left with a shell, but just the shell alone was releasing a considerable amount of energy. All of the Order life forms were dumbfounded as they watched this thing being pulled out from a dimensional vortex in the void. Then, it steadied itself in a wobbly state hidden within the Order domain. Heavens, that thing was truly majestic. It was even larger than a gigantic star, and there were probably hundreds of millions of different energy auras crazily squirming within it. It's done. It's done. I Ching clapped his hands and shouted through the soul transmission. Lord Foam, Lord Hui, everything is ready. We only need one thing. The origin energy swept across the entire void. The chaos generals and chaos constructs that were charging towards the first light were torn into dark clouds by the impact of the massive energy. The exploding energy dispersed into thousands of scattered energy beams that swept across the void before them, tearing apart the formation of the chaos soldiers like sharp swords. Every movement would take away millions of chaos soldiers. Foam! I Ching's side is done. We should be done with the battle here, too. Hui tore apart dozens of guardian shields and charged forward with Feng's disintegrating energy of order, causing the naturally formed chaos domain of the chaos soldiers to flicker violently. The chaos energy was rapidly depleted. Yin Nuoxing saw the opportunity to mobilize a part of the power of the magic circle. Millions of magic circles gathered into the shape of a pyramid. All the energy was focused. After a moment of delay, a colorful energy blast that turned into a solid crystal suddenly burst out, piercing through the chaos domain that was on the verge of collapse. The origin energy that had been soaked in a void suddenly swarmed up, drowning all the chaos soldiers that were exposed outside the domain in a sea of energy. We saw that he was still in a frenzied attack mode and could not help but scratch his head. He threw out a few energy blasts, then broke a guardian shield and threw it out. He quickly teleported to Feng's side and shouted, "Feng, I Ching's side is ready. The void can be sealed at any time. They can't run away." Yin Nuoxing trembled violently. 1/3 of the magic circle behind him was in a state of silence. He was shocked by Huey's shout. 1/3 of the magic circle poured out an overload of energy all at once. The mighty energy torrent made the area in front of him shine as if an entire galaxy had been blown up. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. "Huh, are you ready?" Hui smiled bitterly and nodded. This guy was affected by the power of the Horn of Order. He was only one step away from becoming human. I'm ready. Let's end the battle here and hurry over." However, to end the battle here, the battle here should have been over long ago. The reason it was not over was just to buy time, so that I Ching and the others could be fully prepared. The heavens had pity on this group of unlucky chaos soldiers who had run into a group of useless teammates. They pulled a wave of national soldiers and were about to rush over to fight them. In the end, they blew the horn at the beginning of the battle, strengthening the biggest killing machine of the Void of Order to an unknown degree. They simply felt that life was too boring and could not help but want to make it more difficult for themselves. Well, the Underworld actually did not know that the Horn of Order would have a strengthening effect on Maple. Regardless of whether it was the inside or the outside of this place, the outside had only appeared a few times, and the few times it had appeared did not have much effect. After all, it had also strengthened Maple. A round of 10,000 formations at the same time, a newly formed derivative would be equivalent to dying again. If they knew, they would probably seal the Horn of Order forever, or simply destroy it. It was a tool that could not do anything right. We did not know how much effort the Underworld had spent to distort this divine equipment given by the God of Origin, but he felt that if the Underworld knew that the Horn of Order that they had painstakingly distorted to avoid the power of order and instead strengthen the power of the Abyssal Death Mist had also allowed a powerful enemy to be strengthened in the end, their expressions would definitely be quite interesting. He could not wait to see this scene. He really wanted to see it. Although he didn't know what this guy was thinking, but looking at his wretched expression, he knew that this guy might not be thinking of anything good. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but roll his eyes. The pair of azure wings on his back fluttered rapidly, like two galactic rivers, flying up and down, drawing out streaks of dazzling galactic traces in the void. Even though she was still in battle mode, Feng Qingwang could not help but exclaim softly, "So beautiful." Hui thought for a moment and said, "When you have time, you can ask Maple to stretch out his wings and let you touch them. They feel very good and very comfortable." "Really?" "Oh, not now. Maple needs to focus his mind to destroy all the soldiers of chaos in one breath. Touching his wings will distract him. I heard that it is slightly tactile." Siyu looked at Hui with a strange expression and said, "How do you know that it is very comfortable? Could it be?" Hui laughed dryly. He pressed his hands on his head and let out a long sigh. "Speaking of this, my head really hurts a little. At that time, I didn't control myself and touched it. Then, I became addicted to it and rubbed it for a while like a cat. I was beaten until my head was full of bumps." Siyu and Feng Qingwang were speechless. "But it is definitely worth it. Really?" Feng Qingwang coughed softly and quickly hid her strange expression. She stared at the two azure wings that were flying in the sky and said, "Are those really wings?" "Oh, actually they are not." Hui shook his head and said, "Just like when we fight to the extreme, We will release all of our divine right, divinity, and rule power, which will cause the God Ring to appear. This is the movement of Maple when he uses all of his power. It seems to have suddenly become like this after some evolution. Look, his God Ring is basically not visible. The two girls looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was controlling hundreds of millions of magic circles. Then they looked behind them and Hui. There were 7 God Rings spinning behind the 3 of them. The creatures of order who were still fighting in the realm of order also had a large group of God Rings spinning around. They immediately understood. Xi suddenly had an idea. She walked forward and touched Feng Qinghuang's God Ring. She quickly said, "There is nothing special. Do you feel anything?" Feng Qinghuang shook her head and said, "No." The two girls looked at Hui together. He could not help but smile bitterly and said, "That is not a God Ring. It is just a movement. Based on my experience, it should be, It is a kind of evolution of rule power and energy. Because it gathers one's consciousness and other things in it, there will be feelings. A God Ring does not have this function. It is just a decoration." Xi nodded. Then, under Feng Qinghuang and Hui's stunned gaze, she suddenly ran to Yin Nuoxing's side. She pulled him and said, "Little star, let me touch your wings." Yin Nuoxing was speechless. The battle was about to begin. What was wrong with this girl? He quickly shifted his gaze to Hui, only to see him quickly hiding in the crowd to show that he didn't exist. At that moment, he understood everything. He basically wouldn't spread his azure wings for no reason. The last time when he was meditating in the void, he was hugged and rubbed by a certain guardian for a long time. Now that Siyu couldn't help but show a curious expression. We must have said something to them. "Stop fooling around. I am busy." Yin Nuoxing sighed helplessly. He spread his azure wings and put the girl aside. He continued to urge the origin energy that had already reached its peak. The world core of the land of origin trembled a few times. The original light and the origin energy's range of influence had expanded by hundreds of times. Even though the original light was still around, a large area of the void had already fallen into the range of the original light and the origin energy. This included the place that I Ching and the others were preparing to seal. "Now, this is my territory." Hui sensed the movement and quickly jumped out of the crowd. He shouted to I Ching through soul transmission, "Seal it! Seal it! Nail that place in the void for me. Once they make the slightest move, use the energy towers to decorate their world and change its style without hesitation." The sudden order made I Ching and the others look serious. They looked at each other and activated all the energy towers without hesitation. The light of energy surged and flooded the void in front of them. "Spread, spread, spread. Let all the energy towers release all the energy," using a power that could sink an entire region of the void into nothingness. "Completely nail the space in front of us in the void. The origin energy towers are fully prepared. The origin energy has come into contact with an unknown target. It is eroding and suppressing." A group of people carried at least 10 million energy towers in a frenzy. All the energy they released fell into the empty void in front of them. In just an instant, the void in front of them fluctuated violently. Streaks of dark energy, runes jumped out of the void. At the same time, there were colorful and mysterious patterns that densely covered their vision. Good Lord, a barrier made by the annihilation energy and the origin energy. We could not help but clap his hands and snap his fingers when he saw from afar. He tore a dozen pieces of the guardian shield in one go from afar and stained all the fragments with Maple's origin energy. He plunged all of them into the violently shaking void in one breath. The holy energy and the origin energy release turned the fragments into long nails that penetrated the void, nailing the entire space in the void. Then he quickly shouted, "Maple! Caught it! The fish has entered the net." His multicolored eyes slowly opened, reflecting the void that was occupied by boundless annihilation energy and origin energy. He abruptly waved his hand, and a startled cry resounded through the void. Myriad phenomena in the void, chaos, falling stars. Chapter 1829. Nature manifestation. Star was one of Maple's best, no, favorite wide area attack skills. Well, it was purely because of its wide area of effect, focus fire, and saturated energy, which was why he liked it very much. It was about the same frequency as the three forms of nothingness, since there was probably no one in the void who liked wide area attacks more than him. How should he describe such an attack? He got it. For example, in front of him was a void or a star field. In short, it was to treat the large area in front of him as an ocean, a vast and boundless ocean. Then, he would randomly choose a spot on the ocean and set a circular point. The size of a circle would be up to Maple's liking. Then, he would open a vertical hole of the same size in the ocean. The surrounding seawater would pour in the moment the hole was opened. The seawater that poured in would be the destructive energy that filled the hole at the moment of saturation. By the way, the hole would be a bottomless hole, so it would not be filled. Moreover, after the hole was opened, in addition to the surrounding seawater passively pouring in, it would also erupt with a powerful suction force. The seawater further away would also be affected by this suction force, rolling up huge waves and smashing into the hole with the momentum of the waves. It was more or less like that. Compared to Manifestation of the Stars, which was a wide area attack, it was more like a concentrated bombardment skill. It was just that Maple would sometimes make the hole very big. For example, he would make it the size of 200 or 300 galaxies put together, or the size of a few thousand worlds. In any case, the basic attack range was to drown the void in front of him. Compared to the three forms of nothingness, which was an attack with no difference in area of effect, it was a skill that was forcefully added in area of effect damage by someone. Yeah. Furthermore, he had actually tried to withstand Maple's nature manifestation, Star, when he was a mid-tier premier. It was to test the power of the skill, to see if Maple's strength had increased, and then to see if his ability to take a beating had improved. The result of the test was quite touching. He was burnt to a crisp after 2 minutes, and even lay in the Temple of Origins for half a day after that. When Sui Feng, Jing Yun, and the others came to visit him, their expressions were so interesting that it was as if they were paying respects to a deceased person. As the saying went, a single punch from a strong man was nothing to be afraid of, provided that the punch didn't kill you. However, what was scary was if a strong man could continuously punch and kick you for 2 minutes, and the effective number of punches could reach more than 2,000 per second. That was really, just thinking about it, made his scalp tingle and his waist hurt a little. That's right, when Maple uses this skill, there are actually 3 situations. The first is to shout out the entire sentence. Yep, it's that one sentence. If it were someone else, they would probably have to chant it for a long time. The preparation for this skill is actually quite troublesome. The second situation is to simply say the words nature, stars. This means that Maple is about to go all out and is planning to push the enemy to the brink of death. In less than 2 minutes, he will definitely follow up with any one of the order disintegration and the 3 forms of nothingness, or even 4 of them, or a few consecutive rounds. As for the third situation, when he shouted nature's call, it meant that it was a temporary and instantaneous release. Most of the time, for example, when he suddenly wanted to beat him up, he would use nature's call to push him into the void without saying a word. He was already used to it. Talking about this in the face of a great battle seemed a little off topic. It's fine. He deliberately went off topic. If he didn't go off topic, he really wouldn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. Using the analogy just now, the void in front of him was like an ocean. Endless energy with enough force to annihilate the void kept rushing forward. That was the scene depicted by the explosion of 196 types of origin energy, the endless energy of the void, and the hundreds of millions of magic circles behind Maple. No matter who was standing here, they would only see a colorful energy stream that seemed to have gathered all the colors in the world gushing forward like a waterfall. The only problem was that the diameter of this waterfall was probably calculated in light years, starting from 1,000,000, and this was only the size in the void. If converted, this stream of light could actually drown tens of thousands of world groups. He was still being merciful and didn't let the wildly gathering energy explode on the spot. If it did, No, if it did, not many of the billions of order beings behind him would still be standing. Boom! The surging torrent of energy washed the void ahead for a full minute before it slowly came to a stop. Even when the energy began to recede and stop, the void in front of him continued to release countless high-density energies that were difficult to dissipate. The extremely unstable energies that remained mixed with the energies of the void would suddenly explode if one was not careful, exploding into balls of colorful energy in the void. Large and small, they filled a third of the area that the energy washed over. There were even more energy anomalies that appeared in the void because the residual energies were too dense and mixed with the aura of the void and the void. It would probably boil for a while before it slowly calmed down. This guy is getting more and more violent. Hui lifted his head from behind the guardian shield. This was his classic move. When he looked up and saw the countless traces of chaotic energy explosions in front of him, the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch a few times. It should be quite exciting to be sucked in. He knew that this guy definitely could not be treated as a cricket at the peak of the origin. Don't think that just because he did not have any changes in his realm in the past 5 years, he did not have any changes in his combat power. With his combat power that was not at full strength, he could definitely push Hui and the 100 or so inheritors into the void and beat them up violently. The combat power of one person who challenged half of the nodes was probably, that would require Maple to fully use rule, order, energy form. Probably, the void in front of them had become completely empty. There was not even an ant formed by chaos energy. Those chaos generals and chaos constructs that slightly surprised them had all turned into ashes. Like a dark cloud that shrouded the world of order, the 3-in-1 chaos clouds that made them gradually retreat from the middle and lower realms to the upper realms had also dissipated. Although there was still chaos energy squirming in the void in the distance, because they did not have enough manpower and did not arrange enough power, there was no way they could divert power to suppress it. The chaos energy, there had probably been tortured to death by the chaos energy. It was not to the extent of turning from order to chaos. However, order could not bring any suppression to chaos. The chaos energy that was surging in the no man's void would recover its power faster than anyone could imagine. It meant that it would not be long before a new battle. Now, it was just an intermission. Boom, boom. The eruption of energy sparks in the distance attracted the attention of all the order life forms behind them. Yin Nuoxing, Hui, and the rest turned their heads. The void that I Ching and the rest had used all means to suppress was now spewing out powerful energy at the same time, because of the explosion of the annihilation energy and the origin energy. The suppression power was fading little by little. Little Qing, what's the situation over there? Is it a counterattack? Hui immediately pulled I Ching's soul and shouted. It's a resistance for the inner area, but it's not a big problem. With the energy tower we left behind and everyone's suppression power, we can definitely. As I Ching spoke, the void in front of them exploded with even more annihilation energy and origin energy. The huge impact made their faces twitch. They had forgotten that they were still reporting to the two of them. They quickly ordered, continue to increase the suppression power. No, don't be in a hurry to throw that huge amount of energy in. If you throw it in, I'm afraid they will blow up along with the seal we left behind. Lord Hui, Lord Foam, the situation here is still fine, but I hope you can come quickly to help suppress it. I'm worried that something unexpected will happen if we delay. I Ching hurriedly left a sentence and hung up the soul message. They could feel that the former was continuing to increase all kinds of power, almost mobilizing half of the void's energy to cover that area. The domain suppressed by the original light is slightly impacted. It's a mixed impact of the annihilation energy and the origin energy, although I'm confident that it won't. Yin Nuoxing stopped mid-sentence. He pondered for a moment before saying, but it's the underworld after all. The underworld left here and the underworld in the outer void. Who knows which side is stronger? To prevent any accidents, it's better to go over now. The annihilation energy and the origin energy are very strong. It feels like they're more powerful than the one outside. Is the order and chaos of the mythological era stronger, or the order and chaos of this very moment stronger? Well, Hui folded his arms and frowned in thought. From the clues we've found, both sides must be stronger in the mythological era. Well, I mostly know what you mean. This is the oldest battlefield since the mythological era, and the sparks of the war between order and chaos have yet to be completely extinguished. The underworld left outside should be more or less the same, although they have the immunity space to withstand the various weakening and decline brought about by the shattering of the environment's rules. There's no guarantee that the annihilation energy and the origin energy in their hands would not weaken as the environment changed. That's the general idea. Yin Nuoshing nodded. But as for the last question, well, perhaps we've underestimated the power that the underworld might have preserved. Perhaps they hold the greater power of order and chaos in their hands, but have yet to really show it. Huey's cheeks twitched as he waved his hand vigorously. No, I'm not underestimating them at all. Not only that, I'm wary of them as an enemy. It's almost at the level of the origin god and the chaos concept body. Hui said as he spread his hands. TCH, let's not talk about that. Anyway, let's go help I Ching and the others hold down the scene. We still have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. He turned to look at the beings of order. We don't know if that person in your family has said anything. We don't need too much help over there. You should seize the time to rest and recover your strength. This war is far from over. Every minute of rest must be used well. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to do for a moment. It was only until their respective commanders ordered everyone to regroup that they rested. After leaving some magic circles to help them rest, Yin Nuoshing and the others were about to go and help I Ching hold down the underworld when suddenly an urgent voice rang through the soul. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The underworld is attacking. There are Yuanshi out there. There are almost 100 of them. There are chaos constructs appearing. We have observed an extremely large amount of annihilation energy in the area. There are huge objects appearing from the void in the area that are being held down. The void here is being suppressed and locked down. They're also trying to hold us here. You can't run away. Do you want to fight to the death with us? How can we let you have your way? Everyone, switch 2/3 of the energy in the energy towers from being suppressed to attacking mode. Blast those guys who are poking their heads out of the net. Gather all energy. 3, 2, 1, fire, fire, fire. The void that had only calmed down for a few minutes became extremely irritable once again. Violent energy visible to the naked eye could be seen on the other end of the void, exploding into a vast sea of light and igniting the dark void. An energy that was a mixture of order and chaos was rapidly emerging under the suppression of the violent energy of the sea of light. There was a high chance that it was trying to overturn the inescapable net that they had set up and then trap them in the net. As for whether they intended to continue fighting after that or to flee first, let's talk about that later. Whatever they want to do, whatever they want to achieve, we just have to stop them from achieving it. Hui quickly picked up the Guardian's shield and Guardian's sword. He led the rest of the people and turned into a golden light that pierced through the void. In an instant, they arrived at the battlefield where millions of energy towers were exploding with endless energy. Yin Nuoshing turned around and looked at Siyu and Feng Qingwang. He nodded at them and said, "You two go and help first. I'll be right behind you." Siyu and Feng Qingwang looked at him strangely. They did not hesitate and rushed into the battlefield in the next second and unleashed their power. Yin Nuoshing slowly took a few steps forward and left the place where hundreds of millions of order beings were. He did not take the lead to go to the battlefield. Instead, he walked to a relatively empty void. He raised his hands and looked at the annihilation energy that was ignited on his hands without him noticing. He frowned slightly. The order of chaos in the greater void has taken the upper hand. There's a possibility that the law of order might be reversed. As expected, this place is different from the void that I know. So, when the law of chaos reaches this level, the annihilation energy will have this kind of change. He raised his head and looked at the depths of the void. He did not know where his gaze landed. He was just looking at it casually. He could feel that something in the void was trying to attract his attention. The movement did not belong to order. In other words, it had nothing to do with the origin heavenly God. Then it could only be chaos concept body, the little angel whispered in his soul. Her voice was solemn. This was probably the reason why the annihilation energy suddenly flared up. It was just that she did not know where it was watching him. Or it was just trying to attract his attention. It was a reaction that they did not expect. They did not expect that the annihilation energy would have such a change in an environment where the law of order was declining and the law of chaos was multiplying. It was a little enthusiastic. Well, it was like an unpopular club that saw a newcomer standing in front of the door looking in hesitantly. They immediately became enthusiastic and tried to drag the newcomer into the club. The little angel's pretty face could not help but darken a little. Are you trying to say that they can't wait to pull you into their club? It's just an analogy. But this movement is really very similar. Yin Nuashing covered half of her face with a bitter expression. The little angel also felt helpless after hearing this. Being stared at by the origin heavenly God and the primal chaos concept body, it was true that there was no one in the void who was more miserable than him. If he wanted to find someone else, he would have to look for them in the river of time more than 300 years ago. Is the effect big? Can you still move? Yin Nuashing sensed it carefully. The annihilation energy in his body remained in a boiling state, as if it had returned to its home ground and became excited. The other half of the origin energy that occupied the field, because they had coexisted for 5 eras, ignored the two of them who were in the same body. Perhaps it finally realized that even if it fought with its life on the line, it would only kill him. But at this moment, the two annihilation energies did not intend to do anything to him. Instead, well, they were moving according to his wishes. At least, they did not cause him any trouble in the past 5 years. Oh, one of them was a newcomer. He did not know about that one. Let's observe for now. By the way, I'll deal with the problem of order in the void environment. Hui and the others are fine for now. They can still handle it. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief and waved his hand, ignoring the annihilation energy that was churning in his hand. His gaze fell on the place where Hui and the others were fighting. The life form of order wrapped in chaotic energy was rampaging within the blockade that was surrounded by energy towers all over the ground. It was a primeval heavenly god from the underworld, a beginner. It was the first underworld life form that he had seen that was personally tainted with chaotic energy. It was not a fledgling. Although the fledgling was also from the underworld, it was after all formed using chaotic energy as a catalyst. It was not a human or a ghost. Yin Nuashing could not tell if it was a life form formed quickly from the beginning to the end, or if it was just a forced conscription that could fight against them for 5 years. In any case, that wasn't the aura of a normal life form. It was easy to tell that the life form of order that was tainted with chaos energy was a genuine primeval heavenly god that had a lifespan measured in epochs. He even took the risk and allowed himself to come into contact with annihilation energy. Yin Nuashing did not know if the primeval heavenly gods were forced to take the risk in the battle back then, or if they were forced to use chaos energy because they were forced into a corner by Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing. Judging from the characteristics of these things that the chaos specters called loaches, well, it was really hard to tell. Wait, I'll leave the battlefield over there to you. Call me if there's any problem. Huh. Hui was about to hit one of the primeval heavenly gods with the divine energy staff when he heard that. His hand trembled slightly, and he accidentally used all his strength to hit the primeval heavenly god like a ball into nothingness. What? No, what's going on over there? Did you run into some trouble? Could it be that the chaos concept body stabbed you in the back? Back your head. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at Yin Nuashing. Anyway, don't worry about it. Just call me if there's any trouble. I'll be there whether there's any trouble on my side or not. We felt a little weird that Feng Lin threw the soul message aside after muttering so quickly. However, from the feeling that came from his soul seed, we did not feel anything wrong with Feng Lin, so he could only ignore it and focus on what was in front of him. tens of thousands of gray energy beams with crazy scarlet patterns burst out from the void in front of him, piercing through layers of order defenses and rushing towards his face. The 3-in-1 chaos energy was much stronger than the standard chaos energy that they faced just now. However, it was weaker than the chaos impact that the Chaos Generals unleashed. The violent presence was enough to lure the Order beings into a frenzy across the void. They did not dare to let the millions of Order beings go on a rampage with them, and could only let them provide support within the Order domain that they had built. The heavy clashing sound of the chaos impact reverberated throughout the surrounding void. We cannot tell if it was the 3-in-1 chaos spawn that unleashed the attack or the primeval heavenly gods that were tainted by chaos. Lord Hui, there's an extremely huge spatial ripple coming from the void in front of us. It's hard to tell what it is. There's no need to tell. If I'm not mistaken, it should be more than a dozen world-like clusters, and the power that is lying in ambush within those world-like clusters, ready to fight us at any time. Hui said quickly. The shield in his hand burst out with holy light and dispersed the chaotic impact that had been shining on him for a long time. He shouted as he walked forward, "Let 30% of the energy towers be fully charged. When their world-light cluster floats up, let's give them a fierce wave of attack first. The rest of you, focus fire on those flies. I Ching, take out phone lens, order disintegration circle. That guy's being held back by something and can't come to help. Lord Foam, I got it." I Ching was stunned. After a moment, he hurriedly searched his body. After a while, he took out a black cube the size of a head. He found an energy tower and pressed it on top of the cube where the energy crystals should be. Then, pieces of energy formations that were tens of millions of miles long appeared in the void with this energy tower as the center. Just the energy that was gathered because of their appearance caused the void to tremble. Damn, I told you to get a piece of order disintegration circle. I didn't tell you to take out an entire array of this, but the cube that Lord Foam created only has an array inside it. This is the one with the least amount. I haven't taken out the rest yet. I'm planning to ambush them when they're not paying attention. So the saying that the front line of the void was filled with lunatics really wasn't just for show. Looking at the number of arrays in front of him, there were about 10 million arrays in this cube. According to I Ching, this was only the small number. Who knew how many more there were? He really didn't know what level of equipment these Order warriors who were sent out to carry out missions in the Order Void had prepared. The void in front of them was turbulent like never before. In addition to a huge amount of spatial power, there was also an even larger amount of annihilation energy and origin energy appearing one after another. The mixed energy was released indiscriminately, causing both sides on the battlefield to look serious. Those from the underworld had to be careful not to be distracted by the commotion caused by their own people and then be crushed by the enemy in front of them. Hui and the others had strange expressions because the commotion caused by this energy was actually quite small. They were already used to being beaten up by the observer's mixed energy of order when he went crazy and attacked his own people. Attack! Don't let them interfere with the spatial descent. A primeval god of the underworld waved his hand and shouted. He led tens of thousands of chaos spawns and constructs around him, and a group of primeval gods of the underworld towards Hui and the others. Interfere. Hui was about to defend and counterattack when he heard this and was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he suddenly came to his senses. That's right. I Ching, hurry up and use order disintegration to tear down the void below. If they forcefully jump out in this kind of energy collision scene, they will be hit by a huge amount of energy and easily be sent flying. Hey, if they didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Everyone, I Ching. Well, actually, they had forgotten that people who had been fighting in the void frontline for too long were really a little stupid. They had forgotten some of the rarely used methods to fight the enemy. After all, without such a scene, there was no way to use this kind of fighting method. When the group of underworld people heard Huey's words, their faces immediately turned gloomy. Chapter 1830. The saying that trouble comes from a mouth was applicable to children as young as 3 years old and immortals who had lived for more than a dozen eras. No matter which world, the mouth was one of the most troublesome organs. If one did not have a mouth, one would replace it with a vocal organ. Just look at this group of primeval of the underworld before him. His voice had awakened their long-sealed memories, and they could not help but use the light of truth in the void to offer a meager gift as a token of respect. He hoped that they would also be filled with gratitude and accept this meager gift. Your family's meager gift is delivered with the disintegration of order. Listening to a certain guardian's nagging, Yinuashing could not help but roll her eyes and complain. This guy was a classic example of taking advantage of the situation and using the disintegration of order as a gift. This was a gift that only the primeval heavenly god or the chaos concept body would accept. Now, I really can't help but want to sing a song, if not for the fact that there is no suitable song for this scene. We could not help but laugh as he spoke. The primeval of the underworld, who had been holding back their strength and ready to fight them to the death, were now all huddled in the distorted void. There was a vast stream of light that gathered the power of order in the world that was shining on that space like a light. They were desperately using all their strength to press down on all chaos constructs and manifestations to offset, deflect, and block that heavy light, and they actually managed to barely block it. The point of impact of the disintegration of order had been drowned by the light, and they could not see clearly what the people inside were doing. The only thing they could see was that the point of impact was like an explosion, with countless energy bursting in all directions. The portion of disintegration of order that was successfully deflected had cut out hundreds of gaps in the void, and when it accidentally touched the realm of order suddenly dimmed, giving I Ching and the others a shock. "Are you going to reject it here?" Hui rolled his eyes and raised his hand to slap the energy tower beside him. "Increase the power. Destroy them as well as the distorted space behind them with all your might." With that order, I Ching and the others, who had long been hungry and thirsty, immediately mobilized all the energy in the energy towers and gathered all of it in a magic circle. A huge distorted scene instantly appeared in the void. The order disintegration magic circle was activated by a huge amount of energy, and the void behind it rippled like raindrops falling on the surface of a lake. Colorful magic circles appeared and multiplied the power of the magic circle. After a sharp explosion of energy, a light pillar condensed from endless colorful needles replaced the azure light. The impact that had skyrocketed by an unknown number of times broke through the defense of the underworld people. Wait a minute. Hui looked at the scene and was about to give the order to continue attacking with full force. Suddenly, he was stunned. That round of disintegration of order drowned everything in front of the energy torrent. They thought that it would annihilate the distorted space behind them with their lives. But unfortunately, this energy impact that had been raised to the limit only splashed a large number of dark energy runes in the distorted space of the void. Countless dark clouds rose from it and offset the terrifying power of disintegration of order. Oh, the troublesome annihilation energy. Damn it. Hui stared at the dark energy runes and scratched his head in distress. It was the annihilation energy. Other than that, its energy level was definitely very high. It was so high that he could not do anything about it. If Maple's disintegration of order was also ineffective, they should not be able to destroy the distorted space in front of them before he rushed over to attack them himself. The distorted space just now had not released its energy yet. The defense was just activated when the power of disintegration of order was delayed. I Ching could not help but smack his lips. If I had known, I would have thrown all my power at it from the start. I just did not expect Lord Maple's disintegration of order to be offset. We are not at the front line of the void. Without billions of linked energy circles, the power would naturally be weaker. But there is no rush. Let the energy towers keep charging. You should have brought more than one circle core. Find a place for them to rest. Wait for them to come out before attacking. But Lord Hui, if we can't directly break that barrier of annihilation energy, With all the power we have now, it's just the movement of the space as it rises in the void. When they come out, they would not be able to maintain this defense. Huey's cheeks suddenly twitched when he said that. Of course, if they have other defenses of the same level, just pretend I didn't say anything. At those words, Yin Nuoxing, I Ching, and the others felt their souls freeze for a second. It's over. They had said it. It would take more effort later. Yin Nuoxing pressed her palm against her face contorted. Hui, you forget it. Well, calm down a little. He was chatting with the annihilation energy now, so he had to calm down. Within the area of the distorted void, the annihilation energy and the origin energy were constantly stirring and boiling. Dark energy clouds were gushing out of the area before them like a fountain, with the origin energy stirring the clouds violently like a stick. When the two energies emerged, they were slapping each other's mouths. There was no sign of the calmness when Maple was holding them down. Even if the underworld had obtained those two energies, they could only use them very crudely, and they appeared to be quite disobedient. No one knew where the underworld got the guts to use the two restless energies together. Were they not afraid that they would explode and destroy their own home first? The conflict between the two energies caused a very violent movement in the void, as if there were hundreds of suns squeezed inside, not obeying any rules at all and acting recklessly. They were squeezed into a ball by the violent energies and stirred into a huge energy vortex. And at the very center of the vortex, the annihilation energy and the origin energy were beating each other wildly. As they fought, they tore open a void crack in the void, and a huge thing with a dark gray color was slowly poking out from it. Hui stared at the crack, his cheeks twitching. Do you dare to use void teleportation of this level? I Ching and the others shook their heads vigorously. No kidding. If they went in there, they would not be surprised even if they went into the chaotic void of the second Yuan world. They would not die, but they did not know where they would be thrown to. Speaking of which, if their attacks were thrown in, wouldn't it make the scene even more ridiculous? It would be like pouring a drop of water into a pot of hot oil or something like that. I don't care. Hit them hard. After a series of incessant energy flashes and explosions of energy halos, the thousands of energy formations that had been charging and waiting to be unleashed burst out with an energy shockwave that blanketed heaven and earth. It abruptly crossed the void distance that was not too far in the first place and bombarded the void rift in front of them. Something gray and unknown trembled violently at once, and the gray energy that erupted from the vortex stirred with that barrier. Still, before it could react, the concentrated power penetrated it and rushed into the back of the rift. Silhouettes of bursting energy could be vaguely seen from the rift, but there was no sense of the eruption that should have happened. Majestic origin energy gushed out from the void crack at this moment. The power of the same Yuanshi realm suddenly burst out with the power of annihilation energy and origin energy, sweeping across the range of the energy towers that Hui and the others had set up. It carried a power that could distort the rules of the void and try to stand still. However, before it could completely solidify, the crystals on top of a few particularly large energy towers suddenly flashed, and the Yuanshi realm domain that tried to distort the rules of the void was pressed into nothingness. You still want to open your domain? Hui smacked his lips. We've been here for half an hour and prepared a million ways to defend and attack. If you can get out alive today, I'll eat the chaos concept body raw. After the mighty Yuanshi realm energy failed to activate, it once again burst out from the crack, and the open crack expanded rapidly in an instant. In just 2 breaths, it had expanded by more than 10 times. The power hidden within poured out at once, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was so dense that it looked like a F***king polluted swarm of locusts. Huey's smacked face suddenly stiffened. These guys have prepared quite a lot, although I'm used to it, but I Ching opened his mouth and made a retching gesture at the void beside him. They had just fought for a while, and now there was another group. It was a nauseating scene. Lord Hui, to be honest, I actually got sick of fighting on the front line and applied for a mission to come out for a stroll. Hui glanced at him. You think I'm not the same? I Ching was speechless. The two fishing freaks looked at each other, sighed, and quickly prepared for battle. The dark clouds that gushed out from the crack naturally carried groups of manifestations, constructs, and various forms, as well as Yuan-Shi realm life forms of order mixed within. They were very used to this scene at the front line of the void. The only difference was that the Yuan-Shi realm life forms of order before them were much more valuable than the fledglings that were commonly used at the front line. It should be quite troublesome to fight them, right? The manifestations and constructs were also at least 10 billion. They were so densely packed that it made their scalps tingle. It was no wonder that I-Ching almost vomited at one glance. There was no need for orders. Since the situation was similar to the front line of the void, they just had to deal with it according to the standards of the front line. However, the power of order here was not as exaggerated as the front line of the void. They also did not have enough manpower. They only had prepared spell arrays and energy tower arrays. They had to be careful to avoid falling into a ditch. Yin looked at the void ahead from afar. He saw the crack in the void open. He saw Hui and the others charging it at once. Then, he saw them charging head-on. The dazzling explosion of energy indicated the chaos and intensity of the battle. Aside from Hui and the others, some of the Order warriors in the void were also helping to control the energy towers to guard the realm of order. Their own strength alone was not enough to fight against the chaos manifestations, constructs, and Yuan-Shi. However, with the support of the realm of order and the energy towers, they felt that they could fight very well today. They felt that it would not be a problem, even if they kept fighting. Yin frowned slightly. He could not help muttering to himself, "I keep feeling that something is not right." It was not that he felt that there was something wrong with the group of order beings. The energy towers and the realm of order were originally prepared for many people to coordinate in battle. Under extreme conditions, one person could control the entire array of energy towers. However, if one person corresponded to one energy tower, the power of the array could be maximized. That part was not a problem. What he felt was the problem was, the underworld people who came out to fight. He kept feeling that something was not right. There was already a very large cloud of chaos squeezing out from the open void rift. It was still the 3-in-1 chaos power. The aura of the abyssal death mist in this part of the chaos cloud was thicker. It should be the abyssal death mist that was in the dominant position. However, he could not explain how the power of the two chaos concept bodies ended up being dominated by the abyssal death mist. The huge chaos constructs were bigger in size than the void rift. Every time they rushed out, they would forcefully open up a big hole in the void rift. Therefore, there were many spherical holes at the edge of the void rift. Every time they rushed out, they would disperse a part of the power of the realm of order. When a number of people, energy towers, magic circles, and the realm of order were not complete enough, seeing that the enemy was throwing out more and more power, I-Ching felt a little anxious. He almost smashed that big piece of mixture down. Fortunately, Hui was there to stop him. The whirlpool of annihilation energy and origin energy that was used to cause trouble there made the entire void rather unstable. If he smashed down with the equivalent amount, it would be difficult to guarantee that there would not be a flaw in their seal. Hui, back off, back off. Smash down with the equivalent amount for me. Quick. Yin Nuoxing. Just you wait. Boom. Dazzling fireworks lit up this part of the void with the brightest light. It even engraved Yin Nuoxing's blinded and stupefied expression in the void. He felt that he was about to be frozen together with this part of the void. The violent energy shockwave cleared out all the enemies that had rushed out of the void and also increased the size of the void once again. It was about to touch the two ends of the void's domain of order. Their advantage of catching them off guard when they came out seemed to have come to an end. After a round of crazy firepower suppression and clearing out the void with the equivalent amount, the next wave of manifestations and constructs once again surged out of the void like a swarm of bees. Furthermore, Yin Nuoxing had reason to believe that Hui and the others had accidentally torn the void even wider, which was why the Underworld's troops were sent out so quickly. The counterattack of the Chaos Shockwave blasted out many energy distortions on the Void's domain of order that had formed a sphere. The second flash of the collision between order and energy filled the entire domain of order. A large twisted energy vortex appeared in the void around the void like a wave. After a moment of delay, the violent chaos shockwave that came from the void's domain of order brought along an extremely ferocious and heavy energy. Following that, even more chaos shockwaves fell down like raindrops. It was obvious that they were trying to break through the void's domain of order by force. Attack. Attack them fiercely for me. Don't worry about defense. I'll hold them off right here. I'm the strongest shield of order, unless they bring one over. Lord Feng, you, Lord Guanhui, asked him to hold back his words. The pressure is great. The pressure is great. The pressure is great. Hui was speechless. Yin Nuoxing could not stand it anymore. She sighed and temporarily took over the command. Yiqing, take over the array of energy towers on your right. The fluctuations of the domain of order there are too great. I know that you have brought a lot of things over, so there's no need to hide them now. Hurry up and throw them all out. See you, Blue Phoenix, you two guard the two ends. If you release all your power, you can cause chaotic energy phenomena from both ends. You can greatly obstruct and destroy the chaos manifestations. You can also intercept the powerful chaos shockwaves from the constructs in advance. Hui, you go to the 3 arrays on your left. There's a place there. They're using the cover of the origin energy to let the constructs bombard that place with powerful chaos shockwaves a few times. Oh, the next chaos shockwave is coming. Hold it off. The Underworld seemed to have learned their lesson. The chaos constructs used to attack the city were all hidden within the cracks. They bombarded the entire domain of order through the cracks. Although the attacks were easily intercepted, the constructs hidden within would not be destroyed. After a few more attacks, they would be able to reach the domain of order. Furthermore, they had a way to conceal the powerful chaos shockwaves from the chaos constructs. Because the chaos constructs were stitched together, their auras were extremely chaotic. Their auras were also very unique, including the auras of their attacks. However, the energy explosions mixed with the origin and annihilation energy could conceal the traces of their mischief. It was also because of this that some powerful chaos shockwaves mixed with the mid-tier power of the primeval could be easily concealed. If the chaos shockwaves were to hit the domain of order head-on, it would be quite a burden for the domain of order. Holy Barrier. Hui's shield erected a huge holy barrier in the void and took over the defense of the domain of order. Then a massive chaos shockwave that gathered at least 10 mid-tier primeval and more than 100 chaos constructs suddenly descended in front of them. The violent chaos energy crashed into the holy barrier and shook it. The destructive power of the origin energy and annihilation energy combined together shattered the void. The entire barrier flickered as it was dyed with colorful and dark energy runes. Hui was shocked and could not help but scream, "Wah! This is crazy. This is a mixed. Feng, you tricked me. You tricked me. Oh, this is a mixed chaos shockwave. I'm not mentally prepared at." Yin Nuoxing said, "No, I didn't expect it. I just saw them bombarding." "All right, you can last for at least 2 minutes in my nature manifestation, Star. A mere unstable mixed order impact won't kill you. It's just nice that you managed to block this powerful chaos impact. That's pretty good." Hui said, "What the F asterisk CK?" Just as he opened his mouth, the chaos shockwave that accidentally leaked out spread to the domain of order behind him. Some of the energy towers that were holding up the defense were damaged by the shockwave and extinguished. Under the self-adjusting power of the domain of order, they quietly retreated to the back. When Hui saw this, he immediately suppressed the thought of spitting out fragrances from his mouth. He hurriedly pressed down on the holy barrier, and all sorts of order powers were pushed forward in tons. When the Underworld's attention was focused on Hui's side, intending to launch a strong attack, Yiqing and the others found the right time to activate the formation in the void. Hundreds of millions of formations appeared with majestic figures. The people on the Underworld side were slightly stunned when they saw this. They subconsciously retreated to the back, and all of them retreated to the side of the crack. They propped up an energy barrier to block the chaotic power of order. Yin Nuashing muttered again. Their retreat to the rift did not escape his eyes. It seemed that, ever since their military strength increased greatly, he did not see any chaos energy falling into the rift, even though the speed of the troops from the inside did not slow down at all. That's right, the chaos constructs did not come out either. The mixed energy level of those big things was comparable to the early Yuanshi state. Other than being big, they had thick skin and were good at fighting. Basically, 80% of the effective attacks on the domain of order came from the chaos constructs. Moreover, they could also hold up the domain of chaos. Based on his past experience of fighting in the void, the chaos constructs should be charging at the front line and holding up the domain of chaos to escort a large group of manifestations forward to engage in close combat with the Order warriors. When they reached the best attacking distance, they would use all their strength to bombard the domain of order. That was basically an energy shockwave that was difficult to block. They could only forcibly increase the defense of the domain of chaos to withstand it. Why were the chaos constructs all hiding at the back and shooting arrows when they came here? It was easy for them to react to the ultra-long distance shockwave across the void and intercept their attacks time and time again. Furthermore, they were also easily affected by the energy shockwaves that burst out halfway. Yin Nuashing looked down at the annihilation energy that was burning more and more vigorously on his body and frowned. The current battle was in a very stalemate, and they were lacking in manpower. Although the efforts of millions of order beings in the domain of order were commendable, it was not that easy for them to master the control of energy towers and magic circles. This was something new to them, and they were just getting the hang of it. Besides that, the number of energy towers and magic circles was just enough. The main thing was that there were no replacements. The big guys did not dare to go all out and fight as if their lives depended on it. Losing one energy tower at a time like this would be a loss. Without support from the rear, under such a clumsy way of fighting, the damage to the domain of order had already reached 30%. When the domain of order was damaged, theoretically speaking, he should rush forward and take control of the situation. However, he looked down at the annihilation energy on his body and felt troubled. The degree of the annihilation energy boiling made him feel quite close to it. In fact, based on the current situation under the influence of the rules, his control of the annihilation energy had already surpassed the origin energy. He felt a little uneasy, so he could only stand there as a bystander. Little girl, do you remember when we first met Jing Yun? Oh, the scene of us assisting them in battle? Yin Nuashing suddenly spoke up. Hearing that, the expression of the little angel changed slightly. You're saying that they were in the rift. Jing Yun and the others were fighting against a group of black-cloaked chaos soldiers. For some reason, they knew about the origin heavenly gods, the primordial realm rift. Yes, that was the name. When they were helping in the battle, a group of black-cloaked chaos soldiers were secretly rubbing the primordial realm rift, preparing to slip away. He felt that this might be the case again. After all, the underworld was famous for being slippery. If the chaos concept bodies knew that they were slippery, it would be equivalent to half of the void knowing. Tens of thousands of energy circles appeared in the void around him. However, this time, the circles were not dyed with the colorful origin energy. Instead, they were formed by the dull annihilation energy. The annihilation energy won't have much effect on the chaos manifestation. Yin Nuashing murmured softly, overlapping the hundreds of thousands of circles. The circles that continued to appear continued to stack on top of each other until they were stacked into a thick circle cake. The circle that was connected into a line was aimed at the location of the Great Rift. Yin Nuashing's gaze followed the circle's line of sight. Girl, point to a location. The little angel shuddered when she heard that. She quickly hugged little purple soul and shook her head. No, you have to deal such an important blow yourself. I believe in you. The little angel opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. The 3-in-1 chaos energy had blocked her senses of the abyss death mist. However, if she had to find a trace, the little angel raised the position that the circle was aiming at and pointed at a location 50,000 miles above the Great Rift. She nodded slightly. Let's do it here." The hundreds of thousands of circles suddenly shattered and turned into a beam of dark energy that was so dense that it could dim thousands of worlds of order. It was like a tearing force that descended from the void and penetrated the entire void. The thick beam of dark energy made both sides widen their eyes. I Ching looked at the void that was penetrated by the chaos energy and suddenly shouted, "Lord Hui, the Great Rift has been torn apart. I have sensed a large-scale spatial and void fluctuation. They are planning to run away." Huey's eyes widened in astonishment. "I was wondering why these guys were all hiding inside. Damn you, Underworld. I thought you were desperate and wanted to fight a head-on battle. I didn't expect you to want to run away directly." Chapter 1831. Yin Nuoxing and Hui had been mentally prepared when the Chaos Concept Body had said that the creatures in the Underworld were all loaches. They had expected that they might be difficult to deal with, that they might be slippery, and that they would take advantage of the moment when they were not paying attention to them to slip away, or that they would run away halfway through the fight, or that they would fight fiercely until they tore down everyone's house in the end and let them escape. They had imagined all of the above scenarios, but they never thought that they had planned to run away from the beginning. Yin Nuoxing was now very suspicious that the enemies that Jing Yun and the others had been fighting for more than a dozen eras, the black-cloaked chaos soldiers, had learned the slipperiness of the Underworld from the beginning. They were ready to run away on the day the Temple of Origin was repaired. This was a living example of the Underworld. Hui was very curious. How did this group of slippery fence-sitters, cowards, and whatnot survive the last war at the end of the mythological era? Well, maybe they had indeed maxed out their cowardice and slippery talents, so they managed to survive the war and the void turbulence. Indeed, any skill that was maxed out was very powerful. For example, the slipperiness of the Underworld, the cowardice of the Underworld, the fence-sitters of the Underworld, Maple's void-level explosion. It seemed that some other strange things had mixed in. Going back to the original topic, they removed the door planks and saw that they were accumulating energy and preparing to escape. Hui was slightly stunned. Maple's chaotic impact had poked a big hole in the void, and the annihilation energy was eroding the space covered in the void along the hole. The void looked like it was constantly being burned by a layer of gray flames and was constantly being torn apart to reveal the scene behind. As they expected, what was covered under the curtain of the void was a group of world-like clusters. The world barrier of each world was engraved with energy runes with a huge breath of origin, resonating in the void and guiding a huge amount of energy to gather. The crack of the primordial realm? Looks like they're much slower this time. Yin Nuoxing could not help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the scene of the void curtain being torn open bit by bit. The connection between the netherworld and the concept bodies of chaos. Well, rather than saying which side was the dominant one, he felt that both sides had reached some sort of consensus. From the tone and words of the chaos demonic shadow from the cloud continent, it seemed that the netherworld was nothing more than trash in its eyes. It directly ruled out the possibility that the concept bodies of chaos were related to the netherworld. Then, the netherworld must have reached some kind of agreement with one or two of the chaos concept bodies. The primordial realm crack that the black cloak soldiers had mastered was an escape technique created by the heavenly god of origin. Perhaps they had learned it from the netherworld. Therefore, the scene of the abyssal death mist and the two chaos energies working together could be used as proof of the connection between the three sides. Therefore, both sides learned from each other. One side had created an inferior version of the abyssal death mist, while the other side might have obtained some information about the heavenly god of origin. Some fatal information. The black-cloaked soldiers of chaos clearly had higher intelligence than the usual chaos derivatives. They were more like disposable chaos life forms that were manufactured at a low cost. Perhaps because of this, their numbers were obviously much smaller than the other chaos derivatives. They were more like some high-level units. This was what he deduced from the scene, where the death of some of them would cause the fall of the heavenly god. Therefore, the Black Cloak soldiers with high intelligence and high-level units per person and the concept bodies of chaos as the main body should be more prominent in this aspect. Could it be? Well, it was more like a person that leaned toward the military advisor type. Speaking of which, did the concept bodies of chaos have any tactics or military advisors? Could their tactics be anything other than recklessly charging through the void of order? Well, perhaps he was a little biased. After all, the chaos derivatives he had seen so far did not have any other means of attack other than constantly colliding with order. Perhaps they did not have any other means to deal with them who had lost their origin. However, it did not mean that they did not have any other means. Otherwise, how could they have wiped out the heavenly god of origin who represented order back then? The void curtain that had been melted by the chaos energy had been completely burned. It looked like a black curtain had been lifted on the surface of the void. The void below was still pitch black. There was no change, but there were many more things. For example, there were so many chaos derivatives hidden behind the curtain that he did not know how to count them, and the 15 world light clusters behind the layers of chaos derivatives. He had found the energy resonance point he had sensed in the middle and lower planes. They had come here as expected. Can the primordial realm crack escape from here? Then why didn't they come out in the first place? Yinwashing muttered to herself and shook her head. It was not that they did not want to run, but that they had something to do here. The traces left behind in the middle and lower planes were enough to prove that. As for what they were looking for, they only knew that it was related to the heavenly god of origin, but they did not know the specifics. Hello, Maple, that bunch of bastards really don't play by the rules. I thought they were desperate, but I didn't expect them to be in such a hurry to escape. As the covers of the underworld that had been hiding were lifted, their little tricks under the covers were also exposed. A slender white belt of clouds lay behind the chaos derivatives barrier. It was about the width of 10 world light clusters stacked together. Its size did not change because of the distance between them. It was like a sticker stuck to the eye, but if one approached it, their senses could tell that they were really approaching it. The belt of clouds was obviously not fully formed, but it was mixed with a huge amount of void energy and space energy. The annihilation energy and the origin energy were tangled at the edge of the belt of clouds, forming pieces of fragmented anomalies. The cloud itself was like a heart that would slowly dim, contract, brighten, and expand according to a frequency. Every time it contracted and expanded, its chaotic state would be stabilized, and its size would also expand slightly. In the center, where it was still blurry, there would be black spots that looked like void cracks. There's no hurry, just destroy it. The primordial realm's crack is obviously quite different from the one I saw the first time. They're not ready yet. If the door hasn't opened yet, we have a way to stop them here. Anyway, let's destroy their defense first. Oh, you do it? You do it. Hearing this, Hui turned around and stuck out his tongue at the void. He knew that Maple might be in a bad situation right now. Seeing how he had just raised his hand and shot out a dense primal chaos shock, he knew that he was now drinking tea and chatting with the annihilation energy. There was no way he could casually attack, so they could only fight on their own. The underworld, who had their covers lifted, immediately sped up the energy surging into the primordial realm crack. What rushed out from the 15 world light clusters was a large group of chaos derivatives that fearlessly charged into the realm of order. The chaos constructs that had been hiding behind the crack and shooting arrows were now doing what they were familiar with. They held up their chaos domain and protected hundreds of millions of chaos derivatives as they charged towards Hui and the others, blasting with chaos energy cannons as they charged. These guys are different from what we know. Why didn't I know that they could charge and use chaos blasts at the same time? Hui looked at the tens of millions of chaos constructs moving in the void while bombarding the realm of order. He was dumbfounded. While he was in a daze, he did not forget to control the energy that permeated the realm of order to intercept the powerful chaos attacks one by one. Although it was strange, as long as the distance was far enough, their attacks would be intercepted. However, after they were completely exposed, it seemed that they were really desperate. The constructs that were hiding in the crack a moment ago were now charging forward as if they were free cannon fodder. Moreover, there were too many of them. They had even dragged out the garrison troops. After the crack opened, the number of all the chaos constructs had skyrocketed by thousands of times. The 15 world-light clusters were still desperately increasing their numbers, and they were about to drown the void that was trapped in the realm of order. Although they had seen an attack that was 1,000,000 times more exaggerated than this at the void frontline, that was a mixture of beginner, intermediate, and advanced yuanshi, leading hundreds of millions of chaos constructs and tens of millions of chaos derivatives to launch an endless assault on the front line. The energy towers that they used to guard the realm of order were being depleted by a few thousand every minute. Everyone was using all their strength to explode. Stop! This was not the void front line. They did not have enough manpower and backup. Maple was still hanging at the side and not being able to manage anything. Rumble, a dull rumble, came from the void, causing Yin Nuashing, who was watching from the sidelines, to look over. In the centermost world-light cluster, a red and black shadow suddenly crawled out from the world barrier. It was a 3-in-1 chaos energy, with scarlet stripes that were unique to the abyssal death fog all over its body. It was using energy patterns inscribed by chaos. Those were chaos words. The reddish-black shadow rolled violently in the void, instantly plundering the boundless energy in the surrounding void. Its size also rapidly expanded under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. In just 3 short seconds, it had condensed into an energy body the size of a huge star. It was an enormous reddish-black sun, with the chaos runes inscribed in its center, emitting a surge of annihilation energy amidst the immeasurable heavy energy. A chaos energy amalgamation. Those guys really don't play by the rules. Huey's face darkened when he saw the giant. That was something unique to the chaos spawn. Probably, the chaos spawn was a secondary product of the Underworld's own spawn. As for the sun, they had seen it once in the Cloud Continent. Its body was made of chaos energy. Just the huge volume of chaos energy alone was enough to make life forms of order suffocate. The chaos runes embedded in it made its energy surge so much that it could spread to any corner of the battlefield. Bright and shining sun, your light. Cough, cough. Maple, can you think of a way to give it a try? This huge block's pressure is too strong. It's a mid-tier primeval chaos energy amalgamation. It's not fun to let this thing hit the order domain twice. Destructive energy doesn't have much effect on chaos energy amalgamations, Yin Nuashing calmly replied. We're still drinking tea, don't rush us. Hui said, you guys have been drinking tea for so long. Counting the tea time, it should be noon now, right? It's not a big problem if we drink it together. Maybe we can solve the problem at night as well. Hui was speechless. All right. A certain observer announced that they could only slack off and watch the show. It seemed that they had to think of a solution themselves. However, you guys aren't the only ones who don't play by the rules. We're prepared for this too. Hui shouted. A twisting vortex with a diameter of less than 2 meters appeared in the void beside him. There was the sound of order vibrating in the vortex. Golden chains of order stretched out from the vortex and swept in all directions in the void region in front of them. Halfway through, they turned into long needles that looked like flowing light and easily pierced through the void. Then, as if they had gone through a void jump, they swept out from a certain place in the void region again. Everyone could only see the streaks of golden flowing light shuttling back and forth in the void region like the shadow of an arrow. In just a few seconds, the entire void region was turned into a cave of coiling silk. This is my domain. A complicated golden array appeared between Hui Su's hands. He raised this array with his right hand and slapped it into the void. The entire cave of coiling silk. Bah! The entire void region was intertwined with golden flowing light and released energy runes into the void. After a flash of golden light, the void region was enveloped by a layer of golden barrier. The huge, spherical crystal barrier was made up of countless tiny triangles. They could be seen faintly fluctuating along with the flow of energy in the void. However, it didn't have much effect on the overall spherical shape. In the void that it enveloped, streaks of golden flowing light suddenly appeared like shooting stars and quickly disappeared. They were causing the power of order to spread rapidly in the domain. Upon closer inspection, it was located inside the sealed area of the order domain. It completely overlapped with the order domain and blocked all the chaos attacks inside the domain for the order domain. Huey's primitive domain? Yin Nuoxing's eyes trembled. The primitive domain was a physical scene that was forcefully projected by twisting the void and distorting the rules within a range. It was a scene and not just a simple energy domain. In other words, the scene that Hui projected by twisting the void and distorting the rules was this spherical barrier, along with the dense golden flowing light within the barrier. He didn't know much about the power of the Premier Realm. He only knew that it was the core power of the Premier Realm. However, it couldn't be used under normal circumstances, especially when there was a huge, boundless battlefield. There were two reasons: the preparation time and the situation of being disturbed. If you added the applicability, there were three reasons. The preparation time needed to be explained. The wider the scope of the effect, the more targets there were. In other words, when the primitive domain affected a lot of targets, it needed a period of time to prepare. However, there was also a limit. If Huey's primitive domain could only squeeze in 100 million people in its normal form, then he could open a cover that could trap 100 million people without any preparation. However, if there were 1 billion people in front of him, he would need a period of time to prepare. But that was just a period of time, just like his rules, order, energy form. No. The primitive domain didn't need such a long time to prepare. If it really needed such a long time to prepare, the core power of the primitive realm would be a joke. His form needed a long time to prepare. He basically didn't have time to use it when he was fighting in the void front line. He was fighting with the enemy with a brick and turned into the Morning Star to attract 70% to 80% of the enemy's firepower. He also had to monitor the movements of the high-level primeval. Where'd he find the time to retreat to prepare? I went off topic. The preparation time wasn't actually the most important factor. The other two factors were. As for the interference situation, it was just like how some primeval realm expert in the underworld tried to open up the primeval realm earlier. The primeval realm expert was affected and interfered with by the power of order and rules released by the energy tower, making it impossible for them to open it. If they wanted to use the primeval realm, they would have to first destroy the energy tower. If they wanted to destroy the energy tower, they would have to destroy the primeval realm first. In conclusion, if they won, they would be able to use the primeval realm. Well, at least they could open up the primeval domain to celebrate, right? Of course, if the other party was strong enough, they could ignore the suppression and open up the domain directly. Interference was the biggest problem. Before the primeval realm was held up, the situation of first restraining and second interrupting was the main reason for the impact. The primeval realm was also a realm centered around the person. If the primeval realm was held up at the back, it would be easy to be detected and killed before the realm affected the enemy. If the primeval realm was used on one's own side, it would be as if nothing happened. That was why there were many primeval gods in the front line of the void, but very few used the primeval realm. There were too many parties involved in the battle, and the moment the primeval realm was held up, it was basically a tacit agreement that they would be attacked by all the energy in the area in the next second. That was the energy impact in the trillions, which was the number of times they had to withstand it per second. Those attacks were not weak at all, and when they were all focused on themselves, Hui felt his scalp tingle. Even the most powerful shield in the world of order did not dare to hold up the divine barrier to receive all the chaos impact of the entire defensive node, let alone others. That kind of crazy battle would not work, but what about the scale in front of him? Of course it would work. As long as the opportunity was seized, whoever could open up the primeval realm would have the upper hand. I Ching and the others did not use it because there were too many people on the other side. There was also the last question of applicability. The strength of the primeval realm was determined by the user, and it would also have a range of effect and tendency. It was useless to a group, domineering to a small area, domineering to an individual, and so on. Other than the fact that the realm is where the body's power touches and the similarity of the power of order, the power and characteristics of each realm were not the same. Generally speaking, it was to strengthen the combat power of one's own side and weaken the power of the opponent. Putting those reasons aside, the primeval realm itself was quite powerful. They had to find the conditions to put it to use, otherwise there was nothing to talk about. This was the first time he had seen Huey's primeval realm. The characteristics of the primeval realm were condensed according to one's own characteristics. Simply put, Huey was a shield bearer. His primeval realm should also be related to defense. Oh, or it should be related to the shield. Yin Nuashing looked at the gold-gilded spherical barrier with interest. Hui was a realm that had spread out on the spot, encompassing the entire battlefield, including all the energy in the field, order energy, chaos energy, and all the energy attacks. They would attack freely on the battlefield according to the intention of the attacker, bringing destruction and destruction. They would either defeat the enemy or be annihilated together with the enemy's energy. However, there was a part of the energy that they did not touch and went straight to the boundary of the primeval realm. If it was chaos energy, it would cause damage to the primeval realm. The power of order would circle around the primeval realm and be reclaimed by the energy tower, turning into an attack on the head of the chaos spawn again. He saw the function of the realm clearly. All the energy that should have fallen into the realm of order was reflected like light hitting a mirror after coming into contact with the crystal barrier. Moreover, it was reflected randomly without any direction. The energy impact that was reflected would be further strengthened in the process of being reflected. The chaos impact that was originally falling into the realm of order had now turned into energy that hit the realm of order. Moreover, because it came into contact with Huey's realm of origin, it was contaminated with a part of the power of order. These attacks would also cause considerable damage to the realm of order. Thus, any attack that came into contact with the domain was instantly reflected back, destroying 2 to 3/10 of the spawns. The primeval life forms that were trapped within were also caught off guard by the sudden attack from all directions, with a few unlucky ones being set off fireworks by the energy towers. Alright, this thing of reflecting damage was indeed very suitable for the identity of a shield. However, Hui, what is the upper limit of your reflected attack? This. Hui scratched his head and used his gaze to look at the chaos aggregates that were charging towards the realm of order after coming out of the world of light. Oh, now they had changed direction and were charging straight towards him. If that big guy hits my face, I will be extinguished in 2 hours. Oh, that's the extent of using Origin of Chaos at full force. Oh, that's not right. In such a small enclosed space, when Origin of Chaos explodes, all the energy from the impact will double the destructive power every time it is reflected. If that's the case, the power will be multiplied by more than 10,000 times in 1 second. I estimate that it will collapse in less than 3 seconds. F*CK. Don't use my realm to measure your attack, you bastard. If I stuff you into this realm of mine, in less than 2 seconds, everyone in the realm will go crazy. Hui was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Using an enclosed area to reflect attacks against Maple's indiscriminate destructive attack was simply asking for death. Yin Nuashing shrugged. It's just an estimation, but this is a good idea. If we meet a high-level premier who rushes out one day, you can push both of us in together. I will use Origin of Chaos 3 times consecutively. It should be able to blast him to death and disintegrate the order. How about that? The indiscriminate disintegration of order can also multiply the effectiveness. That should be good. Hui was speechless. There was an increase in the number of strange combination skills. After Huey's premier realm took over the defensive function of the realm of order, the attack power of the realm was fully increased in the next second. Within Huey's realm, all kinds of energy could be seen rampaging and bouncing back and forth. I Ching, who was mixed in the midst of it, was extremely happy. He had just been knocked into nothingness by his own power. Before he could climb out, he was hit by a continuous wave of energy. It took him a long time to swim back. When he finally climbed back into the nothingness, he was met with a strong wave of chaos that pushed him back again. I Ching's face darkened. By the way, the effect of your realm hitting your teammates seems to be more ridiculous than mine. Yin Nuoxing could not help but say as she watched the poor I Ching being hit around like a rubber ball by the rebounding energy of the realm. No, I beg to differ. Your realm is targeted at the entire army and region. Mine, Hui smiled bitterly. This is all random. I tried my best to make all the rebounding energy go in the opposite direction. But there are too many chaotic energy waves. There will always be one or two attacks that will, After all, the rebounding energy waves and chaos attacks would inevitably hit their own people. I Ching and the others were tormented by Huey's realm for a while and finally learned to be smart. They hurriedly retreated from the place where they were fighting with bayonets. They stood within the realm of order and used millions of energy towers and magic arrays to bombard the interior of the realm. The only ones who were affected were the underworld people and the manifestations in the realm. They felt much better. Because of Huey's premier realm, they had returned to the point where they had the upper hand. It was just that. Yin Nuoxing raised her eyes and looked into the depths. The 15 world-light clusters that were protected by layers of layers, as well as the primordial realm crack in the void, had not suffered any damage. Chapter 1832. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the violent impact of chaos in the void was enough to completely dim the light of order. A heavy sound that sounded like the void was echoing back and forth across the entire primeval domain. A beam of energy that was the size of a star intersected with gray and crimson crashed heavily onto the golden crystal wall. The energy that kept spreading from the point of impact seemed to spread into a vast sea of gray energy. The light that exploded was tainted with the power of order, turning into billions of energy beams that rampaged across the domain, piercing through every chaos spawn that was unlucky enough to be brushed against. Rounding it up, it was almost like hitting oneself. The extremely powerful chaos energy bombarded Huey's primeval domain for half an hour before it slowly stopped. The light beam that was the size of a star also stopped. The chaos collective let out a buzzing sound as it slowly shrunk under the energy that was visible to the naked eye. It turned from a huge sun that emitted endless gray light into a gray stone ball. All the chaos energy that surged within it seemed to have solidified and cooled at this moment. When the chaos collective stopped firing, the countless spawns and constructs that stood around it like guards pounced forward like a swarm of bees. The relentless chaos energy bombarded Huey's primeval domain again and again. The reflected light of energy and the energy fireworks caused by the heavy impact once again filled the entire domain. Asterisk boom. Asterisk after a series of strengthening, the order energy that gathered from countless directions slammed into the stone ball. The primeval power of order only steadily pressed against the surface of the stone ball. There was no movement that should be caused when the chaos energy collided. Even the fireworks could not be set off. The stubborn stone ball seemed to be mocking them, as if it was saying, no matter how much power you use, it's useless. This damn thing is shameless, shameless, shameless. Huey's face was green as he sent the manifestations and structures that were really sticking close to his face flying away. He glared fiercely at the lump of stone. Damn it, firing a cannon every 10 minutes for half an hour. During the time when the fire was resting, none of the attacks were effective. This is blatantly cheating. Cheating. I told you to aim at its core and destroy it while it was unleashing its power, but you just had to wait for it to stop. Yin Nuoxing rubbed his face speechlessly as he stared at the chaotic amalgamation that was surrounded by 1,000 layers of defense. It should be in a cooling down state at this moment, condensing all the chaotic energy into the thickest state for defense. The interior was rapidly gathering energy to prepare for the next attack. With this level of defense, it would be difficult to break through it even with 10 shots of order disintegration. He had to use a stronger attack. In the void frontline, he could find a few arrays stacked together and send it flying in one blow. It would not even take a minute. If it was here, well, he should be the one to fight. Hui and the others did not have such a strong attack, and there was no mid-level Yuansher who was the main attacker. Therefore, he could only take advantage of its weak period when it was digging out its heart, to take its life and bury it when it erupted with surging power. Easy for you to say. Hui smiled bitterly. I can't even see a ghost with such a big light rubbing against my face. How do you expect me to withstand its attack and destroy its core? Little Green and the others tried, but the damage was obviously not enough. Its body is too big, and even with the surging energy, it is difficult to directly destroy its defense. My beloved Lord Observer, are you done with your tea and watching the show? Yin Noashing rolled his eyes at him, waved the annihilation energy in his hand that was already excited and joyful to the extreme, and said with a difficult expression, "No, they have eaten more. I reckon they will go shopping, gather, and continue to cause trouble later. Their primordial realm rift is still charging rapidly. Aren't you afraid that they will really escape?" Hui said, "I can't. The annihilation energy is too active. I'm worried that I will really be summoned over there. How about this? Let's make a choice. The first choice is that there's a 40% chance that we will let this bunch of bastards go. They may return to the Underworld base camp and may bring part of the power of the mythological era to replenish themselves. The second choice is that I volunteer to join the chaotic void. Don't. I'll let them go, okay? Don't go over just because you are summoned. Then we can only raise both hands and surrender directly." Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head vigorously. Maple, who had not ascended to the primeval realm, might not be able to kill his way through the chaotic void. However, once he stood on the side of the chaotic void, there was a 100% chance that he could pierce through the orderly void. Moreover, he could pierce it back and forth and poke it into a sieve. I'm kidding. It's mainly because it is in my way. If I don't let them calm down and use the origin energy, it won't be fun. Yin Nuashing shrugged and sighed. Hold on a little longer. I'm thinking of a way here, repeatedly jumping around the edge of the bottom line to test it. We're about to run out of breath here. Just in the time it took for them to speak, his domain had been viciously beaten up countless times. The feedback movements in his soul gave him a headache. The veins on his forehead were popping out. That group of impudent manifestations really relied on their moving fortress to stand in front of him and wait for an opportunity to rub his face here and there. Chaotic marks were already being crushed. Unfortunately, due to the various excessively large amounts of chaotic energy pressing on his face and interfering with his domain, he could only stupidly raise his shield and was unable to retaliate. He could only leave the task of retaliating to I Ching and the others. However, they were not primeval realm cultivators like Maple who attacked with all their might. Their development was more balanced, and they did not have a mid-level primeval. They would not be able to take down that moving fortress in a short period of time. Right now, it's just sullen, very sullen. Hui raised his shield and took a beating until his face turned green. He originally thought that by holding up the primeval domain, he would be able to pull the upper hand back to their side. And indeed, he had the upper hand. Until that big fellow rushed to his face and restrained him, he had the upper hand. However, he could not do anything to it. Now, as they fought, they were in a stalemate again. That's why he was a shield bearer. It was said that the best way to fight against chaos and the void was to max out his attack and not put up any defense. Now, he was in an awkward situation. He could only take a beating, but could not kill his opponent. This was really like stacking the thickest armor to take the most vicious beating. They could not kill him, and he could not do anything to them. Was there any meaning in being in a stalemate like this? Indeed, there's no meaning in this. Yun Nuashing listened to Huey's complaints and could not help but sigh. Once again, he looked at the state of his body. He felt that his body had probably adapted to the annihilation energy in the frenzied state. Now, there should be probably no more problems. Should I continue to observe? Just as he was about to take the risk, the huge lump of stone gradually changed from its calm state. The solidified annihilation energy inside was boiling. The dark energy, was like a sleeping beast that was quickly awakening. It burst out with an endless amount of annihilation energy and turned into a berserk state the moment it was unleashed. The nearby void began to become agitated. The berserk attribute fell into the rapidly activated lump of stone, and its size expanded instantly. The vibration in the void was accompanied by a huge amount of annihilation energy that crashed into Huey's domain. The golden crystal wall instantly became a few hundred times brighter, and it looked like tens of thousands of suns had exploded. Huey's face was full of tears when he saw his primeval domain suddenly shining brightly. "I'm blind." The surging chaotic impact once again hammered heavily on his primeval domain, causing his soul to tremble. The reason why it was called hammered was because he really felt as if an entire sun had hit his face. The impact of being hit by a huge object made him feel as if his soul was about to split open. Maple, you're such a lousy guy. Existence analysis, distortion, disintegration, Hui shouted at the top of his voice in the soul transmission. Then he heard a whisper. The extent of his trembling was even more exaggerated than when he was hit by the chaotic impact head-on. It looked like he was trembling and was about to run away subconsciously, disappear, sink into the void with the wind of the void. He confirmed that it was Maple who was whispering. He also sensed the surging origin energy and annihilation energy from the soul seed. The two energies burst out with an unprecedented frenzied aura. He was so scared that his tongue was sticking out. He quickly turned his head to the side and shouted at I Ching and the others, "Take everyone and retreat. Retreat. Your Lord Observer is about to take over the battlefield." I Ching and the others' hands trembled violently. Their faces turned pale. They instantly yelled and carried the energy towers to the side. They were not afraid of the chaos, but they were worried about being swept into the indiscriminate attack of their Lord Observer that flooded the void. That was definitely a thrill that was worse than death. Very tacitly. In fact, it was a conditioned reflex that was trained after being beaten by their own people. Guido quickly moved to the side, but before he could move a few steps, there was suddenly a burst of energy that could only be described as terrifying in the void. A beam of energy that was a mixture of colorful and gray suddenly crashed into Guido's domain with an absolutely infinite speed and penetrated the behemoth in no time. The chaos text that was hidden under the thick layer of annihilation energy was penetrated by both the origin and annihilation energies. The energy amalgamation trembled abruptly before everyone's eyes. Colorful energy spots appeared everywhere. The entire thing shrunk abruptly, and then it suddenly expanded violently. Its volume expanded to 7 to 8 times its original size in an instant. Its surface was already densely covered with colorful light spots. It was as if something inside it was breaking out of its shackles. The gigantic chaos text was also rapidly melting under the collision of the energies. When the last trace of the text disappeared, the expected explosion of energy that was enough to annihilate countless worlds of order abruptly exploded. He was the closest to witness the energy explosion. Anyway, he had been illuminated by the gray and colorful light into a gray statue, and his face was frozen with an unusually horrified and funny expression. He was so scared that his tongue was hanging by the side. The light of the energy explosion that could bury the void region into history had blinded everyone's eyes. Hui was stunned for a moment. Before he could close his eyes, he was petrified. In the destructive energy nova, he also saw a destructive energy that seemed to fall into a black hole. It was a mixture of the origin energy and annihilation energy. The energy of the explosion swept violently towards the tightly blocked 15 world-light clusters on the opposite side of the domain. That was Maple's Wanxiang, stars. Maple took advantage of the time when everyone could not react and threw the energy of the entire void at them. That was to beat them to death. If it were not for the fact that the energy nova that was exploding inside was really too intense, he would have considered plundering everyone and taking the opportunity to charge in and coordinate with them. Taking advantage of the situation, the energy of the entire void suddenly exploded just as it was about to reach the 15 world light clusters. It turned into a sky full of energy beams that scattered across the void. It spread out evenly and rushed forward. It was a very uniform energy attack on the entire battlefield. However, it was unknown whether Maple had overestimated his own power, or because the energy explosion inside was too violent and he could not use more power before it calmed down. The rain of energy descended densely in front of the chaos barrier. Half of the energy was used to destroy it, while the other half was blocked by the bodies of the manifestations and constructs that did not care for their lives. Not a single attack could pass through that area. The energy nova that had already passed its explosive period obviously could not be swept away in one go. That's not right. Maple's Wanxiang. Stars can't be so weak. That looks like a normal attack. Hui suddenly came to his senses when he was charging all the energy towers. He looked in front of him in confusion. The light of the vast energy explosion had yet to fade. The void region that was mixed with origin energy and annihilation energy had been completely crushed into nothingness by these two types of energy. It could not be repaired in a short period of time. Even if he could sense the movement of all the energy in his primeval domain, the overly chaotic scene at the moment made him, the domain controller, unable to figure out what was going on inside. Just as he was trying his best to get the situation back under control, he stood up with a bang and suddenly shouted at I Ching and the others. I Ching, overload all the energy towers and charge them. Release all the energy in one go. Aim at those world light clusters. Blast them down. But Lord Hui, the residual energy of the energy nova explosion is evenly scattered in the void. If we attack at full power now, we will be weakened by at least 40%. The loss is not worth it. Hui naturally knew I Ching's concerns, but his response was still firm. Attack! Motherf asterisk curse. Listen to me. Yes, Lord. Blinding energy radiance burst out from the energy towers that were surrounded by tens of millions of energy towers. Whether it was the energy crystals on top of the towers or the energy towers themselves, they had all turned into a huge source of energy. Even if their capacity was overloaded, they were still devouring the energy as if their lives depended on it. Even their own bodies were bursting with streaks of tearing rule power, showing everyone their dangerous side. All the energy that exceeded the limit was gathered on the energy crystal. The crystal was condensing the energy 10 times faster than normal. It was devouring and compressing the energy plundered from the void and the realm of order. It lasted for 10 whole seconds. After that, the energy was suddenly shot out from countless directions. It was as if the energy was focused on a single target. All the manifestations and structures quickly reacted to the concentrated fire from the order power. Layers of chaos barriers spread out densely, but were instantly dispersed by the energy from countless directions. The manifestations that were like the sands of the Ganges reacted exactly the same way, using their bodies to block the torrents of energy. Their bodies were made of chaos energy, and they were the best meat shields to block the order power. Hui completely ignored the concentrated fire attack this time. He just stared at the depths of the domain with his eyes wide open. At the place where he could not stop the energy from gathering, at the crack of the primordial realm, there was a tiny, colorful energy cluster that was only the size of a fist. In the scene where the entire void was exploding with energy fireworks, no one noticed that there was an additional energy cluster beside the crack of the primordial realm. When the void exploded with the most magnificent fireworks, the sneaky energy cluster suddenly began to change. It expanded into a ball the size of a wash basin in a second, but it did not explode with more energy. A mysterious pattern appeared in the center of it. It was a word, the original divine language. Hui, who had started to help attack before he understood what was going on, saw the word this time and instantly understood. The tens of millions of energy towers only took 5 seconds to gather an even more powerful energy attack. The blinding energy light once again illuminated the entire void. The 15-world light clusters immediately emitted anxious and irritable energy, as if some big shot was about to jump out to stop the concentrated fire of energy again. Continue to attack. Don't stop. Continue to overload. Blow them up. Beat them. Beat them to death for me. I Ching and the others all shouted out in shock. They flew up and replaced the cracked energy crystals with their feet. They pressed the origin energy crystals that were at the bottom of the box onto the energy towers. The energy towers that were already emitting a faint chaotic movement of the rules were suppressed by this unreasonable origin energy. The energy torrent that was once again overloaded and exploded caught up with the previous attack in less than a second. The vast scene of the energy rain gathering in the sky made the already unstable void tremble. The two majestic energy impacts tore apart the layers of defense of the manifestation in the blink of an eye. A hole appeared in the impeccable defense, and then the 15 world light clusters came in handy. However, just as the galaxy rain was about to hit the world light clusters, a large mass of energy of order suddenly appeared in the void. Dozens of shadows suddenly flashed out from it, all of them bursting with the energy of the primeval realm. Under the joint effort of the shadows to form an energy barrier, they blocked the tens of millions of energy impacts. After blocking all the energy attacks, the hastily formed energy barrier collapsed in an instant. Boom! Dazzling sparks flashed all over the void. This was the movement of the tens of millions of energy towers gathering their power and exploding once again. Those arrays that had not been activated for a while were also gathering energy at this moment. They emitted abnormally huge energy waves, and together with the energy tower arrays, tens of thousands of arrays were activated simultaneously. Seeing that the people opposite them did not have the slightest intention of stopping because of their appearance, the faces of the people from the underworld turned green and white. They did not have time to say anything, and could only join forces again to hold up the energy barrier. All things in the void, chaos, falling stars. A voice that seemed to be accompanied by a light tremor of energy suddenly reverberated in the void, startling all of them. The tens of millions of energy torrents should have hit their energy barrier directly, but at this moment, at the moment when the voice sounded, the direction of the attack was pointed at the cloud belt. This is bad. Stop their attack. You don't have the time for that, Hui shouted, and an energy crystal suddenly appeared in his palm, and a strange energy aura spread out. He glanced at it, and with a toothache, he crushed it, and the entire Yuanshi domain trembled. When the people from the underworld noticed the target of the energy attack and instantly took action, suddenly, an unprecedentedly powerful energy came from nowhere and hit their barrier from all directions. The violent energy destruction almost tore the energy barrier that dozens of people had put up in one go and restrained their movements. When they came back to their senses, they were shocked to find that the attack came from all the energy that had not dissipated in time in the domain. The controller of the domain, he had collapsed his own domain together with all the energy in the domain and smashed it on their heads. This madman, these people are all madmen. Madman, someone shouted, and Hui was delighted when he heard it. He even leisurely walked in front of them. At a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles away, this distance was like a close combat attack to them. It was almost the same as nothing. He could raise his hand and smash a brick on the opponent's face. Thank you for the compliment. I finally force you out. Rats. Boom, boom. The pale faces of the people from the underworld in front of him were clearly illuminated by the light of the powerful energy that erupted from the cloud belt. Sensing that the crack of the primordial realm was about to collapse due to the excessive destructive energy, some of them turned their heads. Hui also turned his gaze away calmly, his face full of joy. The crack of the primordial realm that had not yet formed and stabilized began to collapse under the concentrated bombardment of countless energy directed by Maple. An energy vortex of order and chaos appeared in its center, and the energy ripples from the edge of the cloud belt were constantly compressing the vortex. They seemed to have begun to take shape And under the stimulation of a huge amount of energy, there was a short moment where it projected an image of where it led to. It seemed to be a scene of billions of energy bombardment. Countless energies of order and chaos opened up in the void, and the scene was millions of times more intense than the battle that had just broken out here. Ah, that familiar scene. Ah, the scene of billions of energy towers arranged one after another. Ah, the scene of billions of arrays rumbling. Ah, the light of the Temple of Origin was still dazzling. Ah, that was the front line of the void. That was the front line of the void, damn it. That was their home base. Yin Nuashing, Hui, and the others were stunned when they saw the scene. They had spent so much effort to lead them and go in circles just to cut off their escape route, and now that they looked at it, it would be better to let them successfully open the crack and enter. Go to the front line of the void and let the billions of arrays activate at once, burying them together with the void. The image projected by the rapidly surging cloud belt only existed for a short few seconds before disappearing with the collapse of countless chaotic energies. The entire cloud belt also began to deform, and the vortex in the center was distorted into a lump of mud. When the energy gathered to its peak, the cloud belt erupted with a strong flash, and then suddenly collapsed into a point, disappearing into the void. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the void is really nonsense. We could not help but want to greet the ancestors of the void, but it was a pity that they did not have such things, and so he could only mumble. It's not a big problem. Yin Nuashing breathed softly. It's a fight no matter where it is, whether it's here or at the front line of the void. It's all the same. Charge the energy towers and get ready to charge at them. The atmosphere, which was a little awkward a moment ago, was instantly stirred by those words. Chapter 1833. The array of energy towers and magic arrays that lined up in the void began to charge rapidly with the command in the soul. The vast light of energy flooded the void before them. Even though he had already dismantled his primeval realm, the realm of order was still there, and the sealing effect of Maple's primeval light was still there. From the moment the crack in the primeval realm was destroyed, there was no need to worry about the people of the underworld slipping away. A bunch of mobs. Do you think the heavenly god of origin can keep us here without coming here personally? In the void, the group of people of the underworld had strange smiles on their faces. Their scattered positions allowed them to spread their primeval aura over a wider area. They looked calm, as if they did not feel that they were surrounded by others. Well, he was too familiar with this smile. The few high-level primeval who came out alone had the same expression. Victory was in their hands, and they did not take the order seriously. He had seen it a few times, and this time he could not help but want to mock them. You people of the underworld seem to like to say very. Hui gestured with his hands and paused for a second or two before he continued. Exaggerated words, as if the realm of order can no longer accommodate you, or as if the void of order should be your backyard. Your protectors used to have the same attitude, but what happened to them? Hell, where are they now? Although the heavenly god of origin is not here, there is no need for them to come here. The light of order that descends here will shine the truth of a new generation of order. None of you can escape. The expression of the people of the underworld changed slightly, but it was not too drastic. The person who had been talking and was dressed in a black robe, who might also be a protector, took 2 steps forward and turned his body sideways. Just now, we did not want to have too many unnecessary disputes, so we did not argue with you. Do you really think that we are afraid of fighting? The void that was engulfed by the power of order suddenly appeared with an even larger cloud of chaos, right after he spoke. From every corner of the void, from the light of the world gushed out. One after another, gigantic chaos amalgamations brutally broke through the shackles of the void and appeared. Following closely behind them were countless manifestations and constructs that resembled basic components. Huey's face twitched. They had already gotten used to the ladder's numbers, and they would not feel anything if there were a few million more. However, there were a total of 29 chaotic aggregates. This scene had once again refreshed their understanding of the situation. Even during the battle against the chaotic concept bodies on the Cloud Continent, They had not brought out so many chaotic aggregates. This time, the Netherworld must be really desperate, right? They brought out 29 of them. Ah, the gray light that illuminated the void, that intense. Oh, the heavy sound of the horn carried a rhythm that made the beings of order somewhat uncomfortable. Huey's gaze immediately shifted to the place where the horn came from. On the surface of the light of the world at the center, there was a platform formed by chaos aggregates. The squarish platform was flowing with scarlet energy patterns, and on it stood a group of people who wore clothes similar to the ones in front of them. Their surging life force was mixed with chaos energy. Through their scarlet eyes, one could see that they were berserk beings that were similar to fledglings. But Hui was certain that they were primeval. Now, with the annihilation energy forcefully raising them by a few levels, the level of the annihilation energy was comparable to that of a mid-tier primeval. This time, there were 60 to 70 mid-tier primeval beings. Including the group in front of him, there were almost 100 of them. The sound of the horn of order was vast and heavy, and the void trembled. Whether it was the mid-tier fledglings or the chaos aggregates, their life force became even more berserk in an instant, as if they had taken drugs. However, they did not show the madness and recklessness of the Abyss Death Mist. Their life force only became more berserk, as if they still followed the essence of the soldiers of chaos. With some kind of discipline, they lined up in a huge, neat square formation and advanced forward. At the front of the formation were countless chaos constructs and the 29 chaos aggregates. They looked like they were pushing forward like a wall of stars. The millions of order beings behind them saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat. Huff and puff, Hui muttered under his breath as his gaze fell on the center of the platform. There stood a beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous clothes. She was holding a huge horn in her hand and blowing the sound that made the void tremble. Her eyes were indifferent and emotionless as she looked in their direction. She was not affected by the energy of chaos. Although Hui was not clear about the internal divisions of the underworld, based on her standing position and her clothes, he was not surprised that she should be the first or second leader of this war. Oh, the man in front of him was the other one. Lord Hui, how about the chaos aggregates from the depths of the void? They're also gathering here. I Ching walked to Lord Hui's side and whispered in his soul. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, he was a little shocked, but he was still calm. He had experienced the encirclement of 20 high-level primeval beings, and there was no high-level primeval here. Well, calm, very calm. They're moving very slowly. It seems that they're not affected by the Horn of Order. It will take some time for them to reach here, but there are so many of them. If we want to end the battle, it is best to end it before they get here. We heard I Ching's words and pinched the bridge of his nose. He sighed and said, if we brought a note of order here, I would not hesitate to order the entire army to attack and blow them up. We would not even give them time to gather. But now, phew, forget it. The energy towers have been collectively overloaded and attacked 3 times. How is the situation now? We use some time to recover and stabilize. Because of the origin energy crystal as the core, the overall stability rate is still above 90%. If we attack at full power without overloading, we can last for 5 days. If we attack at full power with overloading, we can only last for 3 hours. According to the number of chaos aggregates before us, we might not be able to finish them off in 3 hours. Lord Maple's magic circle is not included in this. As long as the void is not destroyed, the chaos aggregates can fight until the end of time. 3 hours. I Ching nodded slightly and tilted his head to look at Hui. Lord Hui, if Lord Maple can't join the battle, then this battle. Hui waved his hand. Maple is chatting with the annihilation energy. He has just finished a round and is silent again. Although from the movement of the soul seed, he seems to be fine. But I'm still a little worried. If that is the case, we understand. No matter what, we will fight to the death. Hui turned around and said to the commander of the order in the realm of order, don't rush into the battlefield here. Just cover from the side. The man scratched his head and said, we were just covering from the side. The situation inside is too chaotic. I am afraid that you will kill me. Hui was speechless. This guy had figured out which side was more dangerous in such a short time. The biggest enemy of order was itself. This saying was not wrong. The chaos spawns were not afraid of being attacked by their own people. They had to be careful not to be led into a ditch by their own people. He was specifically referring to a certain someone, and that certain someone. Almost 100 mid-tier primeval from the underworld led thousands of low-tier primeval in front of the formation. They were evenly spread out in the huge formation made up of countless chaos spawns. They were like nodes, but they looked very uncoordinated. The light of order shining in the formation of chaos looked very awkward. Even after 5 eras in the front line of the void, they still could not get used to it. In any case, this was a scene of a decisive battle. No matter how you looked at it, it was terrifying. The enemy had overwhelming power. The quality and quantity of the chaos spawns had reached an unbelievable level. They were also prepared, but not enough. Moreover, a certain someone who was supposed to be responsible for 90% of the damage might still be dropping the ball. They could only pray that Sir Observer who dropped the ball would quickly come back to his senses. It was fine if they fell here, since they would be able to crawl out of the spiritual temple after some time. But behind them were trillions of life forms of order, as well as an equal number of worlds of order. They couldn't just give up like that. What? You still want to hide your strength before the decisive battle? The male commander of the underworld spread his hands. The attack just now was not led by any of you. It was led by a scion with the origin energy. Why didn't he come out? You want to see him? Hui raised his right hand and made a very indecent gesture. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? He wanted to say something harsh, but as soon as the words left his mouth, the void beside him started to wriggle slowly. A burst of aura that was so dense that it was as if the chaotic concept body had personally descended suddenly, causing Hui and the others to tremble violently. They hurriedly took a few steps back. The people of the underworld were also stunned. They looked at each other with strange expressions. Yin Nuoxing's figure slowly walked out from the torn void. He still had his colorful long hair. However, his body was surrounded by an extremely dense dark energy. Colorful divine runes were condensing and appearing around him. They then turned gray and disappeared into the void. His aura was so strange that even Siyu and Feng Qingwang could not recognize him. A scion with their power. What a laughable fellow. The man covered his face and shook his head. He sneered. This is the path you are pursuing. You don't know how to adapt. You keep going forward until you drag yourself into the abyss and become part of them. Look at yourself. What's the difference between you and them? But I'm curious. You're not a first-generation heir, nor are you one of the backups left behind by the 147 heavenly gods of origin in the second echelon. I've seen all of them, and you're not one of them. You don't look like a second-generation heir like the many disciples scattered all over the void. Who are you? A toy created by the heavenly god of origin? Did the victory of order give them the time to raise new pets? Such a weak toy. I can't believe you were able to withstand the corrosion of 2 different powers. You look like a very good material. Hui, I Ching, and the others exchanged glances. As expected, they didn't know that the heavenly origin gods had already passed away. Also, this statement was too unpleasant to hear. Just from this sentence alone, one could tell how much prejudice they had against the heavenly origin gods. They didn't know where this nameless prejudice came from. I am no one. Yin Nuoxing slowly raised his head. He narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. I have a question. You can treat it as your last words. As members of order, you did not hesitate to abandon everything and throw yourselves into the embrace of chaos. Why? Although the dead have the right to die knowing this is not something you people can understand. He could not help but chuckle. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, This is not something you people should know. Is that so? So important that you people are willing to become the dogs of the chaos concept body, selling your souls and becoming something that is neither human nor ghost. The man frowned slightly. After a moment, he said with a faint smile, The chaos concept body. With your shallow knowledge, you can only think of it that way. We do not listen to the orders of order. nor do we listen to the call of chaos. They and them are just stepping stones. The void has been deceived by them, in them, for dozens of eras. It is distorted, broken, and worthless. It is not worth mentioning. It is a mistake. It is just self-destruction. He waved his hand and laughed coldly. The void should return to the correct path. It should not be guided by them, nor should it be guided by them. We will walk at the forefront of this path. We will witness the decline and destruction of the void in the past. And you people are destined to walk towards destruction with them. Hui reached out and picked at his ears with a conflicted expression. Although he knew that the underworld people were almost crazy, he did not expect them to be so crazy. You are all trash and should have decayed into dust a long time ago to the living beings who had lived in the great Yuan realm for more than 300 eras and represented the voids of both sides when the great Yuan realm was first created. Moreover, he dared to say this to an inheritor when he thought that the origin heavenly god was still alive. This was really something. Did the people of the underworld really think that they were fish on the chopping board and could do whatever they wanted to them? Hui and the others did not know what the underworld people were up to. At first, they thought that the underworld people had eaten the fake medicine given by the chaos concept body and were only thinking about following chaos to destroy order. But now, well, they still did not know what the underworld people were up to. After talking for a while, it was only a possible target that could be inferred from all kinds of clues. It turned from a guess to a certainty. The underworld people were really up to something, but they did not know. Using the origin heavenly god and the chaos concept body as stepping stones. TSK, were they not afraid that they would fall too hard? Well, according to the current situation of the void, it was not realistic to let them fall. Well, as a last word, I have satisfied your curiosity. Now die with satisfaction. The horn of order that shook the void sounded once again. Countless chaos spawns roared in response to the horn and launched an all-out assault. The clouds of chaos that erupted on the spot made the chaos spawns charge towards them like a storm. The massive impact made the order beings behind them sweat profusely. Their hands that were holding onto the energy towers had to exert some strength to stop their trembling. Hui walked to the side and tilted his head to look at the expressionless Maple. He saw that his eyes were surging with colorful and gray light. He suddenly said, "Oh, okay." He turned to the others and made a no-problem gesture. Then, he waved his hand and calmly ordered, "All energy towers are to enter overcharge mode. Aim at the 29 suns, and all magic arrays are to enter destruction mode. Although it can only be used 10 times, it will be enough." Yin looked indifferently at the countless chaos spawns that were charging at them fearlessly. She gently clenched her right hand, and the netherworld ruin sword appeared in her hand. The colorful energy of origin and the gray energy of annihilation tangled around the blade of the netherworld ruin sword. A faint golden and gray light floated around the body of the sword. Hui was stunned when he felt the presence. That Maple. Don't tell me you're planning to eat Qing and the others, who were in the midst of emergency preparations and controlling the energy towers and formations, turned their heads when they heard Lord Huey's bewildered voice. Then, they happened to see Lord Feng take a deep breath, raise the nether void sword, and ruthlessly stab it into the void. A strange aura that transcended the void quietly spread out, and in an instant, their faces turned pale. "Retreat!" Hui waved his hand and shouted. He hurriedly grabbed the 2 girls beside Maple and ran away. Everyone turned pale with fright when they saw this. They hurriedly grabbed the guy who was still seriously setting up the defense tower and ran away. They waved their hands at the group of people beside the energy tower. F***CK, get down quickly. Everyone defend. 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 The millions of order beings all stared at them in horror. Without a word, all of them dropped to the ground. They had no idea what was going on. As you wish. All of you shall perish together with the decaying void. A gray and colorful energy shadow that was millions of miles wide suddenly appeared from Yun Nuoxing's body. Only the upper body of the energy shadow could be seen. It was like a demonic shadow. It stabbed the energy sword in its hand into the void. The two unusual powers of order that erupted from its body stunned the Underworld people. For a moment, they did not continue charging with the chaos spawn's silence. The moment the energy silhouette made its move, two gigantic energy light pillars slammed into Yun Nuashing from the void. The energy tides set off by the origin energy and the chaos energy instantly impacted all the places covered by the realm of order. The ear-piercing and sharp sound of energy instantly occupied the minds of all the living beings in the area. Circles of energy shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye rolled out in a frenzy before their eyes like raging waves. The Underworld people who were completely unprepared were all pressed into nothingness by the shockwaves. The energy that could strike the void back to its original point erupted with all its might, sweeping the two waves towards the edge of the void. Hundreds of destructive shockwaves erupted in an instant, destroying every chaos spawn and construct. The 29 chaos amalgamations' energy chaos barrier barely held on under the impact of the mixed order. In just a few breaths, it was struck by the two energies hundreds of thousands of times and was swept tens of thousands of miles away. Even the Underworld's world light behind it could not withstand the indiscriminate energy shockwaves, melting the world barriers of 7 or 8 worlds. If it were not for a layer of chaos barrier supporting them, they would have been devoured by the void that swarmed towards them. Bam! The void was torn apart by the huge energy. Thousands of figures that were entangled with the mixed energy of order fell out of the void. They all looked miserable. The man's face was pale as he looked at the two-colored energy ball that was setting off waves in the void. The energy ball had killed almost half of their chaos spawns in an instant. Origin energy. Multiple types of origin energy? Multiple types of chaos energy? The man's face turned green and red. The Underworld people's expressions changed drastically. You're not an inheritor. Could it be? Hundreds of terrifying thoughts flashed through his mind. However, he did not have much time to think about this problem. The mixed energy of order suddenly dissipated. The last impact broke the formation of the Underworld people who had crawled back from the void after much difficulty. The aura of death suddenly appeared in his heart. A flash of energy with the smell of annihilation suddenly rushed toward his face. He quickly stabilized his body. The surging power of the origin quickly gathered in front of him. Bam! The mighty fan-shaped wave of destruction crushed his body. The huge wave that was hundreds of millions of miles wide instantly tore a crack in the void that could not be repaired. It swallowed the dozens of unlucky people behind him. The light rain that suddenly exploded in the void shocked the Underworld people. The man flashed out of the void in a sorry state. Before he could stabilize his body, a figure surrounded by gray light appeared in front of him. The giant sword in the figure's hand had the power of the primordial realm and slammed into his energy barrier. The power directly penetrated the barrier and affected him. His soul felt a sharp pain as if it was being torn apart. Counting from the moment the mixed energy of order exploded, he had not been able to stabilize himself. The people of the Underworld could not even figure out where they had been thrown into the void, let alone their formation. At this moment, they finally managed to suppress their consciousness, which had been shattered into hundreds of pieces by the energy shockwaves. Just as they were about to rush forward to help their protectors, a vast torrent of energy suddenly swept toward their faces. The energy that shone with the light of truth and order made it difficult for them to dodge for a moment. They could only use all their skills to forcefully block it. Hold them here. Hui pointed forward with his shield and sword. Crush them for me. I Ching and the others shouted and rushed forward. With the help of the power of the realm of order and the bombardment of the energy towers, they entangled the Underworld people in place. We even saw someone holding 2 energy towers directly and using them as sticks to smash open the enemy's head. Those were definitely people brought out by Lady Green. Boom! 2 mighty energies set off fireworks in the void. We did not want to look anymore. Using the overload impact of the energy towers to smash open the enemy's head at such a close distance was not something that could be described as fighting to the death. It was planning to destroy their reincarnation path. Woo! After the origin of chaos passed through, the Horn of Order once again let out a long sound that seemed to have come from ancient times. The chaos clouds that emerged from the light of the 15 worlds caused the void to be occupied by the chaos derivatives once again. The 29 chaos aggregates that were thrown out at the beginning of the battle once again propped up the chaos barrier and pressured them. That loudspeaker is so annoying. I Ching scolded as he adjusted the energy of the energy towers. Master Hui, can I go over and kill her? Hey, let her brag. After 2 minutes, Maple will ding and we'll pretend that nothing happened. Oh, that's true. However, even though that was the case, the chaos derivatives were nothing to be afraid of. However, Hui stared at the woman blowing the horn on the platform. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and shouted at the 2 girls who were charging around on the battlefield. See you, Qing Huang. I have a mission for you. Chapter 1834. Feathers fluttering in the void descended, igniting the vast sea of fire that burned both order and chaos into ashes. Crimson pink, icy blue, and dark purple flames filled the void and gathered into a cloud of fire that swept across the battlefield. The blazing fire carried an extremely strong aura of order. Those chaos soldiers who did not know death and did not know how to retreat were drowned in the sea of fire and would not be able to hold on for long. Only Yuan Shi, who had reached the middle level of the underworld realm, dared to walk into the sea of fire with millions of energy torrents. However, it was too difficult to extinguish the sea of fire and find the person who controlled this vast sea of fire. Even if they burned all their hair, they would not be able to hurt the person in the sea of fire. At the center of the brilliant sea of fire, waves of fire swept up millions of miles high. The waves pushed towards the furthest end of the sea of fire, expanding the range of the sea of fire. At the place where the waves rolled up, a dozen or so energy towers could be vaguely seen. Different from the appearance of ordinary energy towers, the energy towers here seemed to be made of pure crystal, and the surging energy inside was indescribably dense. Every 10 seconds, the crystallized energy towers would spray out surging energy at the void, at a random spot. Waves of flames were swept up by the colorful energy radiance into the void, turning into a massive meteor shower that filled the void. It caused a series of explosions that sounded like stars colliding with meteors, while the scattered meteors would also turn into tens of millions of bursting energies that spread in all directions, causing one explosion after another. Ah, not there. Here. 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 Shoot this way. Ah, it's over there. Shoot that way. See, you grabbed the crosshairs of the energy towers and started to bombard the area in front of her. The 5-element sky formation and the pieces of splitting formations also changed their targets. Feng Qing Huang was speechless as she looked at her. She then looked at the formations and energy towers that were spinning along with her. Logically speaking, she would think that these formations and energy towers were going crazy to have such a master. However, they didn't have intelligence. She held back her bitterness. After a while, she couldn't stand it anymore. She walked up to Siyu and pulled her arm. Stop attacking Little Star. Little Star doesn't need our help. The main thing is, our attacks can't keep up. Siyu tried her best to blast the void cannon for a while, and she realized that it was true. No matter how much energy she used, she could not make her attacks catch up to the figures that were flashing wildly in the void. Instead, she managed to kill many of the strange chaos spawns. Hey, Siyu, Qing Huang, can you hear me? Feng Qing Huang quickly replied. Lord Hui, what's the matter? Feng Qing Huang's voice sounded in their souls. I finally heard you. I called you for a long time, but you didn't respond. Hui threw a holy energy blast into the air. Then, he slapped the underworld dweller that kept fighting with him. Look deeper. In the center of the 15 light clusters. Yes, there's a platform. Do you see a person blowing a horn on it? Tie her up and bring the loudspeaker back. Horn. The 2 girls turned their gazes at the same time and looked at the woman in a gorgeous white dress on the cloudy platform. She was holding a brown horn that was about the size of 2 wash basins. It was engraved with colorful and dark energy patterns. Bring it back. Master Hui, you are making things difficult for us. Siyu gestured to where they were and the positions of the 15 world light balls. Alone, Tisk, it's because we're alone that we're asking you to go. No one will know that you're not here with this energy cloud. Maple gave you the power to secretly go around to the back. Just knock him out with a brick and carry him back. Siyu and Feng Qing Wang looked at each other. Siyu could not help but ask, what if they are accidentally killed? If they are dead, then so be it. Remember to bring the horn back. Let's do it later. Feng is about to clear the place. When he is done and the next wave of chaos soldiers comes out, then before we could finish his sentence, a crazy energy explosion that shook the void suddenly descended upon this region of the void. Everyone's heart trembled, and they had already made a conditioned reflex after hearing this sound. Layers of energy barriers wrapped around their bodies as if they were free. They turned around abruptly, but before they could get away from the point of the energy explosion, they were slapped away by a dual-colored energy wave. The origin energy and annihilation energy were mixed and entangled together. Thousands of small shock waves erupted in a second on the battlefield where the objects were clashing with each other. At the scene, the barriers of the underworld people were all torn apart. Then they were pushed into the void by the waves one after another, and they were beaten up violently. Hui and the others saw this and rushed forward while howling like wolves. They endured the indiscriminate attacks of their allies and rushed into the void to add insult to injury. The impact of the storm lasted for a full 10 seconds. When it dissipated, the void was so clean that it was as if it was washed clean by the void turbulence. The chaos barriers of the 15 worlds in the distance were already on the verge of collapse. It was likely that after a few rounds of origin chaos, the barriers of those worlds would be torn apart and thrown into the void. Ugh! Siyu stood up shakily from the sea of fire. She shook her head and rubbed her temples. I feel a little dizzy. I still can't take Little Star's indiscriminate attacks. There is still a gap between the levels of order. After all, we don't have the origin energy. Feng Qing Wang said helplessly. When she saw Siyu mumbling to herself in disappointment, Feng Qing Wang patted Siyu's head and said, all right. In the battle at the front line of the void, no matter if it's the Order or the Underworld, there are very few who can stay within the range of the Little Star's energy. We are part of it after all. Many of us can't even get close to it. When Siyu heard that, she grinned. Seems like it. Feng Qing Wang shrugged. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the void. The clean void did not last long. The bugle horn sounded immediately after the storm passed. The place where she was at was protected by the thickest layer of energy. It was also far away from the core of origin chaos. Even if the entire realm of order was within the attack range, the damage done to her was indeed lesser. Unless Little Star was determined to bury the entire realm of order. Then, whether it was the area sealed by the origin chaos or the void outside, the damage done to her was exactly the same. There was no reduction in the damage done to her. At this moment, there were still people on her side in the realm of order. Little Star could not go all out and attack. The aura of a mid-tier primeval. If we go in alone, we can't bring the energy towers and magic arrays. Our strength will be greatly reduced. If we only have the realm of order, we shouldn't be able to hurt her. Feng Qing Wang murmured. So, the power that Feng gave you is the key. Just use that thing. Master Huey's voice sounded in time. Siyu quickly said, is it the power of the Netherworld Ruin Sword? That thing can kill her. But the Netherworld Ruin Sword attack range is very large. It might cut the horn in half. Feng Qingwang's face twitched. Who was the one who shouted horn in the first place? A good bugle horn was called horn. Hey, it's not the Netherworld Ruin Sword. The small box that Feng gave you last time contained something very useful. If you didn't throw it away, it must be in there. Something useful hidden in the small box. Feng Qingwang didn't understand the ambiguity at first. Then, Siyu clapped her hands and exclaimed. She took something out of the pendant. Her hand shook, and the item fell into the sea of fire with a loud bang. Feng Qingwang was stunned. Feng Qingwang froze the moment she saw the object. It was a shiny, golden brick. Every corner of the brick was carved with 12 steel nails. It looked like a meteor hammer. There were at least 100 small magic circles carved on the top and bottom of the brick. The magic circle was made with the origin energy, and the magic circle was made with the annihilation energy. Feng Qingwang thought the brick looked familiar. However, she was sure that it didn't look like this when she first saw it. It must have been modified 3 times later on. If she threw something like this out, all the high-level Yuanshi in the void would have to retreat. Even the chaos concept bodies would have to stop. This thing was even more dangerous than the Netherworld Ruin Sword. So you quickly picked up the meteor hammer and handed it to Feng Qingwang. Feng Qingwang's face turned pale when she saw the dangerous object getting closer to her. She hurriedly waved her hands and stepped back. No, don't point that at me. Take it. Just take it. Did you get it? Come, get ready. They're about to attack again. We will cover for you during this time. You can sneak past them. Master Huey's voice rang in Feng Qingwang's soul. Feng Qingwang looked at Siyu and nodded helplessly. The 2 girls prepared themselves in the formation for a while. Feng Qingwang waved her hand and let the energy in the tower work on its own. They bombarded the chaos creatures and the underworld denizens in the void. Dark purple flames quickly formed a barrier around them, and they disappeared into the void. Using energy to open a path wasn't obvious at all. After all, every space within the void was filled with countless bursts of energy. The endless shock waves were bouncing back and forth, causing the sea of void to be tossed around. The void was on the verge of going crazy. Under such circumstances, a few bursts of energy suddenly appeared in a certain place. It was equivalent to a candle being lit 100 meters in front of the sun. It was impossible to tell the difference at all. That girl with the horn. Phew! The girl with the horn would not just sit there and wait to be captured. She was at the place with the highest level of defense. Even after being attacked several times by Little Star's origin, chaos, there was not a single crack. It was enough to tell the level of the defense around her. It was also because of this reason that there were not many chaos spawns around her. She was alone. The underworld was obviously very confident in this kind of defense. Feng Qingwang felt that they needed to discuss a plan of action. Later, I will use the Netherworld sword to create a crack. You immediately rush in and smash her with that thing. Tie her up and run. So you listened and nodded. The discussion was over. Along the way, chaos creatures that were charging at the realm of order were blown up by the energy of order. They turned into clouds and dissipated. They had already passed through the barrier formed by the 29 chaos aggregates. They sneakily went to the back. Here, more chaos creatures kept appearing. This was a place where the power of order did not completely cover. Only sporadic flames of order would occasionally burn. After they arrived, there were obviously a few more explosions of order energy. The dense energy of chaos distorted the void. The aura of the distortion of the laws permeated the entire area. Just by feeling it, they felt uncomfortable. However, their emotions were not affected by the environment. This was the result of them fighting at the front line of the void for 5 years. They were already familiar with everything. They would not give themselves away just because of this small situation. Oh, except for Little Star's energy of annihilation. That energy was denser than all the chaos creatures before them combined. They could not help but retreat when they felt it for the first, second, and third time. They really could not handle it. They tried their best to perfectly conceal their presence in the last part of the journey. The 2 finally arrived at the side of the platform. The girl holding the horn was just 100 meters in front of them. Siyu pulled Feng Qingwang's hand and whispered in her ear, "She is so long. She can still maintain the rhythm after blowing for an hour without stopping." Feng Qingwang's mouth trembled. She thought for a moment and ignored Siyu's complaint. "Master Hui, we have arrived. Can we attract some attention over there?" "Oh, you two be careful. Be careful." The one who answered them was not Lord Hui, but Little Star's low and indifferent voice. Both of them held their breaths as they calculated the time. It was not yet time for the next wave of primordial chaos sparkle. Oh, This was actually not calculated according to time. Little Star basically used it according to his mood. The time he set was just to give people time to react, to give his own people time to react. Boom. There was a distant and heavy sound of energy trembling. It was as if billions of galaxies were roaring furiously. The impact on the stars was like a huge earthquake. The earthquake that occurred in the void caused everything inside and outside the barrier, whether it was order or chaos, to see a dazzling white light. In the next moment, an endless wave of order and chaos came crashing down on them with indescribable destruction and impact. It quickly crushed everything and rushed to a place further away. Wow, Foam, you big idiot. You should have told us in advance. And Yen% gurgle. And gurgle. See, you and Feng Qing Wang were speechless. Master Hui was being pressed into the sea of nothingness and energy. The destructive power of origin, chaos. This time was obviously more than 100 times stronger than the previous few times. Furthermore, the area of effect was much further, and the effect of hurting allies was much more obvious. The impact of the mixed order that rolled over one's body was like a visible shockwave spreading over one's body. Then the entire world started to shake, and one's soul, body, and consciousness were all thrown into a storm, spinning tens of thousands of times in a second. Even one's soul was scattered. Buzz, buzz. The 29 chaos aggregates let out a low, buzzing sound as their energy was severely depleted. The light of the entire sphere dimmed by at least half. The powerful chaos attacks targeting Master Hui and the Order Domain were also silenced because of this. Woo-woo. I'm dizzy. Although I'm holding on, I'm still dizzy. C was half lying on Feng Qinghuang's back. Her eyes were turning into mosquito coils. They had targeted defenses and Little Star's own energy imprint to prevent accidental damage. However, every time they were hit, they would be dizzy for at least a while. She really didn't know how the others, especially the enemies, felt. Master Hui and the others were used to it. However, when the origin of chaos exploded, they still couldn't move while enduring the impact of the energy. The other two types of order and chaos attacks were still fine. Cheer up. It's time for us to make our move. Feng Qinghuang patted her face and took a deep breath. She threw the dizziness out of her mind. Her jade-like hands surged with the energy of a nether void sword and condensed into a large energy sword in her hand. The woman on the platform was also dizzy from the impact of the origin of chaos. On the platform formed by the chaos clouds, the scarlet energy was flickering due to the impact of the energy. The chaos energy was weakening and the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Everything was telling them that this was the best time to make their move. Siyu nodded. She calmed herself down and grasped the meteor hammer in her hand. The magic circle and the steel nails on the meteor hammer all surged with terrifying energy. The moment the meteor hammer was activated, Feng Qinghuang felt a chill down her spine. She shivered and looked back. She couldn't help but gulp. If it wasn't for the fact that Little Star taught her this concealment barrier and the fact that the woman in front of her was obviously dizzy, they would have been discovered. Feng Qinghuang pointed the nether void sword at the barrier in front of her. She took a deep breath and looked at Siyu. The two women nodded at the same time. Feng Qinghuang immediately thrust the nether void sword forward and slashed a large crack in the barrier. You! Hit her! Siyu's entire body turned into a streak of light that shot out like an arrow. The brick meteor hammer in her hand drew out a sword light, drawing an extremely long arc as it landed heavily on the ground. Clang! Feng Qinghuang was in great pain. She turned her head and covered her face. Oh my God, what is that sound? She thought the scene was too bloody, and she didn't even want to look. Then, a mid-level yuancher burst out. Feng Qinghuang quickly turned around and rushed out with the nether void sword in her hand. She is indeed a mid-level yuancher. She made such a weird sound when she was in close contact with that weapon, and she didn't pass out. When Siyu hit the meteor hammer, the woman was obviously in a daze. However, her powerful cultivation helped her to hold on. She didn't pass out right away. Instead, She unleashed all the energy of a mid-level yuan-shi. Oh my god, you should just fall. I don't have the heart to hit you again. So you let out a loud yell. She grabbed the brick with both hands and used all of her order, divine right, and divine power. The brick, which was bursting with origin energy and annihilation energy, smashed heavily on the elder sister's face. Clang dong. Feng Qing Wang stopped in her tracks. Her face twisted when she heard the strange sound. She had witnessed the whole process. She saw the beautiful elder sister being smashed on the platform. The whole process was like this. She fell on her back, and her head was pulled to a distance. She kissed the platform before her body. Then there was a loud sound. She bounced on the platform and fell on the ground heavily. She was motionless. Phew, hitting the head is not that fun. Siyu held the meteor hammer in her left hand and shook it with her right hand. A mid-level yuan-shi is too thick-skinned. I can't hit her once. I have to hit her again. She looked at Feng Qing Wang, who was standing aside with a weird face. She handed the meteor hammer to her and said, "Do you want to hit her? It feels good, but it's a bit hard." Feng Qing Wang saw the meteor hammer on her face. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She waved her hand and stepped back. No, I won't hit it. I won't hit it." Feng Qing Wang quickly walked to the side and picked up the meteor hammer. She looked at it for a while and put it away. Then, she dragged the woman and ran out. "Let's go. This is someone else's territory. They will realize it soon if the meteor hammer doesn't sound." Siyu stuck out her tongue and quickly put away the brick and meteor hammer. Then, she left the place and once again entered the hidden barrier. Just as they had expected, the horn of order that was supposed to sound again within 1 or 2 minutes after the primordial chaos rumbled was still silent even after 5 minutes had passed. The people of the underworld were a little puzzled. While they were dealing with the enemies in front of them, they took the time to look back. Then, everyone's expression froze. On the platform that was supposed to have an impenetrable defense, it seemed to still be in perfect condition. However, the people on the platform were gone. Looking at the confused faces of his enemies, Hui couldn't help but smile like Feng Qing Wang. "Ah, are you looking for her?" Hui tilted his head and pointed to the side. In the center of 400 to 500 origin energy towers, countless thick and heavy energy chains fell from the top of the towers and tied a figure in the middle. That scene made all the underworld people widen their eyes. Their eyes were spitting fire as they looked angry. Hui was so happy that he could not help but laugh. Despicable. Sneak attack. Immoral. The man who should be the #1 commander said coldly. His people were captured in just a few minutes. They didn't even notice anything. Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up straight. She pointed the netherworld ruins sword at the void in front of her. She looked at the people in front of her indifferently. She said without any emotion, "What is morality? Why do we have to follow any logic when we deal with you? This is war. You said it. Your wish. Your choice. When you join the chaos to do evil, you have nothing to do with order. Morality, conscience, logic. These are things that you don't need to care about in the face of war. They are for the beings of order, not for you who belong to the chaos. When you are attacking the order, to us, there's only one path left between us." Yin Nuoxing's face changed for the first time. She raised the netherworld ruins sword ferociously. A pair of clouds danced behind her. The origin energy and annihilation energy gushed out of her body and instantly engulfed the entire realm of order. Fight to the death. The sudden burst of violent energy was enough to drown the void. The man looked at Yin Nuoxing in front of him. He was in a trance. His face was pale. He seemed to have seen them, the same violent, the same scene.